Welcome to PMP Exam Questions Confidence Booster. This is designed specifically to build your confidence as you get ready for your PMP exam. I know some of you are in the early stages. Maybe you've just attended a 35-hour course and you want to see how much stuff you've retained and how you can get into the rhythm of the questions. So we'll take a look at questions. I'll give you a few seconds after I read them. Let's jump straight into the people domain first. People domain questions. Karen is a project manager on a large-scale health implementation project. One of her team members expresses concerns about unclear responsibilities. Which is the best course of action? A. Coach the team member in confidence to take the role. B. Hold a meeting to clarify roles and document them. C. Hold a team meeting to identify other team members with this problem. D. Ensure Maslow's pyramid and hierarchical structure is inherent in rewards and recognition mechanisms. All right, well, let's take a look at the options. And if you need more time, feel free to hit the pause button as I will reveal the answer. So using the process of elimination, there's certain things we do, like on the exam, you cancel the options that are not that great. A, coach the team member in confidence to take on the role. Now, whether that says coach them in private or whether this says give them coaching in how to be confident, this does not address the issue. The issue is unclear responsibilities. C, hold a team meeting to identify other team members with this problem is not solving the problem and is redundant. And D, ensure Maslow's pyramid and hierarchical structure is inherent and rewards and recognition mechanisms. That could be all well and good, but still this individual could end up being confused. So the best answer is B. Hold a meeting to clarify roles and document them. So when you clarify and document roles, ensuring that all team members understand their responsibility, you are promoting efficiency and reducing confusion. Let's go to the next one. Two team members, Sarah, the data analyst, and Michael, the product lead, repeatedly clash. Their heated exchange starts to veer into personal territory. With raised voices and pointed language, you sense the tension rising and a potential for the disagreement to derail the meeting's momentum and worse, damage team morale. What should you do first? A, schedule a private meeting to understand the issues they are facing. B, let them resolve it themselves to foster independence. C, issue a formal warning and document the behavior. D, immediately request the human resource department to intervene and mediate immediately. All right, my friends, let's take a look at the options. Again, on the exam, you are expected to use the tools that you have when they make sense. And one of the tools that I advocate is the strikeout tool, just as I'm demonstrating now. So the first thing you would do is take a look at the options. A, schedule a private meeting to understand the issues they are facing. That doesn't sound like a bad option, but let's check the others. B, let them resolve it themselves to foster independence. So it says the heated exchange starts to veer into personal territory. So this is becoming problematic. This is likely to end up damaging team morale, as you can see in the last sentence. So you need to get in front of the conflict. Doing nothing is not the best course of action. Taking a look at C, issue a formal warning and document the behavior. That still does not help the matter. And D, requesting HR to intervene and mediate immediately. That's why they hired you, right? Because if you are the project manager on this project, which you should assume that you are, based on the ambiguity of the question, then your job is to get in front of this conflict and to understand, hey, what's going on? So the best answer, my friends, is A. I hope this is helping you boost your confidence and give you some hope as you prepare for the exam. Again, it's all about reading the question and then analyzing what is the best thing to do. And we are in the people domain. Number 3, you are the project manager on a large scale infrastructure implementation project. The project sponsor is unavailable for critical decisions. What is the best approach to maintain project momentum? A, pause the project until the sponsor is available. B, make decisions within the delegated authority limits. C, escalate the issue to senior management. D, consult the project team for a democratic decision. All right, so let's take a look at the options. Again, using the strikeout tool for the process of elimination. What is the main problem here? It says the project sponsor is not available for critical decisions. Using the process of elimination. A, pause the project. We're talking about the entire project, putting on pause? No, that's not a good idea. Let's see if there's something more sensible. B, make decisions within the delegated authority limits. So critical decisions need to be made. What do you have the authority to do within the governance specifications? Go to the point where you are allowed. Beyond that, you got to do something else. So B is not a bad thing to do, right? Because it's within your delegated authority. But let's take a look at C. C, escalate the issue to senior management. Now, it says project sponsor is unavailable, but you are the project manager. You can make some decisions within your delegated authority. To blanketly say escalate the issue is like a mother may I. It's like I don't have the authority. It's like being a crybaby in some way. And this is not how you are expected to think as a PMP. You can make some decisions within your delegated authority limits, even critical decisions. So don't let the fact that it says critical decisions throw you off. This is where you put on your leader hat. And in the absence of the project sponsor, if it is within your delegated authority, you make decisions. But the best thing to do is not to immediately escalate the issue. And D, consult the project team for a democratic decision. Again, you are the project manager. This is what you are meant to do. Make decisions within your delegated authority limits. So the best answer here is B. Everything else isn't bad, but it still boils down, when you chose D, still boils down to you being the PM. Remember, the PMI tell us that the one thing you cannot delegate is integration, right? And integration has to do with leadership, it has to do with directing, it has to do with monitoring and controlling. So on the PMP exam, the options that say escalate or ask for permission, they are usually red herrings. So let this be a wake up for those of you who have not encountered such. Okay? So the answer is B, making decisions within delegated authority. It ensures continuity and demonstrates effective leadership and responsibility. Number 4, a key stakeholder expresses dissatisfaction with the project's progress. At a review meeting, how should you handle this situation? A, justify the project team's efforts and challenge the stakeholders' view. B, acknowledge their concerns and revise the project plan to accommodate. C, arrange a one-on-one meeting to discuss and address their concerns in detail. D, suggest they communicate only through formal channels. Okay. Taking a look at the options and using the process of elimination. So it says dissatisfaction with progress. Justifying the project team's efforts and challenging the stakeholders' view sounds combative. This is not the best way to go, so we will cancel that. B, acknowledge their concerns. That's good, but it says revise the project plan to accommodate. Well, acknowledging their concerns is good, but you don't just revise a project management plan without further context and understanding. So B is not the best answer either. D, suggest they communicate only through formal channels. That is rigid and that is anti PMI right off the bat. So it seems like we're left with C, arrange a one on one meeting to discuss and address their concerns in detail. And that would be the best option. Okay, let's move on. Number 5, you notice a decrease in team morale after announcing a project extension. What is the most effective way to boost morale? A, offer incentives for early completion of tasks. B, organize team building activities. C, increase the frequency of performance reviews. D, implement mandatory overtime. So when you think about Herzberg's hygiene factor, what comes to mind here? What is the motivator that will boost morale, and what is the hygiene factor? The hygiene factor is incentives. The real motivator could be other things, such as those activities to boost their morale that show worth, relevance, and importance. So when you think about Herzberg's two-factor theory, it becomes very evident that the monetary rewards and incentives are the hygiene factors. If you really want to boost morale, there should be something more long-lasting and intrinsic and meaning. So, using the process of elimination, offering incentives is not necessarily the best way to boost morale. If you take away incentives, it could demotivate, but increasing them under most circumstances does not. So you're left with B, C, and D. Increasing the frequency of performance reviews is not likely to do that. And D, mandatory overtime, sounds like more drudgery. Definitely not. So when you really boil it down, the best options you had were A and B. A is an illusion. It could work for some people depending on the circumstances, but the best option with the information that we have is to organize team building activities. This is where we boost the team's morale. Remember, it said team morale. This is not the morale of one singular individual. This is as a team. So if you're looking at the team as one organism, the best way is option B. All right, let's move on to the next one. So there's the rationale for option B. Let's go to number 6. A project team member from a different cultural background is misunderstood often by the team. What should you do to improve communication? A, provide cultural sensitivity training to the team. B, assign someone to translate for the team member. C, ignore the issue as it might resolve on its own. D, reassign the team member to another project. Give you some time to think about it. All right. Let's take a look at the options. So, the best answer here, my friends, is A. Provide cultural sensitivity training to the team. It's one of the more obvious ones. The other options, assigning someone to translate, does not mean that the team will understand this individual's cultural background. And it doesn't seem to be a language issue. And that's why the question stresses cultural background, right? So, cultural sensitivity training could definitely help. B, assigning someone to translate, not necessarily. C, ignoring the issue. And again, you have to ask the question, how does this solve the problem? C clearly does not. Assigning them to a different project clearly does not. It just takes away one team member. So when you look at assigning someone to translate, how feasible does that sound? How many times have you seen that happen in the real world? Is that a sensible solution? And in instances where the solution sounds bogus and not realistic, I mean, to translate everything that people say in between themselves in a team, it just doesn't make sense. And that's why the best option here is A. Provide cultural sensitivity training to the team. All right, let's go to number 7. During a critical phase, you observe that the communication among team members has significantly reduced. What should you implement first? A stricter policy on communication. B, scheduled daily stand-up meetings. C, an open door policy for team concerns. D, performance appraisals focusing on communication skills. All right. Well, let's take a look at the options. So, a stricter policy on communication sounds rather draconian. It's not necessarily going to go down well with the team. Remember, we're talking about team morale, team growth, the ability for the team to communicate transparently. B, schedule daily stand up meetings is not a bad option. That will definitely help the team to share information in a more streamlined and regular manner. C, an open door policy for team concerns is not going to help the communication among team members. And D, performance appraisals is not going to help communication among team members because that's our major issue. So the best option, my friends, is B. I hope these questions are helping you. Remember, this series in particular is designed to boost your confidence. For those of you that have been for training, you're trying to get into the swing of things. A lot of these are softball questions put in the context of the relevant domain to help you get back into the swing of things. All right. So I hope this helps you and serves as a kind of pick me up quiz so that you can leverage how you feel about these questions and go on to the more difficult questions, the more very technical questions. All right. So if you're enjoying it, smash the like button. Let's move on to the next one. Number 8. A project team member is consistently missing deadlines. What is the best immediate action? A, assign another team member to share their workload. B, discuss the issue with the team member to identify causes and solutions. C, report the behavior to higher management for disciplinary action. D, decrease their task assignments and responsibilities. All right, my friends, I hope you're getting quicker at this. The best answer here is B. Assigning another team member, which was A, does not help. Reporting the behavior to higher management for disciplinary action could get a more rebellious team member and someone whose heart isn't in the project anymore. And D, decreasing their task assignments and responsibilities is not necessarily going to help. They are consistently missing deadlines, so you need to identify cause and solutions, and that's why B is the best answer. Discussing the issue directly can help identify whether there are personal issues or resource constraints and allow for constructive feedback. Number 9, you receive feedback that meetings are too frequent and not productive. What is the most appropriate action? A, increase the length of each meeting to cover more topics. B, decrease the frequency and improve the agenda setting. C, discontinue meetings and switch to email updates. And D, ignore the feedback as meetings are mandatory. All right. So, taking a look at the options, increasing the length of the meeting, A, doesn't make sense, does it? The meetings are not productive. Why do you want to make them longer? B, decrease the frequency and improve the agenda setting. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. If there's an agenda, at least people know what to expect and they're likely to be more productive. C, discontinue meetings and switch to email updates. That does not solve the issue. The issue is meetings are too frequent, so make them less frequent and make them more productive. How do you do that? Option B, decrease the frequency and improve the agenda setting. D, ignore feedback, is not helpful. This is burying your head in the sand and ignoring concerns. All right. Okay, so the answer to that is B. Let's go to number 10. The project is running smoothly and you have a high-performing project assistant. How best to motivate and retain this assistant? A, recommend them for a higher position in the organization. B, offer a salary increase and bonus incentives. C, provide opportunities for professional development and training. D, increase their workload to match their skills. All right. This again is drawing on your understanding of the whole Maslow Herzberg idea. So you have A, higher positions, but do higher positions mean happiness, right? Not necessarily. And then B is another form of a hygiene factor, offer a salary increase and bonus incentives. Again, this is something that is a hygiene factor. Taking it away could be bad, but making it more is not necessarily going to motivate. So this is really testing you on the concept of motivation. The best answer to this is C. It's to provide opportunities. Increasing their workload to match their skills is not necessarily going to improve their motivation. Might depend on the individual, but the best answer is C. Offering professional development opportunities helps in retaining skilled employees by investing in their growth and satisfaction. Okay, we're almost at the point where we will take a break, but let's jump into a few more. John is a project manager at a large engineering firm working on a major infrastructure project. During a team meeting, two key engineers have a heated argument about the design approach. The conflict is escalating and causing disruption. What should the project manager do first? A, immediately refer to the team charter to understand how best to resolve conflict. B, ask both engineers to explain their perspectives and find common ground. C, use emotional intelligence to understand the source of the conflict and use a compromise strategy to make everyone agree. D, mentor both engineers from the project on anger management to eliminate the conflict. All right. So when you get long questions like this on the exam, of course, you have to read them first, but then you use the process of elimination to take out the useless options. So mentoring them on anger management is not your place. You're not an anger management expert. All right. C, use emotional intelligence to understand the source of the conflict is good, but it strictly says compromise strategy. Recommending a compromise strategy, which is compromise or reconcile, which is where someone concedes to the will of the other, is not the best option in this case. So we're left with A and B. Now, realistically speaking, the project manager should understand how conflict is meant to be resolved. Referring to the team charter to understand how best to resolve such conflict is not realistic. It sounds rather goofy as well. Asking the engineers to explain their perspective should actually come first before looking at how to resolve conflict of whatever nature it is. So the best option is B. Ask both engineers to explain their perspectives and find common ground. Understanding the root cause of the conflict and finding a resolution that satisfies both parties is key here. Next question. Jen is a project leader on a small hybrid project to develop a new drug. One of the team members constantly interrupts and undermines others during meetings, leading to frustration and reduced productivity among team members. What is the best course of action for the project manager now? Is it A, coach the team member to respect other people's points of view without directly mentioning the incident? B, reprimand the team member during the next meeting in the spirit of transparency on the team? C, address the behavior privately with the team member and set clear expectations? D, replace the team member with someone more cooperative? I'll give you some time to think about that. All right, well, let's take a look at what the possible answer could be. So, what is the problem here? One of the team members constantly interrupts and undermines. So, do you coach the team member to respect other people's point of view without mentioning the incident directly? That's not being transparent and not being honest. B, reprimand the team member during the next meeting. That doesn't make much sense in the spirit of keeping things confidential and not berating people in public. It's just poor leadership to do that, even though some people do. So we'll cancel A and B. Going over to the next one. C, address the behavior privately. That's key with the team member and set clear expectations. C is a more worthwhile option. And D, replace the team member with someone more cooperative. That again is not a solution to the problem at hand. So, over the past number of minutes, my friends, we've been taking a look at confidence booster questions. The idea of these questions are to help elevate those of you who are taking the exam, about to take the exam, or gearing up to get your mojo back. Because when you go for a live class, and you don't work on questions immediately, you tend to lose steam and forget. So I put these together to be somewhat softball questions with a little bit of thinking, but not so much technical heavy thinking. Again, these are from the people domain. Remember that? So the main goal for our study today is to get you into the groove, more into the groove. And then in my other videos, my 200 question video, my 250 question video, those will give you a lot more difficult, tough, technical kind of questions. Okay? So I hope this is helping you. If it is helping you, do smash the like button. Our goal is to get to 15 questions for today, and then we'll be done and dusted. So let's go to the next one. Okay. So this is question 13. And let's read it together. Jimmy is a project manager on a small agile project using Scrum to develop a software application. The team is diverse, with varying levels of experience and cultural backgrounds. He notices that some team members feel left out of decision-making processes. What should the project manager do first to support diversity and inclusion? Is it A, assign tasks based solely on seniority to ensure older team members feel respected? B, increase the involvement of junior team members in decision-making? C, continue with the current process to avoid disrupting the workflow? Or D, hold a workshop on cultural sensitivity and inclusive decision making. I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, my friends. Well, let's rationalize. So, if this is an ongoing issue in a team, how best should one handle it? Should one handle it by just making more people speak during meetings and demanding that they speak, or almost as it were, force them to speak? Or is it better to expose them to the logic and the rationale behind decision making and cultural sensitivity? Because it says the team is diverse with varying levels of experience and cultural backgrounds. So, this is something that should be addressed at the team level. So, taking a look at the options, assigning tasks based on seniority. No, you're not going to help inclusion because the junior employees are going to feel not valued and not respected. B, increase the involvement of junior team members in decision making. Now, that's not bad, but how? By making them speak, by ensuring that they give more. Well, while that sounds good and well meaning, you got to get down to the root. And this doesn't tackle the root. Continuing with the current process does not address the issue. So you're left with D, holding a workshop on cultural sensitivity and inclusive decision making. And this is going to get the team talking, is going to get the synergies going, and it is going to end up being of value to the entire team. So the best answer here, my friends, is D. Holding a workshop on cultural sensitivity and inclusive decision making helps foster an environment where all team members feel valued and included, improving overall team collaboration and morale. Let's go to the next one. Number 14. Maria is leading a cross-functional project team at a tech startup. She wants to inspire, motivate, and influence her team to achieve their project goals despite tight deadlines and high pressure. What is the best action for the project manager to take? Is it A, implement a strict rule for extended work hours? Is it B, focus solely on meeting deadlines and occasionally on team morale? C, set clear achievable goals and recognize team achievements regularly. D, set challenging stretch goals for the team to grow and expand to greater heights. Give you some time to think about it. All right, my friends. So let's take a look. Maria wants to inspire, motivate, and influence a team. So, again, implementing strict rules for work hours is not the best way to inspire, motivate, and influence the team. Focusing solely on meeting deadlines and occasionally on team morale, it does not help. It might help a little bit, but not to the degree that we would like. C, set clear achievable goals and recognize team achievements regularly. Recognition goes a long way when it comes to motivating and inspiring and influencing. So C is not bad. D, set challenging stretch goals for the team to grow and expand to greater heights. So challenging stretch goals. Stretch goals are not bad, but let's read a little bit more. She wants to inspire, motivate, and influence her team to achieve their project goals despite tight deadlines. So when we talk about stretch goals really stretch the individual to the ends of their prowess and ability. And stretch goals don't happen overnight. So while D sounds like a good idea, they may not be achievable within the tight deadline that we're looking at. And besides, we are focusing more on project goals, not stretch goals. So the best answer here is C, set clearly achievable goals and recognize team achievements. When you do this, it helps inspire and motivate the team, maintaining high morale and productivity. Let's take a look at number 15, and then we'll take a break at that point. Tom is managing a marketing campaign project and notices that one of his team members consistently underperforms and misses key performance indicators, KPIs. What is the first step the project manager should take to address this issue? A, discuss the performance issues privately with a team member to understand the root cause. B, conduct a survey to understand challenges everyone is facing causing the underperformance. C, ignore the issue and be confident that the team member improves on their own or through peer pressure. D, immediately replace the team member with a higher performer. I'll give you some time to think about this. All right. So what we're seeing here is a team member that is missing KPIs. It's not the entire team, it's just one team member. And you can see that from the underlines here. One of his team members. So this isn't something we are going to do publicly, right? So A is not a bad option. Discuss the performance issues. B, conducting a survey to understand challenges other people are facing is not a bad thing, but it's not going to solve the problem and it's not the first thing we do. C, ignore the issue. It's not going to help ignoring the issue. We got to address the issue, right? And that's in the spirit of PMI with transparency and leadership. And D, immediately replace the team member with a higher performer. That still leaves the initial team member in a lurch and it doesn't solve the problem. Okay, we're not just going to go pull someone else in. We are going to likely want to help that team member. So the best option is A, discuss the performance issues privately with the team member to understand the root cause. That is the best course of action. Now, we're at the point where we are going to take a break, but when we come back, we will continue. And just remember what our goal is. Our goal isn't to take on the big, hairy, audacious technical questions today. Our goal is actually to get our arms around the question, ease back into it. It's like you've been out of work for a while and you need to ease back into it. Well, that's the general idea for us to be able to do that, for us to feel not threatened by the questions, because you do know that some of these questions are pretty aggressive. And before tackling the more aggressive questions, the intent is for you to feel just a little bit more comfortable with these ones. I call them softballs, but they're still up there with, I would say, the easier range on the exam. It is possible to get some questions not as threatening as, twice as hard. So this level is actually good to get into the swing of it. And then in my other videos, I crank it up a whole lot. So you want to look for my knowledge area quizzes on the channel, on the @PRAIZION channel. And you also want to look for my 200 questions that are based more on hybrid and general. Okay, so let's take a break. And then when we come back, we'll continue. Welcome back from break. Question 16. Sarah is leading a product development project and wants to support the growth and development of her team members. What is the best approach for the project manager to take? A, create a work performance report showing the growth of team members and stakeholders on the project. B, rotate team members frequently to expose them to different tasks. C, provide opportunities for professional development and training. And D, focus only on project tasks and ignore team development. I'll give you time to think about the answer. All right, let's take a look at the options. So whenever you get a question, always address what the question is asking. Here it says, wants to support the growth and development. So what is the best way to do it? The best way to support the growth and development of the team is to expose them to avenues to grow more. It's not necessarily in compiling reports to show people how they have grown, if you get what I mean. So while A sounds good, it's not going to help because you want to support the growth and development. Reporting on it is not necessarily supporting it, if that makes sense. So A does sound good, but it ain't. B, rotate team members frequently to expose them to different tasks. That's one way you can develop the team. That is one way you can support growth, but it is not the best option. There's a better option, and it's option C. The opportunities for professional development and training will also include B. D is outrightly wrong to focus only on project tasks and ignore team development. So the best answer here, my friends, is C. Came close to between the first one, A, and C, but C is the best. Providing opportunities for professional development and training supports team members' growth and development, enhancing their skills and contributing to the project success. This option could include rotating team members too. And you want to be aware of that on the PMP exam. When you have a question and the question is showing you a couple of options, and one option is implicitly included in the other, you want to pay close attention. That's one of the cheap tricks, giving you two options where one is better because it includes the other. So just keep your eye on those kinds of things on the exam, which means reading very quickly and effectively as well. Let's go to the next one. Number 17. Alex is a project manager at an IT firm leading a team to develop a new software application. He wants to empower his team by bestowing decision-making authority. What is the best action for the project manager to take? A, delegate all decision-making authority to the team in order to uphold the Agile Manifesto values on autonomy. B, assign decision-making authority based on team members' strength and expertise. C, retain all decision-making authority to maintain control. D, avoid assigning any decision-making authority to prevent mistakes. I'll give you some time to think about the best answer. All right. Well, that was a fair amount of time. So let's take a look. So, what is Alex trying to do? Empower the team by bestowing decision making authority. In other words, let them make some decisions. Taking a look at the options here, some are not that good. And immediately, you want to remove those that don't make sense. Avoid assigning any decision making authority. We can immediately get rid of D. That is not a good option. C, retain all decision making authority to maintain control, is similar to D. So again, that has got to go. You got two left. Delegate all decision making authority to the team. That word all is quite powerful. Quite powerful. So you want to empower the team, but you don't want to throw away your responsibilities and accountabilities as well. So delegating all decision-making authority to the team in order to uphold the Agile Manifesto, based on the question that's given, this sounds pretty reckless. And because it says a project manager at an IT firm leading a team to develop a new software application. He wants to empower his team, which tells me that this is either new or ongoing. It wouldn't be wise to do this right off the bat. You want to grow into A. A is not bad, especially in an agile environment, but where it mentions a project manager and it says he wants to, he has to grow into giving them a whole lot of decision-making authority. Even in the world of agile, in organizations, while the team has a ton of authority, they may not have all decision-making authority. You see, think about it. The product owner has decision-making authority, right? The developers have some decision-making authority. But all is a big word, especially in the context of, at best, a hybrid environment, especially since the project manager has been mentioned. So the best option within reason is B, assign decision-making authority based on team members' strength and expertise. Assigning decision-making authority based on team members' strength and expertise empowers them to take ownership and make informed decisions, enhancing their engagement and performance. Let's take a look at the next one, my friends, going over to question 18. Emily is managing a construction project and wants to ensure her team demonstrates task accountability. She notices that some tasks are being delayed due to a lack of accountability. What is the best course of action for the project manager now? A, use Maslow's Theory X approach to ensure the team is aligned. B, implement a system for tracking task ownership and progress. C, train the team on how to stay on budget and track tasks individually. D, reassign tasks to those who are more reliable. I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, so let's take a look at question 18, under the hood. A, use Maslow's Theory X is a bit of a draconian approach, so we wouldn't do that. B, implement a system for tracking task ownership and progress. That sounds more plausible. C, train the team on how to stay on budget and track tasks individually. The problem isn't staying on budget. That sounds like a red herring. And tracking tasks individually doesn't seem to be as effective as implementing a system. They may be able to track tasks, but they may have a poor system. So C is not better than B. And D, reassign tasks to those who are more reliable. That's not helping the issue. The team needs help in this regard. So the best option is B for this question. All right, so the answer is B, and let's move on to question 19. Michael is leading a project to deploy a new ERP system. He realizes that his team lacks the necessary competencies to use the new system effectively. What should the project manager do first? and he's obviously the project manager. A, implement a job shadowing process for the team to learn and proceed with the project and hope the team learns on the job. B, replace the current team with more experienced professionals. C, delay the project indefinitely until the team is ready. And D, identify the specific training needs and arrange for appropriate training sessions. All right, my friends, again, let's use the process of elimination. So, what is the problem? They don't have the competencies. How best do we equip them is the question. So, for Michael to effectively equip the team, let's look for some red herrings that are not good options. Replacing the team is not a good option. The team doesn't have the skills, but we don't just ditch the team. That doesn't make sense. C, delay the project indefinitely. Again, not in the project manager's power. There could be deadlines. And two, doesn't make sense. So we're faced with A or D. Job shadowing is not bad, right? But it says hope that the team learns on the job. So that shows some elements of uncertainty and doubt. We need to have an answer that actually works. So identifying the specific training needs and arranging for appropriate training sessions is the best answer because D could include A. So A on its own is not the best answer, but remember D could include A. So the rationale, identifying specific training needs and arranging for appropriate training sessions ensures that the team is equipped with the necessary skills to effectively use the new ERP system. All right, we have one more question before we go to the money spinner, and it's number 20. Anna is managing a hybrid project to develop a new healthcare application. She needs to allocate resources for training her team members on the latest medical compliance standards. What should the project manager do next? Is it A, attend the most affordable training and team building event to save cost and resources? B, allocate sufficient budget and time for the necessary training? C, assume the team will learn the standards as they work on the project? D, manage the team using organizational theories and situational leadership? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right. Well, taking a look at these, we can tell some of these are red herrings. They have very little to do with the problem at hand. So she needs to allocate resources for training. That's really what's at stake here. And she needs the training to be on the latest medical compliance standards. So, what is not going to help her with this? Well, organizational theories and situational leadership is great, but that does not help her in getting training for the team. So we can cancel that. Assuming the team will learn the standards is presumptuous, not a good option. Now you got A or B. A, attend the most affordable training and team building event to save cost and resources. Well, the most affordable versus the most effective are two different things. So A is already not looking good, but let's check B. Allocate sufficient budget and time for the necessary training sessions, not cutting corners. So A is not as good as B. B is the better option, and this is also in line with the PMP exam content outline, which is why I highly recommend that you read the PMP exam content outline before your exam. All right, my friends, over the past 50 minutes thereabouts, we've been taking a look at these confidence builders. I call them confidence builders. And it's very important for us, especially in the early stages of PMP, to have confidence builders to get us into that world of more difficult questions. I have over 450 very harder questions on the Praizion channel, very much harder than this that you can take if you want. But for those of you who are just getting into it, I don't want to give you all the hardball questions. These are some softball questions, and I think these will really help you as you prepare for your exam. Okay, so I hope you're enjoying it. If you have enjoyed it so far, smash the like button. Got any questions? Put the questions in the chat, and I will tackle the questions as soon as possible. Again, remember that you can follow me on LinkedIn. Look for my information. I am on LinkedIn and I go live on LinkedIn quite frequently. I have many past lives on LinkedIn that you might want to check out. So just look for me and you will find me over there. Okay. And if you're getting ready for the PMP exam, you can always go to the tinyurl.com/elite PMP. I have mentioned that quite a few times today, and I haven't shown it to you. So I should probably show this to you. So let me show you where you can get this information. Here it is. Because I know some of you are already subscribed on Udemy, and you might be taking a course that is not really working for you. So going down to tinyurl.com/elite PMP. My buddy Roy is my co-trainer on this, and you'll be able to join a course that gives you a whole lot of substance. Well, now that we're done with that, we have done 20 confidence builders. Let's go to the money spinners. And when I say money spinner, I mean it offers a lot of value to you to be able to take some questions that are pretty aggressive, very fast, and it doesn't give you a whole lot of time. It really tests your thinking. So the very first part of this program is to ensure that you are able to look at questions, rationalize. I give you quite a lot of time, but these not as much time because I'm trying to get you to read quick, and the time I give you is on par with the question difficulty. Okay, so are you ready? Let's jump in to some of the money spinner questions. Okay, again, very quick. And if you do need more time, though, you can hit the pause button. But I want you to get into the swing of answering questions really quick. All right. So these are not from the people domain. These are all over the place. So here's your first question. You are a project manager on a hybrid project using a predominantly agile approach and in the process of decomposing work to be done. Which of the following is the largest size? Is it epic, feature, task, or story? All right, time up. I gave you a little bit more time for that first one. The answer to this is epic. That is the highest level in the world of Agile. Some organizations may use these interchangeably, but for the most part, majority of people will tell you epic means great big one. It's a great big user story. Let's move on. You're in the process of establishing how to build a schedule, the policies, procedures, and documentation for planning, developing, managing, executing, and controlling the project schedule. Which result do you expect to receive from this process? All right, time up. The answer to this, my friends, using the process of elimination, because you will eliminate the project schedule itself and the schedule baseline and the schedule forecasts. The best answer is C. The trick is it says you're in the process of establishing how to build a schedule. It cannot be the schedule and it cannot be the baseline. It's the how, the development approach, which really means the schedule management plan, for lack of a better word. Okay, let's move to our next question. You are linking tasks on a project to define the logical sequence of work to obtain the greatest efficiency given all project constraints. Which schedule relationship type would you expect to use the least? Is it A, start to start, B, finish to finish, C, start to finish, or D, finish to start? Okay, the answer to this, least, the answer is start to finish. It is rarely used compared to the others. Here's your next question. You are just about to begin scheduling. Your project sponsor demands that you use a more agile approach. She wants you to use Kanban. Which of the following is not a reason for using a Kanban flow-based approach? A, focus on continuous delivery. B, increase productivity and quality. C, flexibility. D, adherence to a regular cadence. All right, time up. The best answer to this one, my friends, is D. Kanban does not adhere to regular cadence, and that's why we call it flow-based. It depends on the flow of work. And you can find this in the Agile Practice Guide. If you have not done some work in the Agile Practice Guide, I would highly recommend reading it before your exam. Next question. You are working on an Agile project and your customer is looking forward to approving the final deliverable. You need to perform frequent incorporation of ongoing work into the whole product and then retest to determine that the entire product still works as intended. Which of the following XP practices should you do to satisfy this need? A, continuous integration. B, code refactoring. C, spiking. D, technical debt management, TDM. All right, my friends, your time is up. The best answer is A. It's continuous integration. Continuous integration is all about performing frequent incorporation of work into the whole, no matter the product, and then retesting to determine that the entire product still works. Now, code refactoring is tweaking up the code. Spiking is doing the research work that you need before you work on a story, or perhaps in the middle you're stuck and you need to go off and do some additional work to free up the story to move or to free up your knowledge banks and your understanding. But that is not the same as continuous integration, which is the best answer. TDM is a made-up term, and on your exam, you're likely to get made-up terms as well. Next question. You're working on an agile project with team members. Your customer is looking forward to approving the final deliverable. Which of the following should you do first as a project manager? A, first conduct a retrospective before the final deliverable is inspected. B, ensure that customer acceptance occurs before refactoring takes place. C, first deliver the product release before the minimum viable product. D, first define the definition of done to enable proper deliverable acceptance. Time up. The best answer, my friends, is D. Definition of done. It's the team's checklist of all the criteria that must be met so a deliverable can be considered ready for customer use. We have just a few more questions today, my friends, so let's move on to the very next one. Your firm has been awarded a project to design ways to harness a clean energy source. Midway in the project, there's a huge spike in labor cost as project engineers have demanded more pay. Why is it likely that the engineers could still leave the project? You might recognize this from a previous encounter. All right, the best answer is A. The answer is A because all the others do not either make sense or are not realistic reasons. So, salary is not a motivator, it's a hygiene factor. So, B is wrong. So, if I were you and I was doing this on the exam, again, I would use the strikeout to cancel B. The work is too challenging. That's not why they could leave the project, because it said they could demand more pay, right? And money is not a demotivator. It's the absence of the salary that could be a demotivator. We talked about this on a previous episode, and the best answer is A. One more question and we're going to be done. All right. Here we go. In your project, some equipment is to be shipped from another country by sea. The sea route is likely to encounter a storm during the shipment period, which could cause a delay of about 10 days. You identify that not having the equipment on site as scheduled could delay your project by about 2 months. It is therefore necessary to plan an alternate solution. You arrange with a company that has the same equipment to lease it pending the time your own equipment reaches your site in case of shipment delays. This is an example of which risk management process. Again, you might have encountered this in a previous episode. All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. My friends, this is clearly implementing a risk response. And therefore, the best answer is B. You have implemented a risk response to deal with an identified risk. All right. Well, I hope you enjoyed these questions. I hope they are building your confidence. Remember, it's not about getting every question right. It's about understanding why you got them right or why you got them wrong. So I would advise you to go over these a few times. If you're a newbie and the language is new, the more you go over it, the better it is going to stick. And after doing this a number of times, you'll be able to move on to the next level. So if you're wondering, well, what can I do to move on to the next level? I wanted to give you an idea of where you can get a pool of questions that test you on each task for the PMP exam. I mean, task 1 all the way to 14 in people, task 1 all the way to 17 in process, and task 1 all the way to 4 in business, giving you 35 quizzes. The place to go for that is pmpdoctor.com. Let's put that on the screen. On pmpdoctor.com, you get access to 35 mock tests for each PMP exam task, and you also get 2 final mock exams and other tests that will help build your confidence. I've been doing this for the past 19 plus years and helped many people across the world to get certified, everyone from the US Air Force and the US Army students to the NASA students, FBI, and many other reputable firms. And this is the content that they have used to amp up their game and get to perfection. Okay, so if you are in need of a course and in need of help as you prepare for the exam, because I know it could be a very lonely road and you may not have connected with other training solutions you found. If that sounds like you, 2 things: going down to tinyurl.com/elite PMP, and that will get you on my Udemy course. And then to really go into questions and take questions daily, like we have 35 quizzes, 1 for each task, 2 final mock exams and other tests, then it's pmpdoctor.com. If you have any questions as you're getting ready for your exam, please ask them. Again, thank you very much for joining me. If you found value from this, smash the like button, and I look forward to seeing you in the next episode. The next episode, we'll probably be doing a little bit more from the more difficult hybrid end, and I look forward to seeing you then. Take care, and bye for now. Welcome to PMP Exam Situational Questions in Procurement Management. As usual, we'll start off by getting our feet wet in some questions on the intermediate side of the spectrum. Remember that the world of the PMP exam has changed considerably, so there are not a whole lot of heavy questions as it pertains to contract types. On previous exams, this was heavy, but now it's not as heavy. Let's jump straight in. You are suddenly faced with a shortage of resources and need to conduct a rapid staff augmentation and acquisition of experts. You cannot provide a precise statement of work because the work is still in discovery mode and the enormity of work cannot be quickly prescribed. What is the best contract option to use for this work? Is it A, FFP, B, CPFF, C, T&M, D, CPIF? What do you think? Hit the pause button for more time. I will reveal the answer shortly. Okay, so here is the logic, my friends. The logic for this is to assess what is going on currently. You cannot provide a precise statement of work because the work is still in discovery mode and the enormity of the work cannot be quickly prescribed. When you take a look at that and you use the process of elimination, if the work cannot be described quickly, then of course it cannot be firm fixed price. So the items that are fixed, we want to look at those as not possible. The other one is B. So the item fixed in option B is FF, CPFF, cost plus fixed fee. That fee is fixed and it's based on what you have assessed in the very beginning. This fixed fee, if you don't understand the scope sufficiently well, then you really can't come up with a good fixed fee. Also, CPIF, cost plus incentive fee, while that is not a bad option, but if you don't know the work, how are you going to incentivize the people doing the work? So D is likely to not be it. Lastly, option C, if you do know the contract definitions, contract type definitions, you know that T&M is great when the work cannot be quickly prescribed. So option C is the best one. If you go into PMBOK Guide, page 471, you'll find that this is indeed T&M by definition. It's time and material. So T&M, for those of you who are new to the world of PMP exam, T&M, time and materials, contract, okay? So that's the best answer for that first one. Let's move on to another question. You are a solar power consultant providing services to Siberia. The performance period spans a considerable period of years, and payments are to be made in the local currency, which is 107 to 1 in favor of your currency, but inflation changes and cost decreases for specific commodities are a concern to both parties. Which contract type should you best choose based on these concerns? Is it A, FFP, B, FP-EPA, C, T&M, or D, FPAF? I'll give you time to think about it. All right, my friends, let's narrow it down. So, using the process of elimination, looking for bogus contract types, D is fixed price award fee. That's bogus. There's no such thing. So we're going to get rid of that right off the bat. Next, we're going to look at the situation at hand, which is inflation. By definition, for inflation, firm fixed price doesn't make sense if there's inflation. It wouldn't be sensible to choose a firm fixed price contract. Also, T&M, time and material, is not the best one for you to use in this case either, because the problem is strictly one that is best handled with a firm fix or a fixed price with economic price adjustment. Fixed price with EPA. EPA means economic price adjustment. You can also see it says you are a solar powered consultant providing services. The period spans across a considerable amount of time. So therefore, you shouldn't lock in with one rate or one currency rate. You want it to be able to adjust and change. And that's why the best answer is FP-EPA. It also says cost decreases for specific commodities are a concern. You see, it said cost decreases, which means the cost could decrease. And the inflation rate, of course, is all over the place. So the best option, my friends, is B. This is generally the best option when you have economic price adjustment concerns. And this is PMBOK Guide, page 472. All right. What you do need to learn from these questions is, are there any terms that I'm not familiar with?
and close the gaps. Let's move to the next one. You have been brought in to lead a project that has high visibility. You are in the process of deciding upon contract delivery method for certain promising vendors you wish to advertise to. Which of the following does this best describe? Is it A, planning the procurements? Is it B, conducting the procurements? C, controlling the procurements? D, acquiring the project resources? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's jump straight into using the process of elimination. So, high visibility, deciding on the contract. If you are still in the process of deciding on the contract delivery method, there are a number of these that it cannot be. It cannot be controlling because you're still deciding the delivery method. Get it? It cannot be conducting the procurement because it says you wish to advertise to. You advertise in conduct procurements. So it cannot be conduct procurements if we are yet to advertise. Right now, we are deciding which contract delivery method is best. And that's done in planning. So it's not in acquiring the project resources. It's not that process, it's A. This is one of those definition type questions that seeks to understand if you really know the process of procurement and what happens when. So the best answer is A, it's planning. It's planning because this in page 476, it reads, this describes the part of procurement strategy. The objective of the procurement strategy is to determine the project delivery method, the type of legally binding agreements, and how the procurement will advance through the procurement phases. So what you can realize from this is you have three processes in procurement. You need to know them well. You need to know your definitions well, and then you can navigate the questions. Let's jump into this next one. The bidding war between Company X and Company Y has been very convoluted. Company A is in negotiations with both firms on a very competitive turnkey project. Weeks later, you are now in the process of finalizing the legal agreement for delivery with the prospective seller. Which of the following does this describe? Is it A, planning the procurements, B, conducting the procurements, C, controlling the procurements, or D, acquiring the project resources? Hit the pause button for more time. Using the process of elimination, it mentions a bidding war between companies involved, right? It says Company A is in negotiations with both firms on a very competitive turnkey project. So Company A is the buyer, Company X and Y are the seller. You're definitely not in planning at this point. So with the process of elimination, you can say, that's not planning. We are negotiating. That's not controlling yet. And that's definitely not acquiring resources. That has to be conducting procurements. Okay, so the answer to this is B. I hope that makes sense. Make sure you know your definitions. I would say do a Google search for this item, and I'm going to move to the next question after that, but do a search for fails cheat sheet, and you will get a PDF that I've put together to help you understand the definitions very succinctly. All right, let's move on to the next question. You're working on deciding upon the source selection criteria to be used. This stage also requires advertising to be used along with proposal evaluation and selection of sellers. Which procurement process should you work on next? Is it A, planning the procurements, B, conducting the procurements, C, controlling the procurements, or D, acquiring the project resources? All right, let's go ahead and with the process of elimination, hit the pause button if you need more time. But since we are in the middle, it says you are working on deciding on this. This stage also requires this. So you know you are advertising. If you're advertising, you're not planning anymore. You're carrying out work. You're executing, as it were. And if you're executing and doing proposal evaluation and seller selection, then you are in conduct procurements. But the question is, what should you work on next? The next thing to do after conduct procurements is not acquiring the resources. It's C. It's controlling the procurements. So I hope that makes sense. The best answer, my friends, in this case is C. All right, these have been relatively straightforward so far. Let's go to another one. On a build, own, operate, transfer, boot arrangement, the government has refused to back down on a certain change request to modify contract terms despite your firm's disagreement. This has happened 3 years into the arrangement as you are about to transfer the railway system to the government client. Which of the following tool or technique may most likely be used for this procurement process? Is it A, claims administration, B, conflict management, C, ground rules, or D, FP-EPA contract? Hit the pause button if you need more time. All right, let's take a look. So it says your firm's disagreement, which means there's some misunderstanding taking place. The government has refused to back down. They are saying, we want this thing, we want to modify contract terms, and your firm is saying, no, don't modify it. At this point, you should be able to identify what will solve the problem. It's not an FP-EPA contract. That's water under the bridge. And besides, that's not what we read from the question, right? FP-EPA, it says, this has happened 3 years into the arrangement. So it's already far gone. Doing an FP-EPA after 3 years, I don't think this is really where you need to be headed. Ground rules are more for teams, even though stakeholders may be involved, but this is more than just ground rules. You've already gone beyond. You need something that is more legally binding to help you at this point, or something that is more legally focused. You got 2 options, claims administration or conflict management. Well, conflict management, even though some elements of conflict management will kind of seep into this, this is more for teams and stakeholders at a different level. This is going into a contract. So conflict management is not going to be sufficient. You got to bring in the big guns of claims administration. When you think about claims administration, you've got 2 options in claims administration. You've got mediation and you've got arbitration. Remember, what is the difference? Mediation is where both parties agree on the course of action to resolve the conflict. Arbitration, one person decides this is what we're going to do, and that's it. All right, so the best option here, my friends, is none other than claims administration. This describes contested changes discussed under claims administration, which could happen in control procurements. Contested changes and potential constructive changes are those requested changes where the buyer and the seller cannot reach an agreement on compensation for the change or cannot agree that a change has occurred. Next question, the bidding war between company X and company Y has been very convoluted. Company A is in negotiations with both firms on a very competitive turnkey project. Weeks later, you are now in the process of finalizing legal agreement for delivery with the prospective seller. Which process should follow? Is it A, estimate costs, B, conduct procurements, C, control procurements, or D, plan procurement management? Okay, so take a look at the last couple of lines. What does it say? Weeks later, you are now in the process of finalizing. Don't be moved by the word legal. It's a red herring. You are now in the process of finalizing the agreement. In other words, a contract. So right now, if you're finalizing a contract, you're not in estimate cost, you're not in plan procurement management, and you're not in control procurements, right? You are in conduct procurements. But the question says, which process should follow? So right now, you are in conduct procurements, this one, but that's not the question. The question is what should follow? What should you do next? So what should follow is more control procurements. So that is the answer that we were looking for here is C, control procurements. After finalizing the legal agreement in conduct procurements, control procurement should follow. All right, I hope this is making sense. Don't forget to smash that like button if you're getting value from this, and look for all the other videos in the series, and make sure you share with your friends. Let's go to the next one. When deciding upon a contract arrangement, your CEO decides on an alternative to limit the overall budget to a fixed amount. This allows the customer to incorporate new ideas and innovations into the project not originally planned. Work should be closely monitored as hours allocated reach their limit. Which contract does this describe? Is it A, not to exceed time and materials? Is it B, early cancellation option? Is it C, fixed price incentive fee? Or is it D, cost plus percentage of cost? All right, let's use the process of elimination, my friends. Hit the pause button if you need more time, but let's go ahead and begin to strike them out one by one. First and foremost, CPPC is now branded an illegal contract. There's no such contract anymore. There used to be, but a cost plus percentage of the final cost is an illegal contract. That is not done anymore. We cancel that. Now we've got 3. Early cancellation option just means you are given an out to be able to cancel early. Now, this is a rather agile way of thinking, and it's not bad, but let's read what this contract is. It says, limit the overall budget. We're not saying cancel, early cancellation of the project. So it's not B. Let's look at option A, not to exceed time and materials, NTE. That sounds familiar because it says work should be closely monitored as hours allocated reach their limit. Hours reach their limit. Fixed price incentive fee does not have a clause of hours meeting their limit. So it's not C, it would have to be A, not to exceed time and materials. You may also hear this being referred to as an NTE. Definitely know your definitions and it will help. It says in this should be chapters 4 or 5, I think. Page 77 of APG, it says, not to exceed time and materials. Customers incur wanted risk from a traditional time and materials approach. One alternative is to limit the overall budget to a fixed amount. So if you go to the Agile Practice Guide, page 77 and 78, these are great pages to read to understand the world of Agile contracts. Okay. Let's go to our next one. You are a project manager working with a very siloed team. Instead of a cross-functional team, communication is very laborious and the pace of work has become slow. What should you do in a hybrid environment to get things back on track? Choose the best 2 options. Is it A, ask the people who are part of the project to self-organize as cross-functional teams? Is it B, use servant leadership skills to help the managers understand why Agile needs cross-functional teams? Is it C, chaos is normal and needs to be expected in Agile environments? Doing anything will only destabilize the team's equilibrium. Have a second daily scrum. Or is it D, Sutherland's rule? Hybrid environments are unproductive and should be avoided at all costs. What do you think? I'll give you time to think about it. All right, my friend. So taking a look at the grand scheme of these questions, there are some things that are bogus. Let's get rid of what is bogus. Sutherland's rule does not exist. This is alluding to Jeff Sutherland, and there's no such rule. So that's bogus. C says, have a second daily scrum. There's no need to have a second daily scrum. There is one daily scrum. So that's unfounded advice. While chaos is normal, we don't expect it to be sustained in the world of Agile. And saying doing anything will only destabilize the team's equilibrium is also false. We take that out. So you got 2 options left. It's A and B. Those are the 2 correct options just by process of elimination. So A, ask the people who are part of the project to self-organize. That's not bad. It's a hybrid environment, remember? So you're going to incorporate some agile in here. And B, using servant leadership skills. You can never go wrong, right? Understand why agile needs cross-functional teams. So you can find a lot of these problems of an agile nature on page 59 of the Agile Practice Guide. Let's move on to the next question, my friends. And as you do know, as we always have done in these sessions, we go into the more amped up questions. And the more amped up questions are sometimes a little bit angular and oblique. Let's take a look. This says, as a project manager in the financial and banking industry, you are leading a project to implement a new digital banking platform. During the execution phase, you identify a risk related to cybersecurity breaches that could compromise customer data security. What should you do next to manage this risk effectively? Is it A, conduct a detailed comprehensive risk assessment to identify potential vulnerabilities and security measures? Is it B, collaborate with cybersecurity experts to implement robust security controls and preventive measures? Is it C, develop a contingency plan to minimize the impact of a cybersecurity breach on customer data? Or is it D, update the project management plan to include regular security updates, regular security audits, and vulnerability assessments? I'll let you think about it for a bit. All right, my friends. So just taking a look at this right off the bat, one option is asking you to accept this. Can you identify which option that is? It's option C. A contingency plan is really saying, if, then we'll do this. That's not good enough. D is also not good enough because it's presumptuous. It's asking you to update the plan just like that. You don't just update a plan like that. A says conduct a detailed comprehensive risk assessment to identify potential vulnerabilities and security measures. Again, we already know what is at risk, okay? B says collaborate with the right people. The right people have been mentioned, and implement this robust security control and preventive measures. It's better to prevent this from happening. It is a risk, right? It says it's a risk. So you need to jump into action and implement a risk response. That is the best option. And that's why the answer to this is B. Let's move on to the next question. Here's our next question, and it reads, as a project manager in the engineering industry, you are leading a project that requires the procurement of specialized equipment from external suppliers. During the execution phase, you discover that the selected supplier is facing financial difficulties, which may affect the ability to deliver the required equipment on time. What should you do next to manage this procurement risk? Is it A, evaluate the potential impact of the supplier's financial difficulties on the project timeline and deliverables? Is it B, develop a contingency plan to identify alternative suppliers capable of delivering the required equipment? Is it C, collaborate with the procurement team to monitor the supplier's financial situation and address any potential issues? Or is it D, update the project management plan to reflect the potential delay caused by the supplier's financial difficulties? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, let's take a look at what the best option is. You take a look at option A, evaluate the impact. You already know what the impact is. It says it could affect their ability to deliver the equipment on time. So schedule, right? So A is somewhat bogus because we know the potential impact on the timeline. It tells us, right? It tells us already that it could affect their ability to deliver on time. So A is just repeating the obvious. Let's take a look at D. Update the project management plan to reflect potential delay. This is presumptuous. You don't just update the plan. You got to go through considering what the problems are and the other actions you would take to counteract that. Let's look at C. Collaborate with the procurement team to monitor the supplier's financial situation and address any potential issues. Well, you're going to address issues. That means the risk happens and then you're scrambling. It's better to deal with this right now for the risk that it is, because it said which may, okay? So instead of just having a very soft approach, you want to go harder and have a risk response, a solid risk response. And therefore the answer is B. Let's take a look at this all together. If you take a look at B, it says develop a contingency plan to identify alternative suppliers capable of delivering the required equipment. So if it gets to the point where lateness is about to occur that will affect the project, you already have a backup plan, right? So A, we already know about the lateness. C, monitoring the situation is not bad, but it's reactive. At best, it could be a risk trigger, right? So part of your answer B could be, this is the risk trigger, and then this is what we're going to do. A contingency plan is better. So developing a contingency plan to identify alternative suppliers is a proactive step. I don't know if you've noticed what happened in this question. This question is a double whammy. You got some risk and you also have some procurement. This is how the exam could be posed. Also note the way things are worded. You are a project manager or as a project manager, and then what should you do next? All right. So the main goal from this series, my friends, is to learn. All right, let's go to our next question. All right, so having the contingency plan, option B, is the primary and most effective way to mitigate the risk of delays or non-delivery. So, just having your back pocket that contingency plan. All right, let's go to 27. You are a project manager in the pharmaceutical industry, leading a project to develop a new drug. During the execution phase, you encounter a high impact and probability risk related to the availability and pricing of raw materials essential for the manufacturing process. What should you do next to manage this procurement risk? Is it A, assess the potential impact of the raw material availability and pricing risk on the project's cost and timeline? Is it B, collaborate with the procurement team to identify alternative suppliers or negotiate favorable pricing agreements? Is it C, develop a risk management plan to address the raw material availability and pricing concerns? Is it D, update the project management plan to reflect the potential changes in procurement strategies and budget allocations? I'll give you time to think about the answer. All right, well, let's take a look at what the best answer is. I'm going to go through the options one by one as usual. So let's take a look at A. A just reads, assess the potential impact. Note the word impact here, my friends. You see, that word impact means what is the severity? But is that just repeating what the question has already said? Let's take a look. It says, during the execution phase, you encounter a high impact, high probability risk. So A saying assess the impact is bogus. It's already been done. High impact and probability related to the availability and pricing. So we know this could be quite impactful. See, because it's already told us impact of the availability and pricing. This is saying availability and pricing again. No, it's been done. So A has been done, which is why I cancel it. B, collaborate with the procurement team to identify alternative suppliers or negotiate favorable pricing agreements. So B, it's not bad to always have alternative suppliers, but let's take a look at the other options. Option C, develop a risk management plan to address the raw material availability and pricing concerns. A risk management plan is really to decide how to approach risk in general. It is not the same as a risk response plan, and therefore it's not C. Let's take a look at D, update the project management plan to reflect the potential changes in procurement strategies and budget allocations. Again, it's presumptuous. So your best bet here, my friends, is option B. B is the best. And it reads, this approach involves taking steps to address the risk by working with the procurement team to explore alternate sourcing options and negotiate pricing agreements that can help mitigate the impact of fluctuating raw material availability and pricing. The risk management plan is not the same as a risk response plan, and that's exactly what I said. All right, my friends, I believe we have just a couple more for today. So let's take a look at this next one. And it reads, as a project manager in the construction industry, you are overseeing a project to build a new office complex. During the execution phase, you identify a risk related to subcontractor performance and delivery delays. What should you do next to manage this procurement risk? A, assess the potential impact of subcontractor performance and delivery delays on the project schedule and cost. B, develop a contingency plan to address potential subcontractor performance issues and minimize project delays. C, update the project management plan to include alternative subcontractors in case of performance issues. And D, collaborate with the procurement team to establish clear performance criteria and monitor subcontractor progress. I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, my friends, I hope you have taken some time out. Let's examine the options and choose the best one. Okay. So it reads, during the execution phase, you identify a risk related to subcontractor performance and delivery delays. So two things, performance and delays. What should you do next to manage this procurement risk? So let's examine. So this question needs the process of elimination right off the bat. So let's bring out the strike tool. I am going to strike out a few. First of all, I want to strike out option C because it just sticks out. Update the project management plan to include alternative subcontractors. It's not the best option and it's very presumptuous. So let's cancel it. So we wouldn't just choose C and update the project management plan without doing some groundwork. Let's look at option B, develop a contingency plan to address potential subcontractor performance issues and minimize project delays. Your contingency plan is usually a fallback plan after the fact. So at this point, it may not be the best option to develop a contingency plan. Why not be more aggressive? And instead of saying, well, let's just see if they go off and then we'll do something if they go off, why not be proactive and do something about it so that they don't go off or so that going off is minimized? So B is not the best option. So it's not C and it's not B. Let's also think further about what it said. It said during the execution phase. So this is rather tricky because if you think about procurement, In executing as a process group, what are you doing? You're really doing conduct procurements. But nonetheless, let's just look at the question. It said, you identified a risk related to subcontractor performance. Shouldn't you address that performance? Shouldn't you? You should. So option A that says, assess the potential impact of their performance and delivery delays on the project schedule, that's rather basic. It's something we've already done. We already know that their performance will have an impact on the project. So A is kind of like repeating what the question said. It said you identify a risk related to subcontractor performance. We already know it's relating to performance and delivery delays. So it relates to schedule. It's the performance that could affect the schedule. So it's like repeating the question. It really doesn't give any closure. Well, let's first of all assess this thing that we've already mentioned has a problem. No. A is not the best option in this case. Let's look at D. Collaborate with the procurement team to establish clear performance criteria and monitor subcontractor progress. So saying clear performance criteria, that's a risk mitigation measure right there. Is it too late to do that? No. By definition of procurement, the fact that this is alluding to conduct procurements, it's not too late. You should solidify that performance criteria before the contract is signed. So the best option, my friends, which I know is a head scratcher for many, has got to be D. It's not A because A is obvious. It's not B because B is weak. B is like, well, if this happens, then we have something to back it up. And then I also want to bring out the word used here, contingency plan for performance issues. Why do you want it to become a full-blown issue? You see how bad this option is? So it's not A, it's not B, it's not C. The best one is D. You are going to have moments on the exam where you scratch your head and say, could it be this? But then you will eliminate it because you realize it's a weak option. Things that are reactive, you don't want to choose that as your best option, definitely not. Okay, so here's the skinny. The option is D. The rationale is by collaborating with the procurement team to establish clear performance criteria and monitor subcontractor progress, which again is another risk coping mechanism. The project manager can proactively manage the procurement risk, ensure adherence to quality standards, and address any performance issues promptly. Option A is wrong because the impact is already quite clear. Option B is reactive because contingency plans are carried out as a reactive strategy after the fact. Option C is premature and does not address the immediate issue. All right, my friends, let's go for the final spinner. I call it the spinner because what we do is we take a look at a question that is a little bit more over the top than the others. Are you ready? Let's take a look at our over the top question for today. It's not so ridiculously over the top. Let's take a look. An experienced project manager on a hybrid project resigns and a new project manager joins the team. During the initial assessment of project documentation, the new project manager discovers that the impediment log has not been updated for the past month. What should the project manager do? Is it A, consult the team to understand the current state of impediments? B, examine the issue log for risks and issues not on the impediment log? C, escalate the matter to the product owner since they own this backlog? Or D, check in with the business analyst as this is usually their job? What would you do? I'll give you a few seconds. All right. So a few of these are flat out wrong. So process of elimination, the one that says check in with the business analyst because this is usually their job, that is bogus. It could be their job, But to say it's usually their job is incorrect. I know teams are different, but just having it flat out, this is usually their job, is not right. Option C, escalate the matter to the product owner since they own this backlog. Well, this says impediment log, so that's not correct. Taking a look at option B, examine the issue log for risks. You don't have risks in the issue log, right? And then it says issues, not on the impediment log. So it's bogus. It's mixing up the language. The best option is consult the team to understand the current state of impediments. If you want to say consult with the team, consult the team, whatever, that is the best option. So the best option is A. I'm going to give you one more because that one, I know some of you had seen that prior. Let's go to this outrageous one, number 10. Your firm has just been through a difficult year due to COVID-19 and many projects have been canceled. Risk management has therefore become extremely important to your PMO. One particular project manager has been given a very complex project to manage, and heavy risk and change management was expected. The project manager implemented a change to manage a significant risk, but a long while after implementation of the approved change, the project manager realizes that the change failed to achieve the expected result. This led to adverse consequences. What should the project manager have done to avoid this? A, verify that the risk response was effective. B, added the risk information to the risk register and assumption logs. C, reviewed the assumption log to revisit or change existing assumptions. D, assessed new risks and updated the probability and impact matrix. Think about that. I'll give you some time because it's a long one. All right, my friends. Story. Let's try to break it down, and I'll use my highlighter for this one. Let's get the highlighter. All right. So the first two sentences are pretty much standard stuff. But where we begin to see some helpful language, complex project. That's one I would definitely highlight. And then heavy risk and change management was expected. Still not really getting to the crux of the problem. The project manager implemented a change. Here we go. Implemented a change to manage a significant risk. So there was a change order to manage a risk, but after the implementation of the approved change, the project manager realizes that the change failed to achieve the expected result. This led to adverse consequences. So what should the project manager have done? I'm sorry for all the markings. I didn't realize those were there. I was so focused on the question. So it says, what should the project manager have done to avoid this? Let's ask ourselves if certain actions would have truly avoided this. So let's start from A. Verify that the risk response is effective. That sounds so ordinary. If I had verified that my response would work, I would not be at a point of failure. Isn't that so obvious? It's quite obvious. Let's look at option B. I'm not hugely convinced yet. Let's read B. Added the risk information to the risk register and assumption log. How would that have prevented you from having a less than ideal result if you added the risk information to the register? that doesn't talk about the change that was implemented, right? The change that was implemented was a risk response that ended up not being effective. So it's not a question of adding the information to some register or log. Option C, review the assumption log to revisit or change existing assumptions. So if I reviewed the assumption log, would it have prevented a problem, a less than ideal situation by reviewing the assumption? It says assumption log. There's nothing in this question that alludes to assumptions that were not obeyed. It really boils down to an implemented change that failed. As far as why it failed to achieve the expected result, we don't have enough information to say, oh, it was an assumption that ended up being an assumption that was not captured or an assumption that was not properly reviewed. We can't say that, can we? We can't. That would be presumptuous. Let's look at option D, assessed new risks. It just says it failed to achieve the expected result. It didn't tell us it's because a new risk emerged midway, right? And then updated the probability and impact matrix. That's bogus. You don't update the probability and impact matrix. So believe it or not, the most sensible answer is the most obvious one. You are going to get questions on the exam that may not be this long. Now, I have gathered my intelligence to understand this is kind of long for the PMP. This question, you wouldn't get anything as long, but you could get something maybe 4 to 5 lines long for some of the longer questions, okay? I've had the occasional person who said, well, this question length is not abnormal. It's just that you don't get a lot. So you can expect to get very long questions that make your time run out. Let's take a look at the rationalization behind this. So the answer is verify that the risk response was effective. And that's the best answer to the question because all the other options would not have avoided this current situation. I hope you found value from this, my friends. This has been fun going through these 10 chapters, well, 9 chapters with you. We've still got one more. I want to encourage you, if you're looking for training, if you're looking for help for your exam, go on down to our website, praizion.com. You can sign up right now for my PMP training and CAPM training on demand right now. Just go on down to the link. It's tinyurl.com/elite PMP. If you go to that link, you'll be able to sign up for my course right this moment. Okay, Elite PMP. The information is tackled from the perspective of the PMP exam content outline, from the PMBOK 7, the PMBOK 6, Agile. There's a whole lot of stuff there. And also, if you're getting ready for the CAPM exam, then go to tinyurl.com/elite CAPM, and you will be able to sign up for both of these courses. You know that these courses will be available to you for a long period of time, right? Lifetime access. So there's low risk. But one thing, if you do sign up for this course, I have a free 500-page book for you. I need you to hit me up and ask for it, and I'll make sure that you get that book. All right? For other courses, visit our website, www.praizion.com. Thank you, my friends. Hit the like button if you found value from it. Share with someone. And I wish you all the best on your PMP exam. Take care and bye for now.
Hello, my friends, and welcome to PMP Exam Prep, Pace and Reasoning, the cost area. The cost area is 4 processes in the 6th edition, but it spans across all the other areas when you boil it down, because the other knowledge areas could impact cost. Let's first of all take a look at some pretty straightforward questions. Here's your first question. You are a project manager on a hybrid project using an agile approach and in the process of costing work to be done. How would you likely proceed? Is it A, flexible cost, B, flexible schedule, C, fixed scope, or D, fixed cost? If you need more time, do hit the pause button. Best answer to choose in the light of this being an agile project is exemplified in the inverted triangle as presented by DSDM in the Agile Practice Guide. You do recall that in the world of predictive, we often have scope fixed. And in the world of agile, we have the scope as flexible. But the schedule and the budget in agile, remember, schedule and budget are now fixed. In the world of traditional, schedule and budget are estimated or flexible, if you will. So, my friends, in light of this, the best answer is none other than D. This is agile where the cost is fixed. Let's move on. Next question. You are the project manager on a hybrid project using an agile approach and in the process of costing work to be done. How would you likely proceed? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Again, based on what I just showed you, we understand that in the world of agile, schedule and budget are fixed. So it can't be A that says flexible cost. It can't be D that says fixed scope. And it can't be B that says flexible schedule because we know the schedule is fixed. So the best answer here, my friends, is none other than option C. This is agile where there's flexible scope and fixed schedule and fixed cost. Let's move on to the next one. What is the key benefit of the planned cost management process? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. So remember, this is the very first thing you're doing in cost management, and therefore, anything that prescribes a future activity is wrong, or anything that prescribes a previous activity already done is wrong. So right off the bat, let's take a look at D. Creates a comprehensive budget document that defines the basis of all the work. This is wrong. The budget comes after we have planned cost management. C says links the project to the strategic WBS of the performing organization. That is a bogus statement that doesn't make sense. B determines the project budget and monetary resources. It does not do that. This comes later. So the best option, my friends, in light of this is provides guidance and direction on how project costs will be managed. Let's move on. You are a project manager on a small-sized asset integrity in the initiation phase. You are computing a rough order of magnitude ROM estimate. What range of accuracy would you expect for such an estimate? Do hit the pause button for more time. I will reveal the answer shortly. When we're talking a rough order of magnitude, it is not very accurate. So you could guess by taking a look at the one that is so accurate, you immediately know it cannot be D. That is pretty accurate. It is not C because the numbers don't match. And B is a little bit too accurate for it to be a rough order of magnitude. The ROM spans across 100 points, and you have minus 25 in the direction on the number line. So if you're thinking of positive and negative, just think about the smaller number being on this side and the bigger number, the plus 75, is on this side. And that's how you can remember, but it spans across 100 points. It's like a hit or miss if you really wanted to boil it down. But the best answer, my friends, based on the facts and figures you've got in the PMBOK guide, is A. The range is minus 25 to plus 75%. Moving on, Jill is working on estimating the cost of individual work packages to the greatest level of specified detail. She then summarizes the estimated cost to higher levels for tracking purposes. Which tool and technique does this describe? Do hit the pause button for more time. I will reveal the answer. So the answer to this, my friends, when we talk about going down to the lowest levels, this is not analogous, neither is it 3-point, and it does not describe parametric. This is talking specifically about bottom-up estimating. Going down to the granular levels and rolling up. Next question. You have completed all the work package cost estimates. What is the outcome of the process of aggregating the estimated costs of individual activities or work packages? All right, do hit the pause button for more time. So this could easily be guessed, even if you didn't know what the answer is straight up. But straight up, you should know the answer. But the outcome of aggregating the estimated cost, which means the costs are estimated. So it can't be cost estimates, right? Because the costs are estimated. It can't be cost forecasts, because that's something we do in the controlling of cost, to forecast the future based on the current conditions. So a cost forecast is not a plan, it is a projection based on current conditions. So it can't be A, because we're still talking about estimates. It cannot be data analysis because there's nothing to analyze. All we have is what we're planning. We also don't have project reports, so it can't be that. Now, straight up, the best answer is C, because that's what you get from the determined budget process. You get your cost baseline and you get project funding requirements. This is the funding requirements for the project in total and also periodically. So the best answer, my friends, is C. Straight up, those are the outputs you get from determined budget. Let's take a look at a few other questions before we get into the more difficult ones. Here is another question. Your project metrics are as follows. BAC is 50K, EV is 10K, AC 30K, EAC 60K. What is the CPI? All right, my friends, I gave you a little bit more time for the computation. So here's the answer. This question gives you everything you need, but there's some stuff that you don't need. You don't need the budget at completion. You don't need the estimate at completion. All you need is the two variables for CPI. CPI is earned value divided by actual cost. And this gives us EV of 10K divided by AC of 30K. I want you to observe how the dollar sign will be canceled and the K's will obviously be canceled, and that leaves 10 divided by 30, which we all know as 0.3333, the never-ending number. But when you take a look at this, it's not 30K and it's not 30. It also is not B because it has a dollar sign. Cost performance index is just an index without the dollar sign because they canceled. Remember in what we did. So the best answer is D. I know it looks very tricky, but this is how the exam is. So you got to know your metrics really well and what CPI truly is. It's an index. All right, so the best answer is D. Let's go ahead and take a look at yet another simple question. This will go very quickly. Based on these metrics, what is the SB? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Okay, my friends. So let's jump straight into the answer. From the world of earned value, you already know that the schedule variance is earned value minus planned value. All the metrics start with EV, as you know, right? So the schedule variance is going to be 10K because we don't need the AC and we don't need the EAC, right? So we just need the 10K in dollars minus the 40K. Okay, this will give you a minus dollar sign $30,000. So the answer is not 0.25 and it's not a plain 30. The answer is also not 30K because that is positive. This is unfavorable. So the best answer, my friends, the right answer is A, minus 30K. And that is how you need to think about these questions and how to process the questions and look out for trickery. A lot of trickery or seemingly tricky. Okay. Also be aware of things like this. If you have an SPI of 0.5, CV of 5, an SV of minus $50, a CPI of 1.01, and an SPI of 3.09, you should be able to come up with what these mean. And let's throw in a CPI of 0.65. Can you quickly decide what these are? Okay, I will reveal the answers. 0.5, first of all, tell yourself, is this an index or a variance? It's an index. Indices less than 1 are unfavorable. So this is bad. It's bad schedule performance. You're behind schedule. What about this? This is positive. It's $5. This means in terms of cost, you are $5 under budget. This is not bad. This is actually good. Taking a look at SV of minus $50, this means there's $50 worth of work that you did not get done in whatever time box you're looking at. This is behind schedule, not good. This 1.01 is greater than 1 slightly. This is not bad at all. In fact, this is good performance, and performance like this will actually not get you in trouble, actually make you look good because you're under budget. Now, if you are so much under budget, that could be a concern. As in this example with schedule, you are so far ahead of schedule that this is problematic. This means you are accelerating at 3.09 times the speed of getting stuff done that you originally promised. This is problematic. Even though you are far ahead of schedule, we need to investigate why is this happening. Last but not least, a CPI of 0.65. This is poor cost performance, I beg your pardon, and this means you are over budget. And that is a very quick review of the items at a simple to intermediate level. We're going to change gears here, my friends, and we're going into some more difficult questions. So let's go into some more cost questions of the difficult variety. You are a project manager in the construction industry overseeing the construction of a new office building. During planning, a cost baseline and earned value methods were decided upon. During the execution phase, after framing work is completed, a shortage of construction framing materials leads to a significant increase of such materials in the marketplace. At present, Cost Performance Index CPI is 1.01 and Schedule Performance Index SPI is 0.76. What should you do next to manage these project conditions? What should you do next to manage these project conditions? A, collaborate with the procurement team to explore alternative suppliers for framing materials and negotiate better prices to manage the poor cost performance. B, look for opportunities to crash or fast track the project to bring current conditions in line with the project plan while optimizing budget. C, communicate the cost deviation to the project stakeholders and seek their input on adjusting the project budget. And D, update the project management plan to reflect the revised cost estimates and allocate additional funds. I'll give you some time to think about this and reread it. All right, my friends, let us break this question down. There are some keywords you need to be aware of. This is one of the keywords that you needed to have taken notice of. It said, during the execution phase, after framing work is completed. So be aware that framing work is completed. So a shortage of such materials in the marketplace isn't really going to affect you. Could it be that there's some additional framing stuff that needs to be done? It's possible, but right now it says framing work is completed. It also reads, the cost performance index is 1.01. That's actually under budget. So you're not in dire straits as far as the budget is concerned. SPI is 0.76. That is a problem. You are behind schedule. So your major focus, it says, what should you do next to manage these project conditions? And the project conditions are your cost performance index, which is looking good, and your schedule performance index, which is deplorable. So your focus is going to be on the schedule, not the cost for those reasons. So A, collaborate with the procurement team to explore alternative suppliers for framing materials. You don't have to do that. Framing's being done. That is not a problem. And it says to manage the poor cost performance. The cost performance isn't poor. B, look for opportunities to crash or fast track the project to bring current conditions in line with the project plan while optimizing budget. It's not a bad idea. Let's look at anything else. C, communicate the cost deviation to the project stakeholders and seek their input on adjusting the project budget. There's no cost deviation, so that is incorrect. And D states, update the project management plan to reflect the revised cost estimates and allocate additional funds. Well, at this point, we're not looking at any additional funds because the framing work is done. We don't need any revised cost estimates. We just need to optimize whatever we have as our budget. Keep on the good work. So the best answer, my friends, is B. That is the best answer. Okay. I'll scroll through very slowly so that you can go back and read more about the rationale. Okay. So the answer is B. Look for opportunities to crash or fast track. And with the framing work already completed and no current cost issues, the focus should be on managing the schedule deviation. By expediting critical activities, allocating additional resources, or resequencing tasks, the project manager can mitigate schedule delay and align the project's progress with the original plan. Make sense? Okay. While collaborating with the procurement team, option A, and exploring alternative suppliers could be relevant in other situations, it doesn't address the schedule. Communicating the progress, Again, that was bogus because there was no problem, right? And then updating the project management plan, it's something that you could do, but you got to first look at the schedule, okay? And it wouldn't be for cost reasons. All right, my friends, let's take a look at the next question, number 11. As a project manager in the pharmaceutical industry, you are leading a clinical trial project. During the planning stage, a cost baseline was determined and earned value rules of performance were decided upon. During the execution phase, unexpected regulatory changes result in additional compliance requirements, leading to increased project cost. What should you do next to manage this cost deviation effectively? Now, let me just say this question is written with a lot of fluff, just like the real exam, because we've heard that the real exam has a lot of fluff in some of the questions. So this is to get you up to that speed. I'm going to let you read and decide, and I'll be back with the answer. All right, my friends, let's take a look at the options. So you understand that unexpected regulatory changes, here's the crux of the matter. Let's go ahead and highlight it. During the execution phase, unexpected regulatory changes result in additional compliance requirements, and this leads to increased project costs. So what should you do next to manage this cost deviation effectively? Now, there's some things that are not in the right sequence. For example, update the project management plan to reflect the revised cost estimates, earn value metrics and budget allocation, then perform a quality impact analysis. Sounds clever, but it's not right. You would actually do a quality impact analysis first, but just going ahead to update the project management plan to reflect revised cost estimates. When did the cost estimates get revised? So that's suspicious. We're going to cancel that. Because you don't just revise cost estimates, you have to go through the analysis and so on first. So let's look at B. Communicate the cost deviation to project stakeholders and seek their input on adjusting the project budget. Well, while this sounds well-meaning, you don't just go to stakeholders and say, oh, what do you think about adjusting the project budget? How can we do that? Oh, there's a cost deviation and then no additional information? No. So while this sounds good, this is premature. You wouldn't do this right now. You would, first of all, understand the full gamut of whatever you're looking at cost-wise, right? Let's move on to the next one. It says, collaborate with regulatory authorities to explore cost-saving alternatives without compromising compliance. Now, that's not a bad thing. But as a project manager, it is not what you would do first. You need to understand the full impact of this regulatory change on your project, or as much as possible. D states, assess the impact of the regulatory changes on the project's cost baseline and examine opportunities to revise the cost estimates. That's not a bad thing to do. You are going to have to revise something at some point, and maybe filtering through and looking for where there's wiggle room in the cost estimates makes sense. So the best answer here, my friends, is D. Now, it took a little time to go through, but this is how the exam is. And this is why you need to be very quick in reading through and making your judgment very quickly. It's not about the volume of the questions you do, my friends. It's about the quality of the questions. And I dare say this is a quality question on par with what you're going to find on the exam, all right? So the answer is D, by assessing the impact of the regulatory changes on the project cost baseline and examining opportunities for revising cost estimates, the project manager can ensure that the project's financial resources are appropriately allocated to accommodate the increased cost. And I have a lot more about the explanations, but I'm not going to go through it all. You can read it off grid. Okay. All right, let's go to the next question. Number 12. You are a project manager in the construction industry overseeing the construction of a new office building. During the execution phase, a shortage of construction materials from a sole source contractor leads to a significant increase in procurement costs and the project schedule. What should you do next to manage this cost deviation appropriately? I'll give you time to read the answers, and I'll be back. All right, my friends, let's take a look at the options. So there's a few keywords that you need to be aware of here. And the first keyword is with regards to the vendor. It says, a shortage of construction materials from a sole source contractor. This is pivotal to you getting the correct answer. And then it says, leads to significant delays in two areas, in cost, procurement cost, and the project schedule. What should you do next to manage this cost deviation appropriately? So there's two variables here. There's cost and there's schedule. And in order to manage this cost deviation appropriately, you got to contain everything that is affected. Now, there are some things that are beyond your jurisdiction, beyond your control. A, collaborate with the procurement team to explore alternative suppliers. There ain't no alternative suppliers for sole source contractors, my friends. So that is immediately wrong because the question of alternative suppliers cannot be answered here. You shouldn't even ask it, right? Because it's a sole source contractor, which means only that contractor can provide this particular construction material, whatever that is. It could be a prefab thing, but whatever the case, they're the only ones. That removes A. Let's take a look at B. Assess the impact of the schedule deviation caused by the contractor and seek schedule shortening options. That kind of refers to crashing and fast tracking, but it says assess the impact of the schedule deviation. Now, yes, there is schedule deviation, but what about the cost deviation? So this is incomplete and not the best option. C, communicate the cost deviation to the project stakeholders and seek their input on adjusting the project budget. Now, while this isn't a bad thing, it, number one, doesn't address the schedule, but number two, you don't go to the stakeholders to say, mother, may I, or help me, parent, because that's kind of like the mindset going to a higher power. So while it sounds good, it's not the best option. You need to, first of all, understand what the impact is, and then you go through the change control board. That would be the better option. But in the absence of that, it goes to D, assess the impact of the deviations on the project overall. And that's good. So both deviations, whatever that might be, cost and schedule, assess it overall, and brainstorm for solutions to problems. That is right in the wheelhouse of performing integrated change control. So that, my friends, is why D is the best answer. You got to focus on both, not just one. And you also got to bring the team along for the ride, okay? It's not something that you would do in isolation. So the best answer is D. Assess the impact of the deviation on the overall budget and financial feasibility and everything else. Schedule, not just budget, but schedule and everything else. When facing a shortage of construction materials from a sole source contractor, it is essential to assess the impact of the deviations on the project as a whole. This involves evaluating the cost deviation, schedule delay, and potential implications to project quality, scope, stakeholder commitments, so on and so forth. By conducting a comprehensive assessment, the project manager can gain a holistic understanding of the situation. Okay, yada, yada. Here's our final one for this section of our question bank. As a project manager in the financial and banking industry, you're leading the implementation of a new digital banking platform. Although there are management reserves, most of the contingency reserves have been maxed out. During the execution phase, you realize that additional cybersecurity measures are required to protect customer data, resulting in higher project costs. What should you do next to manage this cost deviation? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, my friends, let's take a look at the question. It says, during the execution phase, you realize that additional cybersecurity measures are required. So this isn't negotiable, obviously. This is something that needs attention because it is what it is. Additional cybersecurity measures are required to protect customer data. Very important. So what should you do next? Let's take a look. A, communicate the cost deviation to the project stakeholders and seek their approval on adjusting the project budget. This is not what you do first. There's no need to go immediately to the project stakeholders. You got to first of all figure out what this is touching, who is it affected, and so on and so forth. So B, collaborate with cybersecurity experts to explore cost-effective solutions without compromising data security to accommodate these sudden changes or sudden increases. Again, it's not a bad thing to do, but it's not what you would immediately gravitate towards. You gotta know some stuff for yourself, understand what it is touching, and know the far-reaching implications before you move ahead. And actually, you can take this as a blueprint and a model and apply this to your actual exam by always asking the question, do I know what it's touching? Do I truly know what is being affected? And if the answer is no, then you cannot select that. Let's take a look at C. Conduct a cost-benefit analysis to evaluate the potential value and impact of the additional cybersecurity measures on the project. Now, that doesn't sound like a bad option, but let's take a look at D. D just talks about updating the project management plan to reflect the revised cost estimates and additional funds. Think about it. Would you update the plan immediately? Think about that. Can you? Is that something you can do? Because this is obviously budget related. So my friends, in light of that, the best answer is none other than C. Conduct a cost benefit analysis. That is what makes the most sense, and that is the right answer. Do a cost benefit analysis to evaluate what is the value of this stuff. That's one. And number two, the impacts. The impact was not first and foremost in the sentence, but it's buried in there. You always got to assess the impact, understand, do an analysis of sorts. So my friends, the answer is D. The C, I beg your pardon, conduct a cost benefit analysis. D, even though it sounds like something you would do, you wouldn't do that now. It's something you would do later after going through change control and after getting approval of those funds. So the best answer is C. All right. So with that, we have come to the near endpoint of our journey today, but it wouldn't be complete without us having one of our crazy questions from the insanely difficult bank. Now, today's question is not absolutely insane like the previous ones we've looked at. This is a rather softball one considering. So let's go to our special question for today. And it reads, you are working on a significant international project with a very large budget involving stakeholders from every continent who have agreed on a project charter. You study cultures and norms in order to be an effective project manager. Despite your efforts, due to cross-cultural differences, stakeholders of this significant international project refuse to approve the created project management plan. What should the project manager have done to mitigate this issue? I'll give you some time to read it. All right, so what's the language? Mitigate. This is talking about a reduction. So what should the project manager have done to reduce the likelihood of this happening, to reduce the risk? So A, trains the team on common communication language. What does that even mean? That's bogus. So it's not A. It's like saying, train everyone on how to speak English. It's not sensible, it's not viable. B, requested earlier feedback from stakeholders during project initiation. Well, let's look at what is happening. It says, who have agreed on a project charter? And then it says, despite your efforts, due to this thing, cross-cultural differences, stakeholders refuse to approve the created project management plan. So what could you have done in initiating is the question, or what could you have done prior? So requested earlier feedback from the stakeholders on the plan? That wouldn't have changed because it says they've agreed on a project charter. So obviously, earlier feedback during initiation on a plan is not even doable. Doesn't make sense. So we're going to cancel B. Let's take a look at C and D. C says reviewed or updated the issue log to reflect that the project management plan may not receive approval? Well, let's think about it. The issue log is typically documented in executing in the direct to manage project work process. So this is earlier on. It is a little bit premature. Documenting something in the issue log actually doesn't do a whole lot. It's like completing paperwork, even though this paperwork is way early. Not to say that we couldn't have issues earlier on, but it just said review the issue log. The likelihood of an issue log existing right now is very slim. And even if it did, just reviewing the issue log may not really make an impact. And it says to reflect that the project plan may not receive approval. That doesn't even make sense. How would you have known that? So we're going to cancel C and hope that the next one really gives us something that we can work with. D, updated the stakeholder register. Okay. And paid attention to non-verbal cues, because body language and tone of voice trump everything else. So it is likely that the project manager would have, one, updated stakeholder register to reflect the individuals and their dispositions, and paid attention to tone of voice, body language, and things like that. In light of what we're seeing, I think if the project manager had indeed paid more attention to the stakeholders, nonverbal cues, especially, there could have been some detection. See, because these are cross-cultural differences, and these should have been updated, and these should have been addressed. So the best answer, my friends, is D. Very subjective question, very much in the middle of the road, but I can assure you, you will get questions of an in the middle of the road nature on the PMP exam. It's just how it is. It is rather in the middle of the road sometimes. Whenever you have stakeholders across regions, you should pay attention to the cultural elements. It says significant international project. Take a look at that. Okay, forget about the large budget. Stakeholders from every continent. And it says you study cultures and norms. Yeah, you should have paid attention to those nonverbal cues as well. And that, my friends, brings us to the end of another interesting episode of your PMP exam difficult questions. I know some of my friends, they scratch their heads at the end of each one and they're like, it can't be Phil, it should be this option. Well, the honest truth is that the exam is very, very subjective, but these questions I'm giving you are done in that same spirit to push you to the brink, to the edge, where you get an aha moment and you understand why the question is what it is. You take that model and you apply it on your exam. So I hope hearing me think some of these out aloud has helped you. And don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share, and hit the bell icon so you'll be notified when I have another one of these videos available. Remember what I said in the middle. I told you it's more about the quality of the questions than the quantity. I have a whole bunch of questions out there, but the questions that I'm giving you now have been updated to reflect how the exam feel and bend is currently. So if you're feeling very comfortable with these, more power to you. If you're feeling uncomfortable and you need further prep, you need further help, I encourage you, look for help as soon as you can, close the gaps, get good before your exam, okay? If you need help in particular with your PMP exam prep and you're looking for solutions that can help you, I want to encourage you to go on down to our site. It's Praizion.com. That's Praizion.com. Also take a look at my radio show, the PMP exam radio show at pmradio.org. And also take a look at my second podcast, 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. You can find it on Spotify, you can find it on Amazon and everywhere. Just type in 40days.pmradio.org or type in study.pmradio.org. Okay, study.pmradio.org, and that will lead you to the Apple version of the podcast. Thank you very much for joining. I wish you all the best. Shout out to those students of mine who passed the PMP recently. A shout out to Lawan, a shout out to Stephanie, a shout out to Victor, and a shout out to all the others who have cracked the exam code. Talk to you soon, and bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to PMP Exam Prep, Pace and Reasoning, the quality area. Today, we are going to go through questions as we have in the past, starting off from some that are in the middle, intermediate, if you will, and we'll get into some that are a little bit more difficult before we get into the curveball for the day. So let's start off with quality. As you work on the retrospective, a discussion about enablers of agility is started by two team members. As servant leader, they ask you for advice. Which of the following would you use as an enabler for agility? Choose two options. If you need more time as usual, hit the pause button. The answer to this, my friends, could be gleaned from the Agile Manifesto. And one of the principles tells you that technical excellence and good design enhances agility. So the answer is A and B. You can find this on page 9 of the Agile Practice Guide. Let's move on. You are working on an Agile project and your customer is looking forward to approving the final deliverable. You need to perform frequent incorporation of ongoing work into the whole product and then retest to determine that the entire product still works as intended. Which of the following XP practices should you do to satisfy this need? Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time. The answer to this, my friend, is not D. There's no such thing. And it's not C. Spikes just refers to prototyping, additional research, or some risk action. The best answer, my friend, is A. This is continuous integration. Performing frequent incorporation of work into the whole, no matter the product, and then retest to determine that the entire product still works as intended. Code refactoring is cleaning up code, but that is not what this question is talking about. This question is clearly talking about integration. Next question. You're working on an Agile project with team members. Your customer is looking forward to approving the final deliverable. Which of the following should you do first as a project manager? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's take a look at the options. A. First conduct a retrospective before the final deliverable is inspected is implying the retrospective comes before the sprint review. That's not correct, so it cannot be A. On your exam, remember to use process of elimination when in doubt. So it's not A. B says ensure that customer acceptance occurs before refactoring takes place. Well, that doesn't make sense. You would refactor your code before your customer gets that product, service, or result. C states first deliver the product release before the minimum viable product. It's the other way around. MVP comes first and then you would release. So it's not C either. The best answer, my friend, is D. First define the definition of done to enable proper deliverable acceptance. When we define the definition of done, it's a set of things that must be complete before the final deliverable, or your increment, if you will, is deemed acceptable. So the answer is D. Bear in mind, there is an order that things should happen.
The minimum viable product is a minimum amount of functionality that gives the customer enough of the product for them to give you feedback as far as if you're on the right track or not. Okay, so the best answer to this, my friend, is D, the definition of done, as it reads a team's checklist of all the criteria required to be met so a deliverable can be considered ready for customer use. Let's move on to the next one. Next question. You have been asked to define the quality standards for the project and its products based on the project scope, risks, and requirements in order to prevent the occurrence of defects and control the cost of quality. What should you do first as the project manager? Okay. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Well, rule number one, what needs to happen first when you're talking about quality standards, defining the standards? This should be very obvious, my friends. You got to develop a quality management plan first. It reads, planned quality management is the process of identifying quality requirements and/or standards for the project and its deliverables, and documenting how the project will demonstrate compliance with quality requirements and/or standards. Let's move on to the next one. Your firm has been awarded a project to revamp infrastructure on an abandoned land for use by the general public. The cost of quality has been determined as a first step. Which item should the project manager have worked on as part of this first step? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's take a look at the options. Decide on quality metrics is not out of place. That happens in planning. B, testing. That does not happen as part of the first step. C, process analysis does not happen as part of a first step. That's usually step 2, which is quality assurance. D states product inspection, and that happens in step 3, which is quality control. So the best answer here, my friends, is A, quality metrics. That is the only thing that you get out of planning quality management. Everything else comes after. Let's move on. Your firm has been awarded a project to carry out an analysis of a product's partial life cycle from resource extraction cradle to the factory gate. The quality assurance process is likely to require the construction of a new lab, which would cost almost half of your proposed profits. Management asks you to estimate the strengths and weaknesses of alternatives in order to determine the best alternative and justify the cost expenditure for this quality aspect. Which quality technique or which technique should you use? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. So when you think of these options, my friends, to justify cost expenditures, there's 2 that you can immediately shoot down. Performing quality assurance is not a technique, that's a process. And planned cost management is a process. So if I was on the exam, I would eliminate these 2, and I would be left with 2. And they're both in that same domain of quality meets cost. But there's one that helps you justify cost expenditures, and it's not the cost of quality. The answer is B, cost benefit analysis. This is used to estimate the strengths and weaknesses of alternatives in order to determine the best alternative in terms of benefits provided. A cost benefit analysis will help the project manager determine if the planned quality activities are cost effective. Let's move on. Your firm has been awarded a project to design a rainwater harvesting system. As your project progresses, you are asked to ensure that the processes being carried out will result in project success while identifying process improvement opportunities. Which of the following statements describes what is being done? All right, my friends, hit the pause button if you need more time. Going through these mentally, it states, you are asked, watch this, to ensure that the processes being carried out will result in project success. This is not planning quality. This is not controlling quality. It's too late by then. So it's not B and it's not C. Now, it says using process analysis as a technique. Process analysis is the technique being referred to here to some degree. And the reason why you know this is your process analysis ensures that the processes are of value. And you look to optimize your processes, but it's not done in control quality. Ensuring that processes will result in success is done in quality assurance, and that's code for managed quality. So the best answer here, my friends, is manage quality, not the control quality processes. Managed quality involves following and meeting standards to ensure stakeholders that the product will meet their needs, expectations, and requirements. Process analysis identifies opportunities for process improvement. This analysis also examines problems, constraints, and non-value added activities that occur during a process. Okay, let's move on to our next question. Your firm has been awarded a project to design an inexpensive cutting-edge alternative fuel. You are working with a set of technical guidelines for the optimization of certain aspects, cost, safety, and quality of this product while it is under development. Optimization of certain aspects of this product while it's under development. What does this describe? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. So when you think about it, you're working with a set of guidelines and you want to optimize certain aspects of the product. This describes one thing only. It's not a Monte Carlo, and it's neither of the analyses, my friends. It's A. This is designed for X. It's a direct cutout from the PMBOK guide. It reads, Design for X is a set of technical guidelines that may be applied during the design of a product for the optimization of specific aspects of the design. DFX can control or even improve the product's final characteristics. So whenever you see a product, remember, it's designed for something. It could be designed for ease of assembly, like IKEA claims. It could be designed for ease of use. It could be designed for ergonomics. It could be designed for optimization of energy. It really depends. Let's move on. You are the project manager on an agile project. You have been asked to carry out a quality activity to improve on the team's performance. Which of the following ceremonies does this best describe? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Since this directly talks about team performance, there's only one answer that I would expect you to go for, and that is the retrospective. It's a regularly occurring workshop in which participants explore their work and results in order to improve both process and product. Let's go to the next set of questions. You have been awarded a project to design a district energy system, DES system, for a client. Close to project end, the customer requested a significant change which is approved by the CCB. After reviewing certain reports, which of the following is true about this approved change request? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. This question is testing to see if you understand the dynamics of change requests and what happens to them. A change request gets reviewed and ultimately it could get approved. And that's called an approved change request. So what happens with it? Should it be used to plan programs in the firm? Not necessarily. Should it be used to develop the charter? No. The charter comes first. Should it be used as an input to perform integrated change control? And the answer is no. It's an output of performing integrated change control. So the best answer is A. The implementation of approved changes should be verified, confirmed for completeness, retested, and certified as correct. So this is going to be used to retest, to check the reworked product. Moving on, you are verifying that project deliverables conform to the quality standards in the quality management plan. You are using appropriate tools and techniques to meet project requirements and business needs. A major technique carried out here should be all right, my friends, hit the pause button if you need more time. Since this is talking about project deliverables conforming, it means the deliverables are done. You're no longer in executing at this point. You're now checking the product. Therefore, when you use the process of elimination, you will not choose decomposition, which is used for the WBS and the schedule. You will not choose quality planning because that has already happened. And you will not use quality audits because that has already happened, because this is process related. This question is talking about a product. This is product related. So the best answer, my friends, is retrospectives and lessons learned. These are meetings held by a project team to discuss successful elements in the project or phase and other details. When it says tools and techniques, you got to understand that the retrospective and lessons learned are tools and techniques of perform, or I should say, control quality. Control quality uses retrospectives and it uses lessons learned as a technique. Let's move on. Go into the next question. You have been awarded a short project to install several demountable partitions for a huge company move. Parts of the installment were found to be defective and change requests from the customer were approved for rework. During quality control, you ensure these changes are indeed in the revised deliverable. What is the derived output of these actions known as? Okay, so my friends, this is asking pretty straightforward about what do you get out of quality control. And it's not A or B, and neither is it D. This is really just describing the obvious. It's a verified deliverable. A goal of control quality is to determine correctness of deliverables, and the results of performing the control quality process are verified deliverables, and that becomes an input to validate scope for formalized acceptance. Let's move on. And that concludes our view of the relatively intermediate questions. Going up a notch, let's take a look at our more advanced questions that are tailored after the what should the project manager do next theme. Let's jump straight into it. Here is our first question. It reads, as a project manager in the biotechnical industry, you're leading a research project with strict quality standards. During the execution phase, let's start again. I apologize for that. Now you can see the question. Let's go. As a project manager in the biotechnical industry, you are leading a research project with strict quality standards. During the execution phase, you discover that some laboratory equipment used in the project is not calibrated as per the required specifications. What should you do next to manage this quality issue effectively? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Okay, well, let's begin taking a look at the answers one by one and use the process of elimination. Using the process of elimination, there's a statement here. A, it says, conduct an impact analysis to assess the potential and then risk effects. And then it says of the equipment calibration issue on future project outcomes. So this is saying, what would the impact be of poor calibration on our future outcomes? Well, this really is not important because now it's an issue, right? And it says a quality issue. So we're not interested at this point in potential risks. First of all, a risk is potential, so it's needless to put potential in front, but it just sounds intelligent. But this is not a good option because it's saying, let's check what happens if we continue like this. You don't want to continue like this, so it cannot be A. You don't need to conduct an impact analysis to assess risk effects. This is an issue. You already know that this does not meet required specifications. So whatever happens in the future going like this is not part of the discussion. It shouldn't even come up. It's like saying, well, let's see what happens if we use a faulty calibration. You don't care. You don't want to use a faulty calibration. So it's not A. B says, communicate the quality issue to the project team and stakeholders and seek their input on resolving it. Now, while that sounds good, the question is, are they the best people to solve this? Let's take a look at what we have in the next option. Option C, collaborate with the laboratory personnel and equipment suppliers to rectify the calibration issue. This is a good word, rectify. Rectify the issue. This has nothing to do with risk, like I said. And this is the laboratory personnel. They're the best people to do this, not just the stakeholders in general. So we're going to cancel B. The better option is C, but let's take a look at D. D says update the project management plan to incorporate additional quality control measures to prevent similar issues in the future. Now, that's not a bad thing, but it's not going to happen first. C happens and then D. So the best option here, my friends, is C. Okay. Collaborate with the laboratory personnel and equipment suppliers to rectify the calibration issue. All right. By collaborating with the laboratory personnel and equipment suppliers to rectify the calibration issue, the project manager can ensure that the equipment meets the required quality standards and maintains the integrity of the research project. So I want to encourage you, my friends, as you go through these, you might feel stumped and you might feel almost a little bit frustrated with some of the questions, but I want to assure you The more questions you do, the better you get, the more bulletproof you get, and the better you're able to take on the actual exam. Okay, let's take a look at this. You are a project manager in the construction industry, overseeing the construction of a high-rise building. During the execution phase, you receive unsubstantiated reports of substandard materials being used by the subcontractor from a different firm who originally lost the bid. What should you do next to address this quality concern? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, friends. Let's take a look at the options, and we'll use the process of elimination. So whenever you come across a problem, I recommend using the dig sieve. Define the problem, identify the root cause, generate the alternatives in your head, choose the best alternative, and in the real world, you would implement it and verify it worked. But for the exam, for solving problems on the exam, it's pretty much define what the problem is in this question, identify the root cause of the problem, then choose the best alternative. So you could generate them in your head, but it's going to boil down to choosing from what PMI gives you. So we see these are unsubstantiated, which means they cannot be relied on. So these are reports from subcontractor from a different firm who originally lost the bid. Oh, could there possibly be bad blood brewing and hearsay? It's possible. So we cannot hang our hat on these unsubstantiated claims. So let's see. A, conduct a thorough inspection and testing of the materials to verify their quality. It's not a bad idea because these claims are not solid. It's unsubstantiated. There's no evidence. B says, communicate the quality concern to project stakeholders and seek their input on addressing the issue using historical information, lessons learned, and environmental factors. Now that sounds smart, but it says it's an issue. We actually don't know that. So this is not substantiated. We're going to cancel that because you don't want to tell stakeholders what is not substance. You don't know. You've got no evidence. C says stakeholder engagement with a subcontractor to rectify the use of substandard materials and ensure compliance with quality standards. Now, while that sounds good, you still don't know if this is the case. So that is presumptuous, and you wouldn't choose C because you don't know for sure. Keep an eye on keywords in questions. These reports don't have any substance, okay? D, update the project management plan to include additional quality assurance measures to prevent similar issues. So again, it wouldn't be D. The best option is to conduct thorough inspection and testing. Yes, it's not substantiated, but as a project manager, you always want to take preemptive action just in case those claims are true. This is a very tricky question to navigate, I understand, but let's take a look at further clarification. By conducting a thorough inspection and testing of the materials to verify their quality, the project manager can gather evidence of any substandard materials and take appropriate actions to address the quality concern. Remember, these are unsubstantiated reports. All right, my friends, let's take a look at the last one of three. I'll let you read it. Excuse me, let's read that. As a project manager in the information technology software industry, you are leading a software development project. During the testing phase, you realize that certain critical functionalities are not meeting the specified requirements. What should you do next to manage this quality issue? All right, let's take a look at this, my friends, and use again the process of elimination. Using the process of elimination, A, analyze the impact of the quality issue on the project objectives and deliverables. Well, certain functionalities are not meeting the specified requirements. That's the bottom line, right? These deliverables cannot be used if they're not meeting specified requirements anyway. So doing an impact analysis on the project objectives and deliverables is inconsequential. Even if you feel, well, there's no impact, no, you still need to comply with the specified requirements. Okay, so A is not the best option. Okay, it's like saying, well, these functions don't meet the specified requirements, but they don't hurt anyone. Let's go ahead and still use them. No, there needs to be some rectification. So doing an impact analysis is kind of inconsequential here. Bottom line is your requirements or your functionalities are not meeting the specified requirements. B, communicate the quality issue to the project team and stakeholders and seek their input on resolving it. Well, random stakeholders are not the best people to contact for this. See, so we wouldn't choose B either. Even though it sounds like a plausible one, that would be a last-ditch effort if there wasn't something better. Let's take a look at C. Collaborate with the development team. Keyword, rectify the functionality issues and ensure compliance. You've got to, even if you feel, oh, nothing else is affected. No, you should ensure compliance. So C is beginning to look like a possible best option. Let's take a look at D. Update the project management plan to incorporate additional quality control measures to prevent similar issues. While that's not a bad thing to do, it's not the thing you should do next. So you want to sort out the issue, which is option C, and then you could do the other stuff stated. Whenever you see these options on the exam, you got to remember that it's asking you for what should you do first. What is the best thing to do right now? Okay. That is how you need to tackle them in your head. So by collaborating with the development team to rectify the functionality issues and ensure compliance with requirements, the project manager can address quality concerns and ensure that the software meets the specified standard and user expectations. So my friends, at this point, we are moving on to a curveball question for the day. Now, the whole idea about the curveball question is to take a look at something that is almost outrageously long, a little bit longer than you would have expected. So let's jump in. After several months of training and examining new ways of working for the entire organization, a team just transitioned to using agile practices. They wanted to conduct a retrospective meeting, but were unsure of when it should be conducted. In the past, they would only conduct a lessons learned during the final phase of the project. When should the Agile coach advise the team to conduct the retrospective meeting? I'll give you some time to think about it. Okay, hit the pause button if you need more time. Taking a look here, my friends, we can see at the end of the project or phase, well, for retrospective, that's a little bit too late, so it's not A. B, just after the conclusion of every release. Well, you know, releases are different from sprints. So we're talking about possibly months before you do a retro. No, not a good one. It boils down to C and D, before sprint planning for the next iteration. That's plausible because the retrospective in the world of Scrum happens at the end of the sprint. D, as and when any dysfunction is discovered. Wow, that's going to be a whole lot of retros, possibly. It also doesn't fit various models that are used in the world of Agile. So the best one to choose, my friends, is not A, B, or D. The best option to choose is option C. It's before sprint planning for the next iteration. That makes the most sense. If you haven't taken a look at PMI's Agile Practice Guide and the practices on page 50 forward, I would advise you to do that. I think it will help you. The retrospective is a separate event, and it should be conducted after the sprint review and before the next planning event. And this is so that you can take the lessons from the current sprint and feed them into the next sprint. And that could impact what you do in sprint planning. So keep that in mind. And my friends, we have come to the end of our PMP exam prep, pace, and reasoning in the quality area. I appreciate you joining me today. Remember, if you have any questions or concerns, this channel is here to support you. There's a number of options as far as podcasts that you can sync up to. We have a podcast which is at pmradio.org. We have a boot camp which is coming up sometime soon at hpmexam.com. And usually we do these once a month or once every 2 months. So keep plugged in. And we also have a number of other tools at Praizion.com, our main website. Go on down to Praizion.com and take a look at the number of opportunities there for both PMP students and graduates. Thank you, my friends. It's been your buddy Phil. I hope you found value from this. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I'll see you in the next episode. And don't forget, we actually have 4 episodes before this: integration, scope, schedule, and cost. This is number 5. It's 5 out of 10. We got 5 more to go. You take care, and bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to PMP Exam Prep, Pace, and Reasoning, where we look at the knowledge areas but through a situational lens. Today, we are going into the world of scope. We've got 3 situational questions and then 1 random oddball question at the end. So let's jump straight into our first question. This is where we left off. It reads, you are a project manager in the education industry, responsible for implementing a new learning management system for a university. During the execution phase, the project team identifies additional functionality that could significantly enhance the team's capabilities. What should you do next to manage this scope change effectively? A. Assess the impact of the proposed functionality on the project's objectives and deliverables. B. Submit a change request to the Change Control Board to incorporate the additional functionality. C. Consult with the project sponsor and key stakeholders to gather their input on the scope change. D. Update the project management plan to reflect the inclusion of the new functionality. I'll give you some time to think about it. If you need more time, hit the pause button. Just like the real exam, I expect you to spend about 1 minute, 15 seconds, no more. Let's take a look at the answers. When you have a proposed change, you don't just submit the change without considering the impact. You don't consult with the sponsor and key stakeholders to get their input on the scope change until you understand. C is like a quasi change control board. So it's really saying the same thing as B in a way.
And D, you cannot do that until you've received the approval to update the plan in that regard. So the answer to this, my friends, is A. Here's the rationale. By assessing the impact of the proposed functionality on the project's objectives and deliverables, the project manager can make informed decisions about incorporating the scope change while considering its potential implications on the project's success criteria and overall objectives. Option B, submit the change to the Change Control Board, is not the best choice because submitting a change request to the CCB should come after assessing the impact of the proposed functionality. It is important to understand the implications and potential effects of the scope change before initiating the formal change process. Option C, that reads consult with the sponsor, this is not best because while consulting with the project sponsors and key stakeholders is important, it is not the immediate next step after identifying additional functionality. It is essential to first assess the impact and feasibility of the scope change before gathering input from stakeholders. Option D is not the best choice because updating the project management plan to reflect the inclusion of the new functionality is a potential action to take, but it should be based on the assessment of the impact and feasibility of the scope change. Updating the plan should be done as a response to the assessment, not as the immediate next step. Now, I want to make this a learning moment, and therefore I want to call your attention to the change request process that every project manager should be thinking about for this exam. So let's go into this change request mindset. The first thing that you do when you get a change request is to ensure it is well documented. If the change request is not documented, it is your job as the project manager to ensure documentation. And the way you do that is you make the change request template available, you ensure it's filled, and then after that, you document that in the change log. So let me show you, before we move on to the next question, the flow for change requests because it could help you on your exam. Ultimately, we are going to get to the outcome, but leading to the outcome, like I said, you may get a verbal request, put it in formal writing, log it into change log, and then analyze the impact from every perspective. Schedule perspective. How does this change impact schedule, cost, scope, resources, communications, risk, procurement, stakeholder? You want to look at everything. Then you send the change request and your impact analysis to the change board. If there is one, they review the request. They then decide the outcome of the change and they log it in the change log as well, sharing it with stakeholders to give them an update, and then the project manager can carry out the next steps if the change request was approved. This is the flow, okay? You're going to get questions that test your understanding of this logic. The outcome could be approve it, reject it, put it on hold, or it could be an answer pending other information or other actions. Some of the other actions could be getting in touch with the customer to negotiate something different. We can't give you A, B, and C. We can give you B and C. Is that okay? Another offshoot could be, at this point, you seek approval from other authorities like the sponsor and the customer if they're not in the CCB. And then that anchors back into the general flow. This is the mindset that will really help you on your exam. Let's go back into the questions. So the summary from this question is, overall, assessing the impact of the functionality is the most appropriate next step. Let's move on to our next question. as a project manager in the construction industry, you're overseeing the construction of a new office building. Goes on to say, during the execution phase, the client requests additional interior design elements that were not originally included in the project scope. What should you do next to manage this scope change appropriately? The options: A, evaluate the feasibility and cost impact of incorporating the additional interior design elements. B, communicate the client's request to the project team and assess their capacity to accommodate the changes. C, consult with the project sponsor and client to discuss the potential impact on the project timeline and budget. D, prepare a change request to formally document and review the client's request for scope change. All right, so 3, 2, and 1. Let's think about what has happened here. You have received a request for additional elements. You need to, of course, check out what exactly this is. But before you invest the time, the effort, and the energy, you want to make sure that this goes down formally. The best answer is D. Let's talk about the reasoning. Option D is prepare the change request. By preparing it to review the client's request for scope, you are ensuring the change is evaluated, documented, and reviewed by the appropriate stakeholders, minimizing potential scope creep and maintaining proper project control. Option A is not the best choice. Option A talks about evaluating the feasibility and cost impact. Cost impact is going to be done as part of the process, but it is not what you would do immediately. You need to ensure that you first have a formal change request. Then you can analyze the impact to cost and schedule, resources, and so on. So it's important to first document and review the request. Option B is not the best choice. It says communicate to the project team. While you're communicating the client request to the team is important, it is not the immediate next step to manage the scope change appropriately. It is necessary to first document and review the request before assessing the team's capacity. These are secondary things, right? Option C. This is not the best choice because consulting with the project sponsor and the client is like saying, "Mother, may I?" at this point. You're the project manager. Think about it like I'm a PM in a project-oriented firm. So, the first thing you should do before any of this is prepare that change request. It is important to have the request formally documented and reviewed before engaging in discussions about the potential impact. So, first of all, you're not going to go straight to the sponsor to discuss this. You're going to make sure there's documentation. You're going to make sure there's analysis, exactly as I showed you in the previous slides. All right, my friends, let's go on. Let's go on to the final option. We said it's D, and we talked about by preparing a change To formally document and review the client's request for scope change, the PM ensures that change is properly documented. You got to follow that process, like in the map I just showed you. So hopefully that is going to help you answer all the questions you see in this series that are like that, because you will see a few. Next question, and this is number 6. You are a project manager in the biotechnical industry, leading a research project. During the project execution, new scientific discoveries and advancements emerge that could enhance the project outcomes significantly. What should you do next to assess the impact of these discoveries on the project scope? A. Conduct a thorough analysis to determine the potential implications of the new scientific discoveries on the project's objectives. B. Engage with the subject matter experts and stakeholders to gather their insights on incorporating the new discoveries into the project. C. Review the project management plan and update it to accommodate the new scientific discoveries and their potential impact. D. Collaborate with the project team to evaluate feasibility and potential benefits of integrating the new discoveries into the project scope. I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, my friends, you hit the pause button if you need more time. So, when you take a look at this question, there are some subtleties in how it is worded. D. Collaborate with the project team. Sounds good, right? To evaluate, can we even do this? And what are the benefits of doing this? While this sounds like a good option, unfortunately, this is not the right answer. This is wrong, and it is wrong because this does not talk about assessing the impact. It just talks about evaluating, is this possible? What are we going to gain from it? While that's a good question to ask, it is not the first thing you should do. So the answer is not D. So D is eliminated. Option C, review the project management plan and update it to accommodate the new scientific discoveries and their potential impact. While it sounds good, it is not something you would do first because you're not sure if it's going to be done. You first of all need to have that information. You take a look at option B, engage with the SMEs to gather their insights on incorporating the new discoveries into the project. It's like saying, hey, what do you think? Should we incorporate this? So by now you're smart. You've probably figured that the answer is A. Let's examine why the answer is A. Watch the differences between the word implication versus feasibility. Two different words. Implication is more far-reaching. It's like the impact of something. Feasibility is just talking about, can we do this, without considering the implication. Also, benefits, what are we going to gain from this? But you also need to factor in what is the general overall implication. By conducting a thorough analysis to determine the potential implications of the new scientific discoveries on the project's objectives, the project manager can make informed decisions about incorporating the discoveries into the project scope while considering their impact on project outcomes, feasibility, and alignment with the project goals. So everything else follows. Once you understand the implication everything else follows. Option B, engage with the SMEs is not the best choice. That should come after conducting a thorough analysis to determine the potential implications. Option C, that's not the best choice because reviewing the project management plan and updating it should come after assessing the impact, and it's necessary to first evaluate the implications. Option D, it's not the best choice because collaborating with the project team to evaluate the feasibility and potential benefits should be done after conducting a thorough analysis of the implications. It's subtle, it's very nuanced, but you always want to think about the implication before looking at benefits and feasibility. And with that, my friends, we are done with today's episode. In the next part of our series, we will be going into the schedule area, and we will be taking a look at this question I'm showing on the screen first. This question reads, as a project manager in the information technology hardware industry, you're leading an agile project. You can read the rest of what is on the screen, but I have one of those oddball questions to show you. And the reason why I show you these oddball questions, my friends, is because the exam has a lot of surprises. And it's not uncommon that you get a surprise on your exam. And that surprise could be anything from how a question is worded, to its volume, to its language. So, let's take a look at my curveball question for today. It reads, a project with a significantly low budget was authorized based on the lower end of a rough order of magnitude estimate. For the first phases of the project, no problems occurred. However, in the mid to late phases, high failure rates are found in the production line during product manufacture. The project timeline is compressed and very tight, and the cost of pending production work is significantly high. The team of engineers have determined the root causes of the problems, and the project team has identified the best solution. However, this solution will require an increase in the budget. What should the project manager do? A, update the scope and schedule baseline and authorize funds from management reserves. B, follow through with the authorized change control process. C, implement the proposed solution and gain team approval for the result. D, obtain additional funding from the project sponsor. I'll give you some time to think about the answer. Okay, my friends, taking a look at this question, a few things I want to point out. Your exam could very well have some surprises in terms of the length of questions. From what I have heard from students, you might have some abnormally long questions. Not a whole lot, but they could show up. You also need to understand that what makes the exam challenging to many people is reading through the entire question and being able to complete all 180 questions because of the volume. Okay, so even though this is like a mock question session, it's also a teaching session because I'm trying to teach you how to get through the volume quick and how to focus on what is the right answer from all the distractors, because you have 3 distractors and 1 right answer. And in cases where you have choose more than one, like choose 2 and choose 3, there could be 1 distractor or 2 distractors you need to be able to pinpoint. So just taking a look at the options at face value, there's some of these that are just not good options, even without reading the question. Option C says implement the proposed solution and gain team approval for the result? How does that make sense? You're to gain team approval first, right? You're to gain team buy-in before moving ahead. This is not draconian rules, so option C is not even a good option right off the bat. Now you're left with 3. Option A, face value. It says, update the scope and schedule baseline. Okay. You wouldn't do that first. You would need approval, obviously. But then it goes further to say, authorize funds from management reserves, of all things. Management reserves is for management to authorize because it's what management puts aside for unknown events. So, this is not the best answer. So let's get rid of that. Let's also talk about the loquacious babble that's in this question in the form of the team of engineers have determined the root causes of the problems and the project team has identified the best solution. They identified the best solution. So why do you need to gain approval if they were part of it? Do you see how it all doesn't add up? The story doesn't add up, so you got 2 left. Option D says obtain additional funding from the sponsor. You do get additional funding, but you don't just walk up to the sponsor and say, give me more money. You need to follow through with the approved change control process. It's the most vanilla flavored answer, but it's the best and the most correct. Because every organization has their way they manage change. Okay? So, my friends, I hope you found this to be insightful and helpful and get you into the right headspace for your exam. For those of you taking the test and you need a quick boot camp, I got a half-day boot camp. This holds every 1 to 2 months, depending on demand. We may have one coming up soon, so do check. And if you have any other concerns or you want to join our full 35-hour course, go on down to Praizion.com. Thank you very much, my friends. I'll see you in our next episode. Bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to Situational Knowledge Areas Integration. In this series, we're going to be taking a look at knowledge areas from a situational lens. We are starting off with integration today, so let's jump straight into the very first question set. Very first question for today, my friends, simply reads, as a project manager in the engineering industry, you are leading a complex infrastructure project that requires coordination with multiple stakeholders. During project execution, you identify a misalignment between the project's technical specifications and the client's evolving requirements. What should you do next to ensure proper integration and meet the client's expectations? I'll give you time to read the options. All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. So if you take a look at all these options, the best one, my friends, is option B. It is to facilitate a meeting with a client, and here's why. By facilitating a meeting with a client to discuss the evolving needs and proposing adjustments, the project manager can ensure proper integration of the client's requirements and maintain alignment between the project deliverables and stakeholder expectations. Seeking approval for modifications is premature right now. So you always want to take a look at what exactly this means in detail. You don't want to update the project management plan, that's premature.
Seeking approval is premature. Revising the project scope just like that doesn't make sense. Let's move to question 2. You are a project manager in the pharmaceutical industry leading a critical drug development project. During project execution, you discover a deviation from the approved project schedule due to unforeseen regulatory requirements. What should you do next to address this issue and ensure project success? And here are your options. I'm going to give you some more time, but hit that pause button if you need even more. All right, let's take a look at the answer for this question. Please hit the pause button if you need more time. Remember, the PMP exam, you have roughly 1 minute 15 seconds per question. So if you need more time, hit that pause button. The answer, my friends, is A, and the rationale is that by conducting a comprehensive impact analysis to determine the effects of the regulatory requirements on the project schedule, the project manager can make informed decisions and devise an appropriate plan to address the deviations and minimize their impact on the project's timeline. Now let's take a look at why some of these other options aren't right. Option B is not the best choice because seeking approval from the CCB to adjust the project schedule should be done after conducting the impact analysis. Option C is not best because while collaborating with regulatory authorities is important, it's not the immediate next step. Also remember that the project manager should first analyze stuff. And because it's regulatory, there's really not a whole lot of wiggle room or negotiating ground. Option D is not the best choice because updating the project management plan is premature. It is a potential action to take, but it's going to be based on the findings of the impact analysis. Question 3. As a project manager in the construction industry, you are leading a large-scale infrastructure project. During the project's closing phase, you encounter challenges with integrating the final deliverables into the existing infrastructure due to compatibility issues. What should you do next to ensure successful integration and project completion? Is it A, B, C, or D? All right, my friends, I encourage you to hit the pause button and really dive into this question. It may take you a bit longer to come up with your answer, but please do it because the reason I put these together is to help you get into exam mode, to go through the muscle motions in your memory, in your mind, to exercise your mind, so that on the exam, you just repeat the good habits I'm going to teach you in this series. And for those of you just coming, we're taking a look at just a few questions from every knowledge area. But the questions are written in such a way that it makes you think more than you would on a lot of questions that are out there. It's not about the quantity of the questions, but more so the quality of the questions. Let's take a look at the options, the answers. So the answer to this, my friends, is A. The rationale is that by collaborating with technical experts and stakeholders to identify suitable solutions to resolve the compatibility issues, the project manager can ensure successful integration of the final deliverables into the existing infrastructure and prevent any disruptions or operational challenges. Option B is not the best choice because conducting thorough testing and validation of the final deliverables should ideally occur during the project's execution
and monitoring and controlling stages. Think about it. When you're getting work done, you are doing the work in direct and managed project work, theoretically speaking, where you get the deliverables. That happens in executing. And you don't finish a deliverable without ensuring, as you are building it, you are also doing tests, right? So whether you want to look at testing being done during monitoring and controlling, or you want to look at it as being part of the executing could be running those tests, however you want to slice and dice it, because remember, phases is technical work. That is different from process groups. But however you want to slice and dice it, testing should not be done at the end of the project. All right, so B is not the best option. All right, option C is not the best choice because revising the project management plan to incorporate additional activities and resources may not be the immediate next step. It's important to finish addressing the compatibility issues. And last but not least, we have option D. It's not the best choice because seeking guidance from the CCB for a technical kind of thing, it doesn't make sense. It's more appropriate to resolve those issues by collaborating with the right individuals. Remember, the CCB are not technical experts necessarily. There could be technical experts on that team, but they're not the first people you expect to find. All right, so there we have it. The integration area, we went in, we spent roughly 10 minutes going through that. But to put another layer of understanding, I want to share with you some insights as to the enormity of these questions on some exams. On some exams, the questions may not be as short as what you experience on some of the practice tests you do. There are some outliers and anomalies where you could have several lines long. This is what makes certain people run out of time on the exam. When you have a question this long, it is very easy to run out of time. So I want you to hit the pause button, and I'm going to tell you the answer shortly. Please hit the pause button because I won't give you a full 1 minute. The answer to this question is C. And the reason why it's C is because even though the sponsor, the business sponsor, determines what to do first, or you could say it's a product owner kind of a person, but things such as sizing, risks, capabilities, and so on are helpful in making a decision. Saying it's not your job goes against the grain of moving things forward. Immediately recommending that the regulatory release go first is presumptuous. And remember who you are. You're a project lead. It doesn't say that you're a technical expert. And even if you are, remember you got a wider team. And D, recommend that the work reduction release go first. Again, it's being presumptuous. So your best bet here is to get the team involved. And that, my friends, concludes our review for today. I'm hoping that this helps you see the questions on the PMP exam are not questions written like, you've done this process, what is the output? No, that is not how it is. It used to be similar to that. Closest would be the CAPM before July 25th. It could be like this. Some of the questions could be, you're doing this, what process is this? Right? Assembling all subsidiary plans, what is this? Develop project management plan, creating a plan for how to manage scope. The best answer here would be A. Creating a requirements management plan, what is this? This is not how your exam is. Certainly not. It is not like this. Please don't think your exam is going to be like this at all, because you will get a rude shock. It is not. I really want to make it clear. Not like this. No. Instead, your exam will have non-ITTO speak. It could have several lines, and when it doesn't have as many lines, it will make you think. Here's another example. I want to tell you, on your PMP exam, 90% of the questions are going to be, what should the project manager do first, or what should the project manager do next? I hope I'm making myself clear. Okay? In our next episode, we are going to dive into the area of scope, as you probably guessed. So I'll give you a little head start. Our scope question to kick off our next session is going to start off like this. The question is this. Okay? Within the next couple of days, we're going to have another session. We're going to look introspectively, and I want you to follow the series by hitting the subscribe button, hitting the bell icon, hitting the like, so that when I come on to train the scope mindset for the exam, you're going to be ready. Okay? I've got another 3 questions. So that's the question. When I come on next, I'll share the answers. I look forward to talking to you in the next episode. You take care, and bye for now. Welcome, colleagues and professionals in project management. Today, we are going to take a look at questions from the risk area in preparation for your PMP exam. Let's jump straight into the first set of questions. Your company is going through an agile transformation. The Agile PMO has decided to carry out research to deduce if your firm is well suited for Agile. Which of the following resources would you use to do this? Is it A, suitability assessment radar chart? Is it B, probability and impacts matrix chart? C, risk breakdown structure chart? Or D, continuum of life cycles chart? Do hit the pause button if you need more time. Now, using the process of elimination, it says, going through an agile transformation. How do you know if your firm is well suited for Agile? This is very specific. So using the process of elimination, there are some things that don't help us know if a firm is well suited for Agile. It would not be the continuum of life cycles chart. This looks at project suitability generally, but it's not the best answer either. C, risk breakdown structure chart, is not a good fit to help know if your firm is suited for Agile. Probability and impacts matrix is helpful when computing a risk score, so it's not that. The best answer is A. It's the suitability assessment radar chart. This is talked about in the Agile Practice Guide. Agile Practice Guide, and the page is 126. Let me see if I can help you recall this chart. Remember the radar chart that looks like a spider web, and it's got 3 main categories. It's got culture, it's got team, and it's got project, and there are ratings to see if the culture is suitable, if the team is the ideal size, and if the project has high rates of change. So take a look at page 126 in the Agile Practice Guide for context. Next question. Teams use stand-ups to micro-commit to each other, uncover problems, and ensure the work flows smoothly through the team. What is a question that you could ask at the daily scrum? Is it, what did I complete since the last release?
Is it what I'm planning to complete between now and the next release? Is it C, what are my risks or problems? Or is it D, what am I planning to complete before the next sprint? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, let's take a look at the answer. So the three questions in the world of Scrum are: what did I do yesterday to move us towards the goal? What will I do today to move us towards the goal? And are there any impediments? So which of these fits the bill? It's not about releases, so that immediately disqualifies A and B. You see the word release, you got to be careful with that. And the final one, what am I planning to complete before the next sprint? That doesn't make sense. That is not what the question is. The only one that syncs best is: what are my risks or problems? In other words, what are the impediments? So the best answer for this one, my friends, is C. What are my risks or problems? Again, if you go to the Agile Practice Guide, remember, everything is not verbatim in every single Agile publication, but in the Agile Practice Guide, this is the third question on page 53. What are my impediments, in brackets, or risks or problems? You do know that a risk is an impediment waiting to happen. Well, it's also good to capture these at the source in these meetings. Not that you will solve the problems in the meeting, but capturing risks and impediments just makes sense. Let's move on to the next question. You are a PMO manager in your firm. You're working with one of your project managers on a process to ensure that the degree, type, and visibility of risk management are proportionate to both risks and the importance of her project to the organization and other stakeholders. How can you best explain this? Is it A, this is risk planning; B, this is risk implementation; C, this is risk identification; D, this is risk monitoring? What do you think? All right, let's take a look at the answer. So there's a clue here. Ensure that the degree, type, and visibility are proportionate to both risks and the importance of her project to the organization. Visibility of risk management, proportionate. This is a planning thing. It's not implementation. If the degree, type, and visibility of risk management is not up to par with the profile of the stakeholders and the visibility of the project and the importance of the project, there could be trouble. First of all, you'll be doing subpar risk management. And secondly, you may have some stakeholders push back. So it's not a implementation thing. It's not in the very beginning of identification. It's not risk monitoring, it's risk planning. Now, you do know that identification fits under planning. So when you look at these, try to choose the best answer. Plan risk management is the process of defining how to conduct risk management activities for a project. The key benefit of this process is that it ensures that the degree, type, and visibility of risk management are proportionate to both risks and the importance of the project to the organization and other stakeholders. Let's move on to the next question. You work for a research company that has just gone through an agile transformation. You are now working on a project with a high degree of change and a lot of uncertainty. What is the best way of managing the associated risks? Is it A, execute the work using an agile approach? Is it B, use an iterative approach to execute the work? Is it C, use a purely predictive approach? Or is it D, carry out the work using a plan-driven approach? All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. So it says you've just gone through an agile transformation. Common sense immediately should ask, why would you want to go back to using purely predictive? That's suspicious, right? It says the project has a high degree of change and a lot of uncertainty. This is a recipe for Agile all day long. It wouldn't make sense to go predictive or plan-driven. It wouldn't make sense to go purely iterative because iterative delivers one time. Iterative is not the same as Agile. So that's more like a trap. And remember, when you have on that continuum, or I should say in that Y and X axes, you have requirements uncertainty, and then you have the technical uncertainty. And you have anarchy over here, you have complex over here, and here you have the simple zone. That's the stuff I'm talking about, okay? So I hope that makes sense to you. With that said, let's move on to our next question. Here's your next question. You are working with the product owner and the developers to place certain risk items in the list of things to do. Which of the following best describes this concept? Hit the pause button if you need more time. So this is a pretty straightforward one. There's no such thing as a risk-reward backlog, so we'll cancel that. Product impact backlog is a bogus word, and so is, well, risk breakdown structure is a legitimate one, but that is not where you would place these risk items in the list of things to do. It wouldn't be in an RBS. So the best answer is going to be in your risk adjusted backlog. Remember that we have a product backlog, but when it's risk adjusted, that means the actions, mitigation actions, or whatever risk related actions to be carried out are now in that backlog. So the best answer is B. Let's move on. You are in the process of identifying risks. You are using a technique to determine the basic underlying cause of a variance, defect, or risk. A root cause may underlie more than one variance, defect, or risk. Which method does this best describe? Is it A, cause and effect diagram? Is it B, brainstorming? Is it C, root cause analysis? Or is it D, Ishikawa analysis? I'll let you think about it. So let's move on to the process of elimination. Ishikawa analysis, it's not typically the term you would use for an Ishikawa diagram, but assume it was. An alarm bell should go off in that A, cause and effect diagram, and D, Ishikawa diagram pretty much mean the same thing. So if you want to say Ishikawa, cause and effect, you're saying the same thing. That's a red light. It's not those because there's a more precise one. And while brainstorming is good, the best answer in this case is C. It's a root cause analysis, and you can read this directly in PMBOK 6, page 415. And it says root cause analysis is typically used to discover the underlying causes that lead to a problem and develop preventive action. It can be used to identify threats by starting with a problem statement and exploring which threats might result in that problem occurring. The same technique can be used to find opportunities by starting with a benefit statement, for example, early delivery or under budget, and exploring which opportunities might result in that benefit being realized. All right, let's move on to the next question. Next question here. Descriptive terms such as very high, high, medium, low, and very low, or numeric values can be used for probability and impact when creating a probability times impact matrix. Which term best describes this numeric value? I'll give you some time. All right, you hit the pause button if you need more time. The best answer here, my friends, when you're carrying out a probability and impact assessment, what would follow is not risk quantity. There's no such term in the guide. It's not a risk number. And EMV is more for quantitative. So it's not D either. The best answer is the risk score. And the risk score is calculated with probability times impact. So the best answer is A, risk score. It reads in the PMBOK Guide, 6th edition, risks are scored in the performed qualitative risk analysis process. The risk register is updated with new information generated during the performed qualitative risk analysis process. Updates to the risk register may include assessments of probability and impacts for each individual project risk, its priority level or risk score, the nominated risk owner, risk urgency information, or risk categorization, and a watch list for low priority risks or risks requiring further analysis. All right, well, there you have it. Let's move on to the next one. Your project has a 70% probability of $10 million profit and a 30% chance of $5 million loss. What is the EMV for the project? Now, I do want to make it clear these questions may not be like this on the exam, especially where multiplication or addition of mathematical functions are concerned, but this is still a good assessment of understanding. So go for it. All right. So expected monetary value is probability times impact. You need to do this for both the chance of loss and the chance of profit. You're going to have 0.7 times 10 million, and that gives you 7 million. And then you're going to have 0.3 times minus 5 million, because we're dealing with a loss, and that will be minus 1.5 million. You add them together, it becomes 7 minus 1.5. And from there, you derive the answer. Now, I'm curious, did you get the answer that I'm showing on the screen? The answer is 5.5 million when you do the addition of both variables. So the answer should be A. All right, let's move on, my friends. You are in the process of determining which individual project risk or other sources of uncertainty have the most potential impact on project outcomes. Which method does this describe? I'll give you a few moments. All right, let's use the process of elimination. So it says the method for determining the risks that have the most potential impact. It's not risk forecasts. And while simulation, in a sense, is not a wrong answer, it's not the best answer, because we have to be precise about the tools and techniques that are best. It's also not decision tree analysis, even though one could argue that that could give some insights. But the very best answer is sensitivity analysis. Remember, we talk about the tornado diagram and how that is an example of sensitivity analysis. The length of the bars show you which risks are most sensitive. In other words, which of these risks could greatly affect the project most? So the answer is A. This analytical technique, sensitivity analysis, is used to determine which individual project risks or sources of uncertainty have the most potential impact on the project's outcome by correlating variations in project outcomes with variations in elements of a quantitative risk analysis model is the word. All right, let's go ahead and let's move on to the next one. The product owner removed 5 stories from the product backlog. after meeting with the stakeholders. Which risk response strategy is this? Is it mitigate, accept, avoid, or transfer? All right, so you should understand the responses in the PMBOK guide. You've got A team, accept, transfer, escalate, avoid, and mitigate, or avoid, transfer, escalate, accept, mitigate. Right, so which of these is it? When you cut off a chunk of the project, when you take out the scope, you have just done an avoidance. You've not mitigated because there's nothing left. You've cut it off. You've cut off the problem. What could be the problem? Okay, so the best answer here, my friends, is avoid. The avoid strategy. Whenever you cut off some of the scope, just remember that is an avoidance strategy. All right, let's go back and move on. You have encountered a huge risk on your project. The PMO has given you a few options. You decide to remove some of the identified work from the project scope. Which risk response does this describe? Okay. 3, 2, and 1. If you need more time, hit the pause button. So if you've removed some scope, similar to what we just discussed, the best answer is C. It's avoid. It's the same approach, whether you're in the world of agile, hybrid, or predictive. Here's your next one. You have a discussion with your boss that you may need to request additional budget if a particular risk occurs. He tells you there are no funds available to meet your request. Which risk response strategy is this? All right, let's go ahead and check out the options. So, asking for additional budget if a risk occurs. You see, that's the key word. If this happens, I'll need to ask you for this. I may need to ask you for more money if this risk happens, because it's reactive, it's not proactive. So it's not mitigate and it's not transfer. So it boils down to 2. It's one of the accepts. Is it active accept or is it passive accept? It's got to be one of them. Which one did you choose? If you chose passive accept, you are correct because there are no funds available. Active accept would have been putting funds aside. Okay, so passive accept is the best answer. Acceptance can be either active or passive. The most common active accept strategy is to establish a contingency reserve, including amounts of time, money, or resources to handle the threat if it occurs. At this point, though, nothing is being done. Here's your next question. The product owner has decided to conduct 1 or more rounds of backlog preparation in order to deal with the ambiguity that surrounds some of the requirements on the project. Which risk response strategy is this? All right. Hit the pause button for more time. Okay, so in this case, you are doing something proactively to deal with the risk. You're not transferring, you're not avoiding, and you're not merely saying, well, whatever happens, happens, let's just go ahead as planned. No, you're actually doing something because you want to reduce the probability of things going wrong. So in this case, you are mitigating. You are mitigating, and the best answer is A. That's a reduction of the probability of whatever it is happening. Okay. And here, do remember, though, that in the 7th edition, you have a couple of numbering schemes. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure that the 2.8 reference does hold, because we have various page nomenclatures for the 7th edition, if you get what I'm saying. So this is 2851, and it looks like it's in the wheelhouse of risk. And 2.5.1 is on page 123 thereabouts. And we have indeed the A team, avoid, escalate, transfer, mitigate, accept, talked about there. All right, let's move on. Moving on. In your project, some equipment is to be shipped from another country by sea. The sea route is likely to encounter a storm during the shipment period, which could cause a delay of about 10 days. You identify that not having the equipment on site as scheduled could delay your project by about 2 months. It is therefore necessary to plan an alternate solution. You arrange with a local company that has the same equipment to lease it, pending the time your own equipment reaches your site in case of shipment delays. This is an example of which risk management process? Is it developing a risk management plan? Is it implementing a risk response plan? Is it monitoring project risks? Is it computing the expected monetary value? What do you think? I'll give you some time. All right. So let's take a look at the language. You arrange. You're not thinking of doing it. You are doing it. You arrange with a local company to do all these things. So it's not computing EMV, and it's not monitoring project risk. You are carrying out something, arranging, right? It's not developing a risk management plan. This is really more like a risk response plan. It's like carrying out a plan. See, you arrange with a local company. You have the equipment. We want to make sure we got your equipment to back us up. You're implementing a risk response plan. What you're doing is you are trying your best to stem the tide, the impact, if that risk happens. So in essence, you are implementing a risk response plan, some sort of mitigation measure. Can't totally avoid it, but you could mitigate it. All right, so your plan B is an alternate solution. Let's move on. So it says you have implemented a risk response to deal with an identified risk, B. All right, next one. You have assigned some risk response actions to risk owners outside the immediate project team. Many of these risk owners have other competing demands. Which approach will you use to ensure responses are implemented? All right, let's use process of elimination again. You want to make sure that the responses were implemented. Coercion or punishment is never the best option. You can't say, I'm going to ensure that you do this by punishing people if they don't. No, that's not the route we take. A mere stakeholder matrix is not really clear. Maybe it's a stakeholder engagement assessment matrix, but again, that in and of itself is not enough, right, to ensure responses are implemented. You know, doesn't make sense to choose that. So it wouldn't be stakeholder matrix. We've got two options. We have risk audits and we have influencing. Think about risk audits. They are after the fact, right? It's not ensuring that the response is implemented. A risk audit checks the effectiveness of your risk strategy or your risk approach in general. But when it comes to influencing, that is leadership. And that is a valid way for you to ensure that indeed the stakeholders or the team members or whoever did carry out what needed to be done. So the best answer is D, my friends. So there you have it, my friends. The best answer is D. It's influencing. You can find this on page 451 of PMBOK 6, it says interpersonal and team skills that can be used for this process include, but are not limited to, influencing. All right, let's move on. Your team has overcome a huge risk, and you need to ensure that this risk is gone once and for all. You decide to conduct a risk assessment as part of what? What should your risk reassessment be part of? Think about it. All right, so the options that you have here, you've got retrospective, risk review meeting, risk planning meeting, risk execution meeting. So a risk reassessment reassesses your risk performance, which means you're actually carrying out the risk management plan at this point. You are executing stuff, right? So it's no longer in the planning aspect. So it's not C, it's not planning. It's not a retrospective, because that will be after some rounds of execution, right? This needs to be done as proactively as possible. So you've got B and D. Would you say this is done in risk execution meeting? Well, there's actually no such meeting. There's risk planning meetings. A risk execution meeting is actually not really a thing. The best answer, according to the PMBOK Guide 6th edition, based on the actual language, the lingo that we use, is risk review meeting. So risk responses are carried out quite all right, but then we have a point in time where we ask, was this the best response? Was this a worthwhile approach to our risks? Was this good or not? So the best answer to this, my friends, is option B. It's a risk review meeting. And you can find this in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition under the tools and techniques there. We do have risk review meetings talked about on page 457 of PMBOK 6. And it says meetings that can be used during this process include, but are not limited to, risk reviews. Risk reviews are scheduled regularly and should examine and document the effectiveness of risk responses in dealing with overall project risks and identified individual project risks. Risk reviews may also result in identification of new individual project risks, including secondary risks that arise from agreed upon risk responses, risk reassessment of current risks, the closing of risks that are outdated, issues that have arisen as a result of risks that have occurred, and identification of lessons to be learned for implementation in ongoing phases in the project or in similar projects in the future. So a bit of a mouthful, but go on and check out page 457 in the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. All right, here's our next question, and it reads, you are in the middle of an analysis to compare technical accomplishments during project execution to the schedule of technical achievement. You realize a possible risk associated with a scheduled task. So you build in a contingency into the schedule and monitor contractor performance. Which response does this best describe? I'll let you think about it for a bit. Is it avoid, transfer, accept, or mitigate? Think about it. All right. So there's a trick to this, my friends. Anytime you see contingency as part of a risk measure, you need to understand that contingencies are always associated with after the fact action. So the best answer to this is accept. When you accept a risk, you could at the same time say, well, if this risk happens, let's build in a contingency. Or you could say, let's build in a contingency to cushion whatever happens, but you're not doing anything proactive. You are accepting. The only thing you're doing is putting money aside. So we could say that is a little bit more of an active accept, but in reality, it does not equate to a mitigate action, if that makes sense. When you're using a contingency, it's as though you're saying, okay, whatever happens, happens. We're just going to accept it, right? When you mitigate, you're doing something proactive to stem the tide, to either reduce the probability or the impact, or if you take the avoid strategy, you're actually avoiding the risk altogether, right? You're preventing the risk from happening. So this, again, you can find this in the PMBOK Guide 7th edition this time, and it's under 2.8.5.1, that whole narrative about accept. And it says, actively accepting a risk can include developing a contingency plan that would be triggered if the event occurred. So this is more of the accept clause than anything else. All right. With that said, my friends, we are going into our next zone where we take a look at some additional situational questions of a more exam stringent level. The language is always different in these, and this one reads, as a project manager in the construction industry, you are leading a project to build a new commercial complex. During the execution phase, you identify a potential risk related to adverse weather conditions that could impact the project. What should you do next to manage this risk effectively? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, well, let's take a look at the options here. You have A, assess the probability and impact of the adverse weather conditions on the project. You have B, develop a contingency plan to mitigate cost overruns caused by adverse weather conditions. You have C, communicate the risk to the project stakeholders and seek their input on addressing it. And you have D, update the project management plan to include additional resources to expedite construction activities in case of weather-related delays. Now, taking a look at these, there are some that are great, but they shouldn't necessarily come first. What are the steps in risk management? Identify the risk. You could look into identifying the root cause and the effect. But after you identify risk, the next thing is to do qualitative risk analysis and then quantitative risk analysis. So here, the question is just saying you've identified a risk. This is pretty much just, hey, this could happen, right? You've identified a potential risk. You haven't done anything else. You've not done a qualitative risk analysis. And the qualitative risk analysis is assessing the probability and impact. Developing a contingency plan will be planned risk responses. Too early to do that. Communicating the risk to stakeholders and seeking their input is like, mother may I. Why do you need to do that when you're capable, right? That would not be the best option in this case. And then update the project management plan It's something that would follow after approval, after agreement, but it's not what you would do first. And it says to include additional resources to expedite construction activities in case of weather-related delays. That is presumptuous. Okay, so the best answer in this example, in this question, my friends, is A. I know B looks very appealing, but you wouldn't jump into a contingency plan without really understanding what if the probability and the impact are very minuscule, because the question just says you identified a potential risk, right? It didn't say if it's a big risk or big probability or big impact. So the best answer is A. A little bit on the slimy, tricky side, I know, but you got to get used to seeing some of these. That definitely will trick some folks up. All right, let's go to our next one. Number 24. You are a project manager in the biotechnical industry, overseeing a research project to develop a new medical treatment. During the execution phase, you identify an overall project risk associated with regulatory approval delays, which could impact the project's outcome and viability. What should you do next to manage this risk? I'll let you think about it for a bit. All right, let's go ahead and analyze this question. So think about it. Project manager, during execution, you identify an overall project risk. An overall project risk is one that can bring the project to its knees, kill the project, could be very bad. And it says, what should you do next? Well, if you identify something that could kill the project, you're going to want to take action ASAP, that's for sure. Analyzing the potential consequences of regulatory approval delays. You already know this is an overall project risk, so it can kill the entire project. That's what. See, that's what it could do. So analyzing potential consequences, you already know the consequences because it's told you it's an overall project risk. These are very, very important big risks that could kill an entire project. So A has already been done for you and it been labeled as an overall project risk. Okay. Let's go to D. Update the project management plan to reflect the potential timeline extension. You wouldn't update potential extensions. You need to ensure that whatever you're doing is indeed approved, right? So it's not that. So we'll cancel D. And that leaves you with B and C. As usual, boils down to 2. B, collaborate with the regulatory authorities to expedite the approval process, minimize potential delays. Let's think about this very carefully. You're talking about a regulatory situation. Imagine looking for regulatory approval from the likes of the FDA or some other body like OSHA. Can you expedite their approval process? Think about it. Is that realistic? This says minimize potential delays. Think about it. In all reality, is that the best option? Definitely collaborating with regulatory authorities is important, but to expedite the approval process? Really? Think about this. Let's go back to the question. It says, during the execution phase, you identify an overall project risk associated with regulatory approval delays, which could impact the project's outcome and viability. So this is important. But when it comes to regulatory delays, expediting the approval process and minimizing potential delays is out of your control. You cannot bank on that. That would not be the catch-all answer. And honestly, if you're not in the right sense or the right frame of mind, it could be hard for you to deal with this question. I'll just be straight up honest. You have to be really laser focused that A and B are not the best options. Neither is D. And that leaves us with one, C. Develop a risk response plan. Good. To do what? To address the regulatory approval delays, whatever that might look like. But we cannot prescribe that it's going to be this. We may not even have inroads to those regulatory authorities, which is why B is not the best. It's presumptuous, right? But if we look at C, let's take all the markings away. Develop a risk response plan to address the regulatory approval delays, whatever that might look like. We don't know right now, and ensure project continuity. It will lead to a win. But in B, how do we know we have those inroads? And how do we know that will lead to a win? It's a bit out of our control. Like I said, A has already been done for you pretty much. And D is early. So the best answer here, my friends, is none other than develop a risk response plan. The explanation here says this is an overall project risk. By developing a risk response plan to address the regulatory approval delays and ensure project continuity, the project manager can proactively manage the risk, implementing appropriate strategies to mitigate the impact on the project timeline and maintain progress. Option B, collaborating with regulatory authorities, could be a valuable strategy, but it might not always be entirely within your control, and it might not eliminate all delays. Therefore, it should be part of your risk response plan rather than the immediate next step, given that the consequence of regulatory approval is already known to be the potential impact on the project's outcome and viability. Most appropriate next step would indeed be to develop a risk response plan. All right, these questions, like I said, are a cut above. They make you think, and they are definitely a whole lot more difficult. They up the ante, but it puts you in that exam state of mind. Question 25. As a project manager in the financial and banking industry, you are leading a project. I'm going to let you read it just so that you get into the character of the exam, and I'm going to let you spend some time thinking of how to answer it. I'll give you some time differently this time. All right, so let's examine the question. I'll point out a few things by using the highlighter. As a project manager in the financial and banking industry, you are leading a project to implement a new digital banking platform. During execution, you identify risk related to cybersecurity breaches that could compromise customer data security. Oh dear, this could be really bad if it does happen. What should you do next to manage this risk effectively? Keyword, effectively, and next. So if you find that customer data could be compromised, not that it is being compromised, but it could happen, you need to be proactive and take proactive action, not reactive action. Developing a contingency plan is reactive action. We already know that developing a contingency is like accepting. So it's not C. If you chose C, it's not right. C says develop a contingency plan to minimize the impact of a cybersecurity breach on customer data. That doesn't make sense. Contingency plan means it's happened. Let's minimize the impact of this breach. Why would you choose that? You're signing up to allow it happen? No. Let's take a look at the other option D. Update the project management plan to include regular security audits and vulnerability assessments. It's not a bad thing to do, but that is not your major step now. Right now, you need to do something to stem the tide, to prevent this from actually happening. It's still a risk. So what are you going to do to be proactive about it? Let's take a look at A. Conduct a detailed, comprehensive risk assessment to identify potential vulnerabilities and security measures. So think about it. We're going to conduct a big old risk assessment. We're going to find probability times impact to identify potential vulnerabilities. So we find all of these 1, 2, 3, 4 vulnerabilities. And then we go a step further to say probability times impact, because you just said a risk assessment, right? So would you do that? Would you carry out a big old risk assessment when you have this going on? Think about it. Would that be the first thing you do? Would that be the best thing to do? What other option do you have? Well, B says collaborate with cybersecurity experts to implement. You're going to implement this ASAP, robust security controls and preventive. You're going to prevent this from happening. That's what you need to do, because this is a cybersecurity risk. You need to prevent it from happening. You need to be aggressive, right? So D is presumptuous, C is reactive. A, conduct a detailed, comprehensive risk assessment. Detailed assessment and don't do anything about the exposure is not the best option. What you do want to do is collaborate with cybersecurity experts. They can do all the assessment stuff that they need to as part of implementing robust security controls and preventive measures. You want to go with that. That is the best option for this question, my friends. Okay. So the best answer I would have imagined is B. The rationale: by collaborating with cybersecurity experts to implement robust security controls and preventive measures, the project manager can proactively manage the risk of cybersecurity breaches, safeguard customer data, and ensure successful implementation of the digital banking platform. You need prevention. That's the most important thing. All right. Well, I hope this has been making sense. It's a very long session, but risk is a beast, and we very much needed to do this. Let's take a look at our final question, the spinner. It reads, an experienced project manager on a hybrid project resigns, and a new project manager joins the team. During the initial assessment of project documentation, the new project manager discovers that the impediment log has not been updated for the past month. What should the project manager do first? All right. Well, let's round this up. So we have, do you consult with the team to understand the current state of impediments? Do you examine the issue log for risks and issues, not on the impediment log? Do you escalate the matter to the product owner since they own this backlog? Or do you check in with the business analyst, as this is usually their job? Let's use the process of elimination. First of all, this is not the job of the business analyst. That is not true, right? The whole idea about the impediment log being the job of the business analyst is wrong. C says escalate the matter to the product owner since they own the backlog. Again, it's not true. When it comes to the impediment log that we have in this question, it's not the same as a product backlog. So you see how they're trying to put words into your head. You will have questions on the exam that do that. So you need to know your content very well to delineate fact from fiction. C is fiction, right? They don't own the impediment log. They own or are accountable for the backlog, product backlog, but they don't own the impediment log. Let's take a look at B. Examine the issue log for risks and issues, not on the impediment log. You don't examine an issue log for risk. They're different. The risks are in the risk register. The issues are in the issue log. So B is not correct. The best answer is A. The best answer is consult the team to understand the current state of impediments, option A. Okay, and that is how you should address questions when you encounter them on your test. You should always, first of all, assess by using the DIGCIV approach. DIGCIV, define the problem, identify the root cause, generate alternatives. You've heard me say that before, right? The whole DIGCIV thing. Let's clear this and do it. Define the problem, identify the root cause, generate alternatives. Then you choose the best alternative. And then you go through it mentally and make sure that it's indeed the best, right? We have implement and verify, but you got to do this mentally on the exam. But practically, what is the problem of this in this question? Identify the root cause, generate alternatives, and then choose the best alternative. Okay? So my friends, I know lots of you getting ready for this test. I know you're working hard. I applaud you on working hard, but I want to challenge you even more to daily hit this content. Go hard at the content. If you need help, you need assistance in any way, go on down to the Praizion.com website. We'll be very happy to help, to give you any clarity. And if you need courses that can help and prepare you for the exam, check out our courses on Praizion.com. Thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. You take care and bye for now. And don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share this with your friends. Appreciate you hitting the bell icon as well. Like, subscribe, share. See you in the next video. You know, this is a series of 10. We only have 2 left, so make sure you look for all the previous episodes. Thank you.
Hello, my friends. How you doing? It's your buddy Phil here. Today, we're going to take a look at communications questions. This is the 7th knowledge area in the series of 10. So far, we've covered integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, and resources. Moving over to number 7. Let's jump straight in. Your very first question. You have been hired to lead an agile project that has high visibility. Some very important information needs to be sent out to stakeholders, but you need to decide on the type and format of information needed with an analysis of the value of that information. Which of the following communication options would you choose? So let's take a look at the answers and use process of elimination to disqualify those that are not sensible. A, frequent, transparent, centralized communication around your schedule. That is not a good option because this is talking about centralized communication, which doesn't work in the world of Agile. In Agile, we use decentralized communication. B says frequent, transparent communication using an information radiator. It's not a bad idea. Let's look at C. Frequent communication using a communication management plan and status reports. That sounds more like predictive or traditional, so it's not the best answer. D, infrequent, centralized communication using burn down charts and demos or reviews. So what does it mean? Infrequent means not frequently. That's against the grain of Agile. And then centralized is more like traditional. So the answer in this case, my friends, is B. The best thing is frequent, transparent communication using an information radiator. Next question. Your new firm is going through an agile transformation. You are now in the process of developing an appropriate approach and plan for project communications on your new agile project. The company culture is opposed to large amounts of communication. What should you do to effectively manage communications with this globally dispersed team? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Option A. Use instant messaging, video conferencing, and electronic team boards to help communication gaps. Let's take a look at the other options. A doesn't sound bad at first glance. B, use emails, phone calls, and weekly status meetings to help close communication gaps. This is a less ideal option than A. So I would disqualify B, being that A is better because A has the video conferencing, which gives richer communication. So I'm going to cancel B. Let's see C. Keep company policies intact and avoid frequent messaging, vlogs, and blogs. Again, you can't just blanketly say that those are bad. And saying avoid frequent messaging, well, this is an agile transformation, so you need frequent messaging, right? Avoiding vlogs and blogs is unfounded, so we're going to cancel C. And that leaves us with D. Let's read D. It says, discuss policies with functional heads and find a centralized repository. Again, that word centralized is referring more to an predictive flavor right there. And we generally are not gung-ho on these repositories to manage communications. Communications needs to be spontaneous and frequent in the world of Agile. Remember, it says you're going through an Agile transformation. So D isn't that great. The best option after all was A. Since this is an Agile project, use instant messaging, video conferencing, and electronic team boards to help communication gaps. All right, let's move on to the next question in communications here. And this says you are using traditional methods to manage a project. You just produced a work performance report as an output for all interested stakeholders to review. In which process will this report be created? Use the pause button if you need more time. I'll reveal the answer very shortly. All right, let's take a look at some of the potential options. A, closing the project or phase in the final sprint. A work performance report is not created at the closing. You could have a final report though, but that's not the best option. Also, be aware that this question is trying to throw you off in putting the word sprint. So it's throwing you off, but don't let it. You'll get similar on the PMP exam where you have an agile question with predictive language or predictive question with agile language, making it more hybrid. All right, B, monitoring and controlling the risks of the project. That's not a bad idea because it's a work performance report and you derive these reports in monitoring and controlling. So let's move on and see what else we've got. C, when the project manager is managing the communications. No, that is not when you would create this report, because it just says you just produced a work performance report. And it says, in which process will this report be created? So it's not when you're managing the communications. It should have already been done by that point. Remember, you do this as part of monitor and control project work, right? That's where you would create the report, and you could distribute the report as you're managing communications, but you wouldn't create the report as part of that process. So it's a little bit of a tricky one. Let's look at D. Developing the work breakdown structure dictionary. Well, that was done in planning, so it wouldn't be D. So your best option here, my friends, is B. It's monitoring and controlling the risks on the project. C is where you're communicating. B is where you're creating the reports that you may use to communicate. It's a bit of a tricky one. Work performance reports are circulated to project stakeholders through the process called managed communications, but they are created during the monitor and control project work process. Okay, so you gotta understand there's a difference between creating a report versus distributing the report. Managed communications is distributing the report, but creating the report is when you are monitoring and controlling the project as a whole. All right, let's move on. You are working on an Agile project, and unfortunately, you are unable to use webcams. The team is 100% virtual. When conducting meetings with remote participants, where there is a loss of facial and body language cues, which of the following would you recommend? Hit the pause button for more time. All right, A, allow one team member to speak for the duration of the meeting to avoid issues. Is that what you would do? One person speaking for the entire meeting? No. Even in traditional, that wouldn't be a good way of doing it. So it wouldn't be A, one person speaking for the entire meeting. B, consider round robin check-ins to ensure participation and check consensus for decisions. So call in on people around the room. It's still a bad way. Let's look at C. Use firm, rigid, fixed and rigid communication to avoid disorder. Only communicate one way. This is the world of Agile, so that's not going to fly, is it? Let's look at D. D, this should not be a problem if email is the sole communications medium. Highly not advised in the world of Agile. So the best option here, my friends, is to consider round robin check-ins. And you can find this in the Agile Practice Guide on page 122. It's as simple as it sounds. It's pretty much a lift from the Agile Practice Guide. So page 122, when conducting meetings with remote participants where there's loss of facial and body language cues, consider round robin check-ins. All right, let's move to our next question. You are using a method which can provide information about the effectiveness of the communication activities. This is achieved by reviewing changes between desired and current engagement and adjusting communications as necessary. What does this best describe? So this is one of those few definition ones. You could get one or two, maybe more, maybe a handful on your exam. So I'll give you some time to think about it. All right. So let's look at one of the key words used in this question. Changes between desired and current, the key word being engagement. So this is really talking not about communication methods. That's push, pull, and interactive. It's not that. It's not about assessing what style to use with a difficult stakeholder. That would be C. It's not that. And it wouldn't be analyzing the communication requirements by looking at the number of channels and the path of communication. That would be D. So your best option here, my friends, is Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix, the SEAM. I talk about this quite a lot. It's one of those things you need to know in stakeholder management. But stakeholder and communications have overlap. So it is important to know that. So this describes the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix. Find this in PMBOK 7 as well, 466. All right, let's move on to the next one. Your team has been following the PMO recommended communication methods for your Agile project, but stakeholders expressed their displeasure regarding quantities of communication that have been distributed. What should you do next as a project manager? Hit the pause button if you need more time. I'll give you some time to read it. It's a bit of a long one. All right, so let's take a look. What should you do? A, monitor communications and stick to the originally decided upon documentation in order to move the project forward. Well, sticking to the original communications that's not working doesn't make sense, so we'll cancel that. Let's take a look at the next one. Find common ground, areas for improvement based on the organization's needs, and then use experiments and retrospectives to progress. It's not a bad sounding one. Let's take a look at C. C, escalate to the project sponsor and have her tell the stakeholders that this is standard PMO procedure that must be followed. Again, this sounds rather unagile in this question, so we're going to cancel C. Can't be that. And D, monitor the stakeholders more frequently and have a dedicated phone line so they can call you if they have something urgent to discuss. Well, think about that. These folks are saying we got too many communications flying all over the place. So D is not the best option to just say, okay, there's a phone line, call us when you want to talk about something. You need a more solid plan for your project. Okay. So the answer, my friends, is leaning more on option B. It's on page 123 in the Agile Practice Guide, pretty much a direct lift from there, and it says find common ground, areas for improvement based on the organization's needs, and then use experiments and retrospectives to progress. All right, let's move on. Due to many feedback loops involved in this project, the team spends time in communication planning. Which of the following is a component of the communication management plan? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. All right. So, my friends, you take a look at the first option, stakeholder communication requirements and glossary of common terminology. Glossary of common terminology, it's not uncommon to have that. Stakeholder communication requirements. It's not uncommon. That's the whole idea, right? Because your plan should factor in the requirements. Let's move to B. Information to be communicated and flowcharts of the information flow. To be quite honest, this is to be expected, and so is this. This is to be expected, and information to be communicated, believe it or not, at a high level, it could very well be part of your communications management plan. Let's take a look at the last one. Escalation processes and reason for distribution of information, right on the money. So all these three are definitely part of your communications management plan. Therefore, the best answer is D. All of the options are components of the communications management plan. I remember this really well because the first two, I've definitely seen something similar on other exams, and those are the ones that typically trip you up. Glossary of common terminology and flowcharts. A lot of folks wouldn't be expecting to see that. All right, let's move on. Okay. Your project first started off with 9 team members, but it has ballooned to 36. Which of the following approaches should you use to effectively manage communications on your Agile project? I'll let you think about it for a bit. All right. 3, 2, and 1. So, taking a look at the problem here, it says started off with 9 team members, which is a normal size in the world of Agile. Ballooned to 36. Wow. That means you got almost the size of almost 4 teams. That's a lot. Now, I know Scrum allows for 10, but definitely not 36. So what should you do? The only thing that will help you to cope with that number of individuals, to be able to have an effective sync meeting or effective sync meetings, it won't be the retro, that's too late. It wouldn't just be by using a Kanban board, because you still need to have those dailies, right? And it wouldn't be enterprise resource planning, because we use that at a higher level, not at the team level. And on this Agile project, that is not going to help at this point, right?
Detailed communication assessments, again, it's not a bad thing, but it wouldn't be happening here in this agile world. So the best thing is really a scrum of scrums. You can find this in the Agile Practice Guide. Scrum of Scrums, also known as a meta scrum, is a technique used when 2 or more scrum teams consisting of 3 to 9 members each need to coordinate their work instead of one large scrum team. All right, let's move on. Your team has been having a very rough time communicating and work is slow without any improvement in the teamwork process. What should you do as the project manager? That should say any, not ANT. I'll let you think about it for a bit. I'll make a little tweak for you there. All right, so let's see. Here are your options. Divide the team into smaller team batches and use an issue log to track problems they uncover. Ask the servant leader to help the team learn how to integrate those items. It sounds smart, but what exactly is the problem? Rough time communicating and work is slow. So we have to address both. So we see an issue log to track problems and then asking the servant leader help. Let's keep that in our back pocket and move on. B, capture no more than 3 items to improve at each retrospective. Ask the servant leader to help the team learn how to integrate those items. So there's nothing wrong in integrating items and getting items that need to be worked on, but 3 items, it said no more than 3 items at each retrospective. So typically it's 1 or 2. Not sure about the number 3, but let's come back to that. Let's look at C. Chaos is normal and needs to be expected in agile environments. Doing anything will only destabilize a team's equilibrium. Keep the process intact. So rough time communicating, no. So we're going to begin to eliminate some. Let's eliminate C and let's look at D. Schwaber's law, try to use no less than 8-week sprints in order to solidify team synergy. The longer the first sprint, the quicker the team will bond. That's not true. So we have a couple of options. You either divide the team into smaller team batches and use an issue log to track problems, because it said work is slow, no improvement, right? So if you want the team to become more efficient, you could split the team into smaller sizes and you could log any issues so that they're resolved by the servant leader. Let's look at B again. Capture no more than 3 items. Again, no more than 3 items. It's very prescriptive, so it's suspicious. And it says add each retrospective. So do you want to wait until the retro before you make improvements? Or do you want to begin to make improvements as much as possible now? Well, that's why B will not be the best one. The best option is A. This can be found in the Agile Practice Guide on page 59. In fact, I recommend reading pages 58 and 59 to give you some clarity. All right, this is the final one in the easy set. You are a project manager working with a very siloed team. Instead of a cross-functional team, communication is very laborious and the pace of work has become very slow. What should you do in a hybrid environment to get things back on track? Choose the best 2 options. All right, let's take a look. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Ask the people who are part of projects to self-organize as cross-functional teams. B, use servant leadership skills to help the managers
understand why Agile needs cross-functional teams. To be quite honest, those two don't sound bad. C, chaos is normal and needs to be expected in Agile environments. Doing anything will only destabilize teams' equilibrium. No, we need to take action, so we'll disqualify C. D says Sutherland's rule, hybrid environments are unproductive and should be avoided at all costs. That's bogus. So we're left with 2. So think about it. Asking people who are part of the projects to self-organize versus using servant leadership skills to help the managers, because leadership comes from that level, right? Understand why Agile needs cross-functional teams. So being that you're asked to choose the best 2, I believe we've already cut out our answer, right? Even though, depending on the circumstance, A might help more than B, or B might help more than A, but both are important, right? So we want their management to know why cross-functional teams are needed, and then we want them to self-organize. That is one of the best things you could do for a team to get them into the Agile mindset state. So my friends, the best answer here is A and B. Those are the 2 you would select. You can find these on page 59 in the Agile Practice Guide. All right, at this time, we have come to the end of the simple zone. Next, we are going to be moving into the questions of a more situational nature, a little bit more difficult to up the ante for your exam. So let's take a look at what's on the screen here. Here we go. So make it fill the entire screen so that you got good visibility of it. All right, here we go. So it reads, as a project manager in the information technology hardware industry, you are leading a project to implement a new network infrastructure. During the execution phase, you encounter challenges in effectively communicating project updates and progress to stakeholders. What should you do next to improve project communication? I'll let you think about it. Hit the pause button for more time. And let's take a look at the answers now. So, A, assess the communication needs and preferences of the stakeholders to tailor communication strategies accordingly. It's not a bad thing, right? Because it says you're encountering challenges in effectively communicating. B says establish regular project status meetings with stakeholders to provide updates and address any concerns. So it doesn't sound bad. However, when you look closer, it's a little bit suspicious to just come out of the gate and say regular status meetings and then use that to address concerns. Probably what you should do is find out what the needs and preferences of the stakeholders are so that you're really hitting those. So in this case, I would make that no. Collaborate with the project team to develop a comprehensive communication plan. Again, I would say no, because you need to know more information about what the problem is. It says you encounter challenges in effectively communicating project updates and progress. So your best bet is to speak to the people, the stakeholders, and it wouldn't be D either. D is presumptuous. It just says update the plan to reflect the revised communication strategies. That will come later. So the best option here, my friends, is to assess the communication needs and preferences, not to be presumptuous, by establishing regular status meetings. That may not be the answer to the problem. You first of all need to assess needs and preferences. All right, and for that reason, the answer to that one is A. By assessing the communication needs and preferences of the stakeholders to tailor communication strategies accordingly, The project manager can ensure effective and efficient communication, leading to better project understanding and stakeholder engagement. Okay, let's move on. You are a project manager in the legal industry overseeing a project to implement a new case management system. During the execution phase, you realize that key project information is not effectively shared among team members, resulting in miscommunication and delays. What should you do next to improve project communications? I'll let you think about it. Okay, now let's take a look at the options. So again, stay focused on what the problem is. During the execution phase, you realize that key project information is not effectively shared, and it results in miscommunication delays. That's the key thing. So what should you do? A, establish a centralized project repository for sharing and assessing project documents and information. While that sounds like a good idea, I'm not sure it's the best idea to just have a repository. Go into the repository. When it talks about effectively sharing information, it may not just be about pulling information from somewhere. So I would make that red for now. Let's go to B. Conduct regular team meetings to discuss project updates, challenges, and promote open communication. You see, that's the key. That open communication clause and regular team meetings. If there's miscommunication and delays, I believe B is a better candidate to solve the problem more than A. So I'm going to leave B alone. C, collaborate with the project team to develop standardized communication templates and guidelines. Templates and guidelines doesn't mean people are going to use them, and it doesn't mean you find out what is wrong with the ones you might have been using before. So that needs to be read. And the final thing that says update the plan is bogus, because you can't do that yet. So your best answer, my friends, is B. Let's take a look. It says, by conducting regular team meetings to discuss project updates, challenges, and promote open communication, the project manager can enhance information sharing, address any concerns or misunderstandings, and foster effective communication within the project team, individuals, and interactions over processes and tools. That's true. So let's read again. As a project manager in the education industry, you're leading a project to develop a new curriculum for an online course. During the planning phase, you realize that the project stakeholders have varying levels of understanding and involvement. What should you do next to improve project communications with the stakeholders? Hit the pause button if you need more time. And now let's analyze the question. Okay. A, conducting stakeholder analysis to identify the communication preferences, level of involvement, and information needs. That's not a bad thing. It says varying levels of understanding and involvement. So we need to understand the levels. Where are the levels? Are they high levels, low levels, medium levels? That's not a bad thing. B says establish regular communication channels with stakeholders to provide updates and address their concerns. Well, the truth is that not every stakeholder has the same concerns and the same interest, and that's okay. So B is presumptuous, thinking that we need to communicate regularly, right, with every single one of these stakeholders. So I would make this a red. C, collaborate with the project team to develop clear and concise project status reports for the stakeholders. Again, this is very presumptuous, going into status reports. No one said that was the problem. So we're going to make that red. And D is presumptuous because we haven't even got the solution and it's saying update the plan. So the best answer here, my friends, is A. By conducting stakeholder analysis to identify the communication preferences, level of involvement, and information needs, the project manager can tailor communication strategies and messages to effectively engage stakeholders
and ensure they receive the necessary information to support the project success. All right, let's go to, I believe that's it. I thought there was one more, but it looks like we are done for this section. So that's that for this section. We have just one more question that we'll take a look at today, and that's the spinner. Let's take a look at the spinner. Here we go. Let's go to spinner. And this is where I show a question that is so verbose and a little bit far out compared to the usual size you would expect. So let's take a look. All right. This is a long one. Company It's a Go authorized a multi-million-dollar project after COVID ended to get their 500,000 workers on a new work authorization project platform. The first project manager had conflict with management due to interpersonal issues and resigned. It's a Go just hired a new project manager to replace the former PM. The new project manager is very capable in scheduling, budgeting, and management, but weak in overall administration and procurement management. What should the new project manager do to start guiding the team toward project success? A. Review the project charter to identify goals and deliverables. B. Adjust the project schedule to add new activity related to the knowledge transfer process. C. Consult the project log for notes on procurement and sellers. And D. Revisit the project budget to determine if extra time is required. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Hit that pause button if you need more time to think about it. The best answer to this, my friends, is what you would do on any project, whether you're coming in midway or in the beginning. You need a project charter. So you would need to review the project charter to identify goals and deliverables. That would be your best bet. All right. And with that, my friends, we have come to the end of this rather lengthy session on communications management. We've taken a look at a fair amount of questions and try to break down the logic and the rationale. So thank you for joining me. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the comments below. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. And going down to the site, it's Praizion.com. I got various videos and material that can help you in your prep. You take care and all the very best. Bye for now. Welcome to the final episode of PMP Exam Situational Questions for Knowledge Areas. Today, we're going into the stakeholder area. First question. You're working on a large-size construction engineering project for the city. The project sponsor has warned you about certain troublesome stakeholders. In the context of this project, who would you define stakeholders as? A. The project engineers who design and construct the project. B. The people, groups, or organizations that could impact or be impacted by a decision, activity, or outcome of the project. C. The organization's corporate attorneys. D. The individuals or agencies that control contingency funds and their disbursement through the Project Management Office, PMO. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Using the process of elimination, there are some options that are not bad, but they're not conclusive enough. Take a look at option A, the project engineers who design and construct the project. They are stakeholders. It's not a bad choice, but B is a better choice than A. So we are not going to go with A. We'll choose B over A. Let's go to C. The organization's corporate attorneys. They are also stakeholders, but B is more encompassing than C. So we're still going to leave B as the better option. D states the individuals or agencies that control contingency funds and their disbursement through the Project Management Office. Again, we could say those are stakeholders, but it's not as conclusive as the people, groups, or organizations that could be impacted, that could impact or be impacted by a decision, activity, or outcome. So the best option is B. When on the PMP exam, you find an option that is more conclusive, more inclusive, it is always better to go with that one. This is a direct cutout of PMBOK Guide 6th edition, and you can see that on page 503 to 504. Let's move to the next question. You're working on a large-sized agile software engineering project for the city. The project sponsor has warned you about certain troublesome stakeholders. To increase the chances of achieving project success on an agile project, the project manager should do all of the following except what? Is it A, identify the stakeholders early in the project or phase? B, analyze the stakeholders' levels of interest and individual expectations, as well as their importance and influence? Is it C, stick to the same plan used for other clients when managing stakeholder engagement? Or is it D, communicate and work with stakeholders to meet their needs or expectations? Hit the pause button for more time. Going straight to the best answer here, my friends, there's an option that is what you should not do. That is what you're looking for. So A, B, and D are not bad. It's good to identify stakeholders early, to analyze their levels of interest, and to communicate and work with them. What is not good is sticking to the same plan, option C. And therefore, the best answer for this is C. This is not in the spirit of Agile. You do not use the same plan for all other clients when managing stakeholder engagement. That is a recipe for failure. Next one, you are managing a critical project for your organization that has the potential to significantly impact its future direction and profitability. During your stakeholder analysis, you've identified a stakeholder with keen interest, Jack, the Chief Operations Officer, COO of the company. Through your analysis, it's evident that Jack possesses significant decision-making authority and can influence resources, budgets, and key personnel linked to your project. What is the best strategy for him? Is it A, manage close, B, keep informed, C, keep satisfied, or D, monitor? All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time, and let's go straight into the answer. It says you've identified a stakeholder with keen interest, and keen interest just means a lot of interest. And then it goes further to say it's evident that Jack possesses significant decision-making authority and can influence resources. So he has a high level of influence. If he can make decisions and influence resources, budgets, and key personnel, then this person in the quadrant, when you take a look at your stakeholder power interest grid, you're looking at a situation like this. Jack has a high level of power and a high level of interest, and therefore we place Jack over here. And remember the mnemonic MK, MK. Starting from the bottom left, just remember MK, MK. The first M is for monitor. The second M is for manage close. And therefore, judging from where Jack is, your strategy needs to be manage close. And therefore, the best answer is A. Next question. You're leading a transformative project within your organization aimed at implementing a new IT system. As you conduct your stakeholder analysis, you identify Jill, a frontline employee who will be an end user of the system. She has been with the company for several years, and while she doesn't hold a managerial or decision-making position, she's deeply passionate about the tools she uses daily. What is the best strategy for her? Is it A, manage close, B, keep informed, C, keep satisfied, or D, monitor? Hit the pause button for more time. A few clues in the question. It says she's going to be an end user of the system while she doesn't hold a managerial or decision-making position. Not a lot of power, right? But she's deeply passionate about the tool she uses daily. She's a daily user of the tool. She's obviously passionate, which indicates interest. So again, if we think about our power interest grid and we use the MK, where this is monitor, if she has a low level of power and a high level of interest, she's going to be here. This is keep informed. Therefore, her position is here. She doesn't have a low level of interest. She has a high level of interest, which is why that is her position. And based on that, the best answer is B, keep informed. When you have these questions, it's important to identify the stakeholder's level of power based on what is shared and interest. Next question. You're in charge of a new initiative to overhaul the company's internal communication platforms. During your stakeholder analysis, you identify Janet, an employee in a department that will be indirectly affected by the changes. Janet has been with the company for a short period, and her role doesn't grant her much influence over strategic decisions. Furthermore, given the indirect impact of the project on her daily tasks, she hasn't shown a significant interest in the initiative's proceedings. What is the best strategy for her? Is it A, manage close, B, keep informed, C, keep satisfied, or D, monitor? Hit the pause button for more time. Jumping straight into our power interest grid again. Just remember, on your exam, the words power and interest could be replaced with other words depending on the configuration used. This is also configurable to be an influence impact grid, so keep that in mind and other things. But for now, we're going with power interest, and it says she has, watch the clue, not much influence, which means low level of power, and she doesn't have significant interest, low level of interest. So she is here. Remember the MK? Well, this is monitor, so she's over here. Your best strategy is D, monitor. Moving on, you're spearheading a project that involves the development of a new software tool aimed at improving internal processes. During your stakeholder analysis, you identify Bob, a senior executive in the company with significant decision-making power. However, given his broad range of responsibilities and the project's specific nature, he hasn't shown a pronounced interest in the day-to-day details of the initiative. What is the best strategy for him? Is it manage close, B, keep informed, C, keep satisfied, or D, monitor? All right, hit the pause button for more time, and let's use the power interest grid for clues. Power, to spell it all out, interest. Bob has obviously significant decision-making power, which means he has a high level of power, but he hasn't shown a pronounced interest. So he's here. MK, keep satisfied. Therefore, the best answer is C, keep him satisfied. Let's move on to the next question. You are dealing with impossible stakeholder demands on your project team. What should the team do? Is it A, engage with servant leadership to work with this stakeholder and possibly product owner? Is it B, invite the stakeholders to the weekly retrospective to observe team interaction? Is it C, record the problems in the impediment log and discuss them during the daily scrum? Or is it D, record these as issues in the risk register and resolve as the opportunity permits? Hit the pause button for more time. So, talking about stakeholder demands, the best thing to do is to not record the problems and record them in the daily scrum. That is certainly not the best thing to do. The daily scrum is not for that. We do not use the daily scrum to discuss those impediments, right? We do want to know about them, but it is not for discussing during the daily scrum. From an Agile perspective, D says record these as issues in the risk register. You don't record issues in the risk register to start with, so that's flat out wrong. And then saying resolve as the opportunity permits is reactive. So we have A and B. So B says invite the stakeholders to the weekly retrospective to observe team interaction. Well, you don't invite stakeholders to, first of all, it could be weekly, but it generally isn't weekly. And you don't invite stakeholders generally to the retrospective. Generally, you don't. You could, but you generally don't. And it wouldn't be to observe team interaction. That is so not agile. And that is against the grain. So using the process of elimination, we can cancel these outrageous options. And it leaves us with A, engage with servant leadership to work with this stakeholder and possibly the product owner. It is important for the product owner to be there because when we talk about our stakeholders in this context, the product owner understands the stakeholder better than anyone else should, especially if they're on the side of the business. So engaging with a servant leadership posture to work with a stakeholder is definitely what you want to do. So the best option is A. You can find more of this on page 59 of the Agile Practice Guide. Moving on, the power interest grid classification model for stakeholder analysis suggests keeping high power, high interest stakeholders informed, keeping high power, low interest stakeholders satisfied, monitoring low power, high interest stakeholders, or is it D, managing low power, low interest stakeholders closely? Take time to think about it. Hit the pause button and I will reveal the answer. All right, so the best answer using the process of elimination is not D, because low power, low interest, you don't manage close. It's not C, because low power, high interest, low power, high interest stakeholders are kept informed, not monitored, which leaves us with 2. High power, low interest stakeholders, are they kept satisfied? You're very correct, because high power, high interest stakeholders are managed close. And therefore, the best answer could be tricky, except you think about it, is B. I also want to stress that although this quiz has significant amounts of the power interest grid, I want you to know that the questions on the exam could be different, but you have to get into the mindset of reading through, using the process of elimination, and identifying clues. That's what this is about. Okay. Your stakeholder, Bob, has a low level of influence and power on your project. He acts loud, boisterous, and quarrelsome in meetings. He is directly opposed to the project. Which category of the stakeholder engagement assessment should you aim to get him to at a minimum? Is it A, unaware, B, resistant, C, neutral, or D, serving? Hit the pause button for more time and let's jump straight into it. Here's the configuration. I call it earns less. It's a play on words. U-R-N-S, earns, and L, less. These are the stakeholder classifications. At a minimum, you don't want stakeholders to be resistant or unaware. You want them to be right there in the middle, at a minimum, right there in the middle, at a minimum, which is the neutral position. So your best answer here is at a minimum, you should get him to neutral, which is option C. So as far as this question is concerned, he is resistant. That's where he is now. But at a minimum, you want to get him to neutrality. And the answer, therefore, is C, neutral. So get the negative stakeholder to be neutral at a minimum. Let's move on to the next question. You are involved in the process of communicating and working with stakeholders to meet their needs, expectations, Address issues as they occur and foster appropriate stakeholder engagement in project activities throughout the project lifecycle. Despite your best efforts, the project stakeholders complain about unclear work assignments or work progress. What should you do next? Choose the two best options. Is it A, consider an additional daily end scrum just before closing? Is it B, use the sprint planning ceremony to discuss and resolve these issues? Is it C, consider Kanban boards to see the flow of work? Is it D, consider a daily stand-up to walk the board and see what work is where? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Without much ado, we'll use the process of elimination, and therefore we will cancel straight away the two unreasonable options. Daily end scrum, an additional daily end scrum before closing doesn't even make sense because we have one daily scrum, right? So we don't do an additional daily end scrum. And B, use sprint planning to discuss and resolve issues. That's not what this is for. This is talking about communicating and working with stakeholders, fostering appropriate engagement. This could be done in a retro, but not in sprint planning. This is not what you would typically do in sprint planning. Sprint planning will be used for other things because it says the project stakeholders complain about unclear work assignments. You want to be more proactive with this, but you wouldn't do it in sprint planning either, right? Sprint planning is at the beginning of your sprint, and it is used for planning, not for troubleshooting. If it had said in a sprint retrospective, or even if it had put a sprint review as an option, I would have considered it more, but definitely not sprint planning. So we're left with two. We're left with option C and option D. And therefore, it is obvious that these are the two best options. You want to consider Kanban to see the flow of work, and also a daily stand-up to walk the board and see what work is where. Let's move into question 198 now. Your stakeholders are very engaged on your project. They attend every daily scrum, and they also attend sprint planning. While in sprint planning, they complain about their estimates from the last sprint, saying that they were very inaccurate. What should you do to address their concerns about estimating? Select all that apply. A, address their concerns with the product owner and develop a strategy to prevent complaints. B, reduce story size by splitting stories. C, use bottom-up estimation with relative sizing, engaging the entire team to estimate. D, consider agile modeling or spiking to understand what the story is. Hit the pause button for more time. Let's jump straight into it. Using the process of elimination, there are certain things here that are against the grain of Agile and Scrum. First of all, A says, develop a strategy to prevent complaints. People are not robots. We cannot prevent complaints. That is unrealistic and against the grain of Agile. It's all right to get complaints. Look at it as feedback. To prevent complaints is audacious where humans are concerned. B, reduce story size is not a bad option. C, using bottom-up estimation in Agile, that is against the grain of Agile. It goes further to say engaging the entire team to estimate. Well, just remember that when you're estimating, the product owner and the sprint, the scrum master involved in the sprint may not be developers. If they're not developers, we don't want to engage them in estimating. So C, in addition to it being out of whack because of the bottom-up estimation mention, it's also against the grain to say engage the entire team to estimate. And we're talking about bottom-up and then relative sizing together? No, that's not a plausible option. The best option so far is B, but let's take a look at D. Consider agile modeling or spiking to understand what the story is. Now that is in the spirit of agile. And therefore, the best answers are B and D. And we can find that in the Agile Practice Guide on page 58. Let's move on to the next question. An accepted deadline for project approaches, the project manager realizes there is a certain disagreement and misalignment of understanding on the project. Certain elements under discussion and in dispute have also arisen as a result. What should the project manager do? Is it A, process as potential conflicts in project documents updates? Is it B, document these as potential changes in the change log? Is it C, document these as issues in the issue log? Is it D, document this as conflicts in the action item log? All right, so elements under discussion and in dispute are not full-blown conflicts, and saying put those in project documents updates is ambiguous. So it won't be that. It won't be A. B, document these as potential changes. That's also presumptuous. We don't put potential changes in the change log. We put real changes that have been requested, right, in the change log. But there's nothing that has been requested as a change here, so it's not B. Option C, document these as issues in the issue log, is not a bad one. Those are issues indeed. And D, document this as conflicts. Again, it's not conflict and it's not in the action item log. And therefore, the best answer is C. All right, document these as issues in the issue log. This is the best place for this. Next question, the project manager develops an improvement plan to encourage continuous process improvement during the life of the project and to keep stakeholders happy. As you are checking your stakeholder metrics, which of the following would you use to gauge the likelihood of a stakeholder recommending you to others? Is it A, the stakeholder engagement plan? Is it B, the net promoter score? Is it C, share of wallet? Is it D, mood chart? Hit the pause button for more time. The stakeholder engagement plan is a plan for how to engage stakeholders. The net promoter score is a measure of likelihood of recommendation. Probably the best answer. Let's take a look at C. Share of wallet is the share of your customer's wallet that you occupy. How much money are they willing to spend with you, or are they actually spending with you? So it's actual spend, taking a look at the metrics. So it would not be that. And a mood chart just checks the mood of stakeholders and team members. So the best option is B. It's a net promoter score. It measures the degree to which a stakeholder, usually the customer, is willing to recommend a product or service to others. It measures a range from -100 to +100. A high net promoter score not only measures satisfaction with a brand, product, or service, it is also an indicator of customer loyalty. You can find this in PMBOK 7.
Next question. You are using a technique that combines power, interest, and attitude elements into a three-dimensional model that can be useful in identifying and engaging the stakeholder community. It provides a model with multiple dimensions that improves the depiction of the stakeholder community as a multidimensional entity and assists with the development of communication strategies. What does this describe? Is it A, stakeholder cube, B, stakeholder mapping, C, stakeholder representation, or D, stakeholder engagement log? Let's take a look at the options and eliminate. To say options B, stakeholder mapping, is ambiguous. The three-dimensional models are in the form of A. It's that simple. It's definitional, right?
you need to know the definition. This is really just a definition of stakeholder cube. So it's not A. In the same token, it's not stakeholder representation, and it's not the stakeholder engagement log. We would say stakeholder engagement plan. So those are all bogus options. The best answer is A. Let's move on to the next one. You are tracking stakeholder and team morale on your project. What should you do? A, use a work performance report to measure work done. B, check team velocity for the current sprint. C, check unplanned team turnover. And D, check the TCPI. Hit the pause button for more time. Let's use the process of elimination. A work performance report to measure work done does not necessarily indicate team morale. So that's not the best option. Team velocity is actually not an indicator of team morale. We do not use that. Velocity varies for a number of reasons. C, check unplanned team turnover, just means check the rate at which team members leave for little or no reason. That's not a bad thing to do. Team morale could be measured by taking a look at how many people are leaving a team. Compare that to D, the TCPI, the Two Complete Performance Index, which is an earned value measurement, is not a better option than C. So the best option, my friends, is C. You can find this in PMBOK 7. Another way to track team morale is looking at unplanned project team turnover. High rates of unplanned turnover may indicate low morale. PMBOK 7, 2.7.2.6. And with that, my friends, we have come to the end of our first section. Let's jump straight into our next section. Our next section revolves around more situational and a little bit more difficult type of questions. Here's your first one. As a project manager in the information technology software industry, you are leading a project to develop a new software application. During the execution phase, you identify a stakeholder who has significant influence but is not actively engaged in project activities. What should you do next to manage this stakeholder effectively? Is it A, assess the stakeholder's needs, interests, and influence, level of influence, to tailor an appropriate engagement strategy? Is it B, initiate proactive communication with the stakeholder to understand the expectations and address any concerns? Is it C, collaborate with the project sponsor and key stakeholders to gather their insights on engaging the influential stakeholder? Is it D, update the stakeholder register and communication plan to incorporate the stakeholders' requirements and expectations? I'll give you time to think about it. Choose the best option. All right, let's take a look at the options. Options A and B are not bad options, but there's one that is premature between those two. Option C, collaborate with the sponsor and stakeholders to gather their insights, is kind of like going behind the stakeholders' back. It's probably better to go head on and find out more about the stakeholder yourself as opposed to C. So if I was going to do this, I would say it's not C and it's not D, because D is not well timed. See, D is asking you to update the stakeholder register to incorporate the stakeholders' requirements, but you haven't even gotten to find those out. So that is a bit premature. It's not a bad thing to do though, but you wouldn't do C or D right now. A, assess the stakeholders' needs and their interests. And level of influence is not a bad thing. It's what you generally do first. Going straight into B, jumping into B is not a good idea because you're just jumping into communicate without even understanding their needs. You got to understand their needs and interests and their level of influence. So let's take a look one more time. It says you identify a stakeholder, right? When you identify a stakeholder, what do? You got to begin to analyze the stakeholder. That's what you should do next, right? So you know their power and influence and so on, but all these other things have to be done, right? It says significant influence, so we know that they've got significant influence, but needs, interests, and determining the appropriate engagement is needed before going into option B. And that's why option B is not the best thing to do next, right? This is what you should do next, okay? I hope that clarified that question. So here's the answer. By assessing the stakeholders' needs, interests, and level of influence to tailor an appropriate engagement strategy, the project manager can ensure effective communication, collaboration, and stakeholder satisfaction throughout the project. The question says that the stakeholder has significant influence. This means that it's even more important to assess their needs, interests, level of influence in order to develop an appropriate engagement strategy. If the stakeholder is not actively engaged in project activities, it could be because they are not aware of the project, they do not understand the project's benefits, or they do not feel that their input is valued. By assessing the stakeholders' needs, interests, and level of influence, you can develop an engagement strategy that addresses these concerns and ensures that the stakeholder is involved in the project in a way that is meaningful to them, all right? So that is the very first question in this part B. Let's go to the next one. And what you notice from these questions is they're a little bit more stern and they have more robust options and text, just like the real exam. You are a project manager in the education industry leading a project to implement a new learning management system. During the execution phase, you encounter resistance to change from a group of faculty members who are key stakeholders in the project. What should you do next to manage this stakeholder resistance effectively? A, assess the reasons for stakeholder resistance and develop a change management plan to address their concerns. B, initiate targeted stakeholder engagement strategies to communicate the benefits and address any misconceptions. C, collaborate with the project team and other stakeholders to gather their support in influencing the resistance stakeholders. And D, update the stakeholder management plan to include specific strategies for managing stakeholder resistance. I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. This is really about stakeholders resisting a new system. It happens all the time, right? Implementing a new learning management system, they've obviously been using a previous one, and this new one, they're not really buying it, okay? So should you do A, assess the reasons for stakeholder resistance and develop a change management plan to address their concerns? Well, as far as assessing the reasons, how do you assess the reasons? It has to be by dialogue because you're not in their heads. So assessing reasons could be presumptuous if you're going by what you think or what someone else thinks, which brings up option C, collaborating with the project team to gather their support. It sounds like either you're trying to bypass the actual people that have the problem, or you're trying to strong arm the people that have the problem into agreeing with them, making them agree, like forcibly. Nah, that's not the best option. So it's not A and it's not C, right? Collaborating with the project team. We have D, updating the stakeholder management plan to include specific strategies. And that's not a bad thing to do, but it's premature and it's probably better calling it a stakeholder engagement plan. But D again is sudden and it doesn't take into account the necessary things that we should as project managers. There should be some dialogue. So option B states initiate targeted stakeholder engagement activities. We definitely want stakeholder engagement and we want to communicate with these stakeholders. We want to communicate not just the benefits, but we also want to address any misconceptions. And therefore, B is the best option. If you're reading blindly, you might think A is right by saying, well, assess the reasons. But the reasons could very well just be in someone's head. We actually need dialogue to get down to the bottom of why this stakeholder or stakeholders are resistant. So the best option, my friends, for that one is B. By initiating targeted stakeholder engagement activities to communicate benefits and address any misconceptions, the project manager can actively manage stakeholder resistance, promote understanding, and foster stakeholder buy-in for the project's success. All right, let's move into number 31 in this new set. As a project manager in the financial and banking industry, you are leading a project to implement a new online banking platform. During the execution phase, you identify a stakeholder who is not actively participating in project meetings and decision-making processes. What should you do next to manage this stakeholder effectively? Is it A, assess the stakeholder's level of involvement and influence to determine the best approach for engaging them? B, initiate communication with the stakeholder to understand the expectations and address any barriers to participation? Is it C, collaborate with other key stakeholders to identify potential strategies for involving and engaging the stakeholder? Or is it D, update the stakeholder register and communication plan to reflect the stakeholders' level of participation? Hit the pause button for more time. Let's examine this question a little bit further. So you're leading a project to identify a new stakeholder or a stakeholder that's not been actively participating in meetings or decision making. What if that stakeholder doesn't have the right level of expectation to do that? So you're expecting them to be in meetings? Well, maybe they should, it's good that they're not. Maybe they don't need to be in the meetings. So you got to read these questions carefully because this question kind of implies that there's something off, but there very well may not be anything off. And how do you find out what is going on? Again, you got to do the relevant stakeholder analysis first. So if we start from the bottom this time, update the stakeholder register and communication plan. It's presumptuous because you don't know what is going on, right? So we're going to cancel D. C, collaborate with other key stakeholders to identify potential strategies for involving and engaging the stakeholder. Again, because we can access the stakeholder directly, it doesn't make sense going behind their back to talk to other people about the engagement. All right. And B, initiate communication with the stakeholder to understand the expectations and address any barriers. Well, we don't know that they're barriers. You see, it's a little bit presumptuous to say, oh, you should be meetings. You don't know that. You don't know that. It just says not actively participating in the meetings. and decision making. It's possible that they'll come in at a different phase that is more appropriate. Maybe they don't want to step on someone else's turf. So B, again, is not the best option. The best option is to assess their level of involvement as well as their influence. You got to understand what their influence level is. You got to understand why are they involved at this level. That's what we mean by assessing their level of involvement. You have to assess and understand, is their level of engagement relevant? Is their level of engagement satisfactory? Because it very well could be. So it sounds like a trick, but it's not. You just need to read the questions with that understanding that not everyone who is uninvolved is a bad stakeholder. If you get my point, and therefore the answer is A. By assessing the stakeholders' level of involvement and influence to determine the best approach for engaging them, the project manager can tailor communication and engagement strategies to meet the stakeholders' needs and expectations, fostering their active participation in the project. All right, my friends, we are done with the second part. And you know how we've been rolling with all of this. We have 3 parts to the equation. So for the final part, we are going in on the spinner, I call it, type of questions. So let's advance and we'll take a look at a couple of relatively easy spinner questions compared to the others that we've looked at. The others that we've looked at in the past are a little bit more stern. Here we go. Here's the very first one. The product owner and the team discussed the user stories planned for a particular project. The team pointed out that none of the stories had acceptance criteria defined, and that these were needed to define the acceptance test for each story and deliverable. However, they could not agree on when exactly these needed to be defined. Ideally, when should the acceptance test be defined? Is it A, before release planning? Is it B, during the iteration? Is it C, during the review? Is it D, in refinement before development? I'll give you some time to think about it. Hit the pause button if you need more time. All right. So, my friends, using the process of elimination, if you're writing these acceptance tests, it obviously needs to be before that story gets underway so that the developers can build in the knowledge of the acceptance criteria into the build, whatever they're working on. Before release planning is too late, because you know that you could have several sprints in a release. So this needs to be even before you get into whatever sprint this stuff is going to be worked on. So it's not going to be A. A would be too late, right? B, during the iteration, again, it's too late because work is underway. And during the sprint review, seriously, that is dead in the water. So the best answer is D, in refinement before development. That makes the most sense. Backlog items should be well understood before an iteration starts, but not so early that time is wasted on items that may not be implemented. So don't do this for just any random items all the way at the bottom of the backlog. We want to do this in a sensible way for things that we know very well will be done. Got to use our time wisely. All right, here is the final one. A team was working on a complex product that required integration of many complex parts. The team decided to commit to integrating the product every few hours during the development, an adaptation of the agile practice of continuous integration. In what way would this practice be most helpful to the team? Is it A, to reduce the length of the iteration? Is it B, to increase the team velocity? Is it C, the product would be in a near releasable state at any time? Is it D, to gain customer acceptance? What do you think? Hit the pause button if you need more time. All right, hit the pause button. Now I want you to get into the spirit of Agile. Think about it. Is it to reduce the length of an iteration? What good does that do? Think about it. If you're in the world of Kanban, we don't even roll that way because the length of the iterations differ. If we're in the world of Scrum, we don't mess around with the length of iterations. It's okay for the iteration to be 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. We're not trying to shorten iterations. So that's against the grain. It's not A. B, to increase the team velocity. Again, just hearing that is against the grain of Agile. That is not what we seek to do. That's not how we roll. That is not our focus. What about option C? The product would be in a near releasable state at any time. CI and CD, continuous integration, to be able to continuously deploy would make sense, right? So let's take a look at D and see if D is the wrong one. To gain customer acceptance. Think about it. Is that why you do continuous integration, to gain customer acceptance? No. The best option here, my friends, is option C. Option C is all about being in a near releasable state at any time. The primary purpose of CI is to continuously build a working product. The iteration is a fixed time box, so should not be reduced. Velocity may or may not be increased. There's no guarantee that CI will increase velocity. Customer acceptance is not a function of CI. Demos and other feedback options serve that purpose. All right, would you like one more? Because I think I'm hearing you say you would like more. Do you want one more? All right. One more. Here's our final question. Final question. A team was planning the deliverables of a 2-week time box, which represents a sprint. The Scrum Master, who is the team facilitator, was helping reconcile the expectations of the business, represented by the product owner and the team. It was agreed that the team would complete the deliverables before the completion of the time box sprint, and that the product owner would not change the requirements related to those deliverables during the sprint. Why is this agreement necessary? Is it A, to incorporate flexibility as a value in sprint planning? Is it B, to ensure that the agreed goals can always be met? Is it C, so that both the business and the team get what they want? Or is it D, to ensure there is reciprocal commitment from both ends? I'll give you some time to think about it. Hit the pause button if you need more time. So, my friends, taking a look at this, A, to incorporate flexibility as a value in sprint planning. Well, think about it. The reason why the product owner is not changing the requirements is not to incorporate flexibility. Let's read that last statement. It was agreed that the team would complete the deliverables before completion of the time box sprint, and the product owner would not change the requirements. So that doesn't even really speak flexibility, but that is not the best option. Even though A is counter to what is being suggested, it actually sounds more restrictive. So it's not A. It's not to incorporate flexibility. B says to ensure that agreed goals can always be met. That's presumptuous, and that is not reality. You cannot say always be met. So that's obviously an indicator that that's not the right one. So we have C and D, so that both the business and the team get what they want. Again, this goes against the grain being suggested. To get what the business wants, you would have said changes at any point in time. So C is not really sensible in the context of what is going on. It's like saying, oh, we're going to restrict adding changes so the business can get what they want. Well, we know what the business, a lot of businesses generally want. They want change, but that's still not the reason. Either way, it's still not the reason. So it's not C. The best option is to ensure there is a commitment from both ends. One, to get the work done as promised or as planned. And two, not to mess things up by asking for crazy changes in the middle, or even if they're reasonable changes. So the best option here, my friends, is D. D is the best answer, to ensure there is reciprocal commitment from both ends. Without a mutual agreement regarding sprint changes, scope creep can occur, jeopardizing the sprint goal. It does not ensure that the goal will be met. It simply increases the odds. All right, so taking a look at B, rather presumptuous to say always be met, right? It does increase the odds. So great questions here from the world of Agile, from my buddy, and thank you, Roy, for those questions. We are done with today's rather expansive and extensive session. I hope you found value from it. I hope it was an eye-opener. I hope it helps build your stamina. Don't forget to smash the like button and subscribe so that you'll be notified whenever there's another video from this channel. But for now, it's your buddy Phil signing off and saying thank you for joining me throughout all 10 of these episodes. It's been a great run, and now it's time to go back and watch those episodes again and again and get each knowledge area down pat, beef up your confidence, your knowledge, and your skills. Thank you very much. Take care, and bye for now.
Hello, my awesome friends. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Today, we're going to take a look at resource management questions. We're going to start off as usual from our set of questions that goes a little bit into something like a hybrid mix. I also wanted to make it very clear that the exam is not ITTO based in any way, shape, or form. So if you are thinking about cramming ITTOs, definitely think again. Don't do it. All right, let's move on. First question. On a project using Agile methods, the project charter has been signed, the project manager has been hired, and high-level budget and scope have been determined. What should the project manager do first before the team commences work? All right, so we're going to move pretty quick here. I will let you make a decision, and then we're going to speed very quickly after that. Okay, so obviously A would make no sense. You wouldn't release the team because you're just starting the project, right? The project charter has been signed. You understand the high-level budget and the scope. So it wouldn't be A, right? It would not be to develop a team charter, would it? The project manager has been hired. High-level budget and scope have been determined. What should the project manager do first before the team commences work? Definitely not A. D could be debatable. C, meet with all functional heads. We could probably cross that one out. So why don't we do that together? Let's cross out what we know very well is not reality. It wouldn't be A, and it wouldn't be to meet with all functional heads. For what purpose? So we've got B and we've got D. So, before the team commences work. Before the team commences work, you might need to send them for training, but it is important that you develop a resource management plan, right? The resource management plan would come first. In addition to the resource management plan in the PMBOK guide, it also makes mention of the team charter. So the team charter comes before the training. So it would be option D. All right. Now we're moving a little bit quicker. You're working on an agile project where the team will be onboarded across the project. You know rewards will be effective only if they satisfy a need that is valued by that individual. Reward decisions may be made formally or informally during the process of managing the project team. When is the best time for developing a reward system? Think about it. I'll give you some time. All right, let's take a look at the options and we'll use the process of elimination again. So, would you develop a reward system when resources have been developed or when all the team has been acquired? Or is it when the product backlog has been emptied or as early as possible in the project before work begins? It's simple logic. When you really boil it down, you would want a reward system to be in place so that people know what they are working towards. They know when they've met certain goals and objectives. So right from the get-go, you can cross out C that says when the product backlog has been empty. That doesn't make sense. It wouldn't be after the work has been done. B says when all the team has been acquired. Well, let's say different team members come aboard the project at different times over the span of the project. It wouldn't make sense to say when all the team has been acquired, even though most of them are acquired early, but it's not a given. What about A, when resources have been developed? Well, part of the development could be tied to a reward system, so it's probably not the best idea either. Now, this is really asking you, at what stage do you develop a resource management plan that contains rewards and recognition? And the answer is in planning. So the best answer here is D. It is as early as possible in the project before work begins. That is the best option. Since the team will be onboarded throughout the project, you need to decide as early as possible what the reward system would be like. All right, let's move on. You're working on an agile project to deliver a solution to the client. Unfortunately, the requirements are very unclear. What should you do as the project manager? Select all that apply. Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's begin. A, help sponsors and stakeholders craft a product vision. B, progressively decompose the roadmap into backlog of smaller concrete requirements. C, bring the team and product owner together to clarify the expectations and value of a requirement. And D, encourage team members to stick to the original list of requirements without digression. So think about it. It says an agile project. For that reason, you got to cancel option D, that's for sure. You wouldn't stick blindly to the original list of requirements without digression, because sometimes you don't even do all of them. So when you think about A, is that a good thing to help the sponsors and stakeholders craft a vision on an agile project if you're a project manager? Absolutely. What about progressively decompose the backlog? Yeah, that makes sense. You're going to take those epics, break them down into smaller level features, break those down into stories, right? Ultimately, you could get down to the task level in the sprint backlog. Nothing wrong in that. And C, bring the team and product owner together. Nothing wrong in that. Story writing workshops, creating the product backlog development, it's talked about in the Agile Practice Guide. So the best answer, my friend, is A, B, and C, okay?
This is a direct cutout of the Agile Practice Guide where it says help sponsors and stakeholders craft a product vision, consider building a product roadmap using specification by example, SBE, user story mapping, impact mapping, bring the team and product owner together. So that stuff is all in your Agile Practice Guide. All right, let's move on, my friends, to the next question. You are a project manager on a hybrid project that is using a lot of Agile techniques. The PMO has asked you to estimate the team's availability. Which of the following estimating approaches will you use? I'll let you think about it for a little bit. All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's take a look. So, A, base capacity on an 8-hour day. Well, it wouldn't be a wise thing to do because in the world of Agile, we make allowances for things that happen day to day that are not in the development work we do. So we don't base it on 8 hours. Good rule of thumb is 6. So it's definitely not A. That's not a good option. B, subtract time for actual work done, ceremonies, delays, and holidays. Well, you would subtract time for work not done. You wouldn't subtract time for work done. So that is a trick. If you really read it carefully, you realize that this is not a good option. So you wouldn't subtract time for actual work. C, do not base capacity on a full work day. That's what I said in the beginning, where you would do it based on a 6-hour time frame or 6-hour base per day. D, use analogous estimating to determine hours spent working. Using analogous estimating is risky because it is not that accurate. Remember, we base things on empiricism in this world of Agile, so just going off on analogous estimating is not the best. And since it said a hybrid project that is using a lot of Agile, you got to look at these nuances, these slimy questions. They have a lot of trapdoors. You want to make sure you don't fall in. So the best answer, my friends, is C. That is the best from all the options given. All right, let's move on. You are working on a predictive project and in the process of estimating resources to be used on the project. For which of the following would you derive this? Think about it for a bit. Okay, so this is kind of like common sense. It's more, the question should actually better read from which of the following would you derive, which of the following would you derive from this, or from which of the following would you derive this? So you use the process of elimination here, even though the language is a little bit obscure. So what can you derive from this process, right? What would you derive from estimating resources? So from estimating resources, just using the process of elimination from the bottom up, it wouldn't be a team chart and a social contract. That would be done in plan resource management earlier on. It wouldn't be a procurement management plan, so we can use process of elimination to strike that out. So it could only be either A or B, right? When you're estimating resources to be used on a project, do you really get resource risk from that process? No, you don't. So it couldn't be A. So the best option here is B. And think of the question as you were working on a predictive project and in the process of estimating resources to be used on the project. Which of the following would you derive from this? That should be the phrasing. So the best answer here is B, the resource breakdown structure. It's a hierarchical representation of resources by category and type, and you should be able to use process of elimination to decode what happens. All right, let's move to the next one. You have just heard from management 6 employees will be reassigned to other higher priority projects. At this point, you identify the type, quantity, and characteristics of resources required to complete the project. What is the best thing to do? Okay, so you can use process of elimination, right? Type, quantity, and characteristics. So, would you hire based on scale? Would you hire based on the functional management's decision? Would you hire based on the team's perception? Or would you strictly follow the business unit recommendations? All right, so think about it. Here we're talking about human resources. So when we say type and quantity and characteristics, we're really referring to those characteristics about humans. Okay. If that is the case, it wouldn't be based on the team's perception, right? Because we're talking about some hard facts here, right? We're not. You wouldn't be hiring based on the functional management's decision, because it said type, quantity, and characteristics required to complete the project. However, to be quite honest, it doesn't tell you if this is a predictive or an agile project. So if this was an agile project, what would you do? It may change your decision a little bit. So let's start from ground zero and think. If this was an agile project, how would you make that decision? How would you make that judgment call? See? Because it doesn't tell us what we're doing in terms of hiring right now. This is a pretty tricky question. It says, let's read it carefully here. Read it carefully. There's a master key somewhere. At this point, you are not hiring yet. Oh. So you're not hiring. You are identifying these characteristics. Type, quantity, and this is a very tricky one. Characteristics. What are some of those characteristics in the world of Agile when you're looking for new team members? Characteristics of being able to get along, characteristics of being teachable, being a team player. So there's a lot more. But how do you base your judgment on those characteristics? Because quantity and type is one thing. So we want 6 people. We want them to be highly skilled. Okay, but look at that trapdoor. That's a trick. Characteristics of resources. So if you're identifying who to hire or what decisions or variables to factor into your hiring, which of these is the best? Remember, these people you're hiring are going to be working with a specific group of individuals known as the team. So when you look at it from that angle, you wouldn't just hire based on scale. There are a lot of people who are great, but they don't get along well with their team members. So it wouldn't be that. So let's backtrack a little bit and think. Hire based on the functional management's decision. If you're letting the functional management make a decision for the team, that goes against the grain of Agile and common sense, because the functional management is not going to be working with these people. So that is probably not the best thing to do. Let's take a look at option C. Hire based on the team's perception. Now, even though that sounds subjective, it's actually not a bad idea, come to think of it. Let's take a look at D. Strictly follow the business unit's recommendations. The business unit is not going to be working with these people. it's the team members. So based on the team's perception, I think this is the best option. Let's take a look. This is the best thing to do for obvious reasons. Those characteristics, the emotional intelligence, the EI, and things such as that, all of that has to be factored in when you're making a new hire. Whether you're in an agile world, even in a predictive world, it makes sense to get the team involved. And therefore, since the question was mute on the project type, this is the best answer. It's a tricky one. All right, let's move on. Your firm has been awarded a project to design ways to harness a clean energy source. Jane, a team member on a previous project, did so well. She has been assigned to a current project. However, her schedule is currently full. Which of the following is true? I'll let you read it for a bit. All right, let's jump into this question we were just looking at. Let's go back. We had a little hiccup there. Let's go back. All right, there we go. Sorry for that break in transmission. We are coming back to one of those other questions after this. So let's jump back into this and get this one straight. All right, here we go. Okay. Let's try and rebalance it on the screen. All right, there we go. All right. So if Jane has been pre-assigned, this would have happened before the project started, right? Pre-assignment is part of acquire resources. So we're not going to say that option A is wrong. We're going to leave option A. So let's leave option A. Option B, Jane has been pre-assigned and this is part of managed team. So that's not correct. Let's go ahead and cancel that. Let's look at option C. Jane was pre-assigned. This is part of plan resource management. It's not part of plan resource management. Jane has been pre-assigned and this is part of estimate activity resources. It's actually part of acquire resources. So I know there are a lot of questions on the test that are resource related, but they may not be as specific as this, but it's good for you to know what is being done in each process. So the best answer here, my friends, is A. All right, let's go to the next one. You're using certain criteria to rate or score potential resources, choosing between internal and external team resources. It says you are weighting this criteria according to their relative importance to select the most appropriate resources. What does this describe? All right, let's take a look. And let's use the process of elimination. So this is resource management, right? This would not be source selection criteria because that would be procurement. It is not data analysis in that there's a better option, even though it is some sort of analysis, but it's not data analysis. That's the best answer. That's not the best answer. It's also not interpersonal and team skills either. That is something else. This is really an example of MCDA that is talked about as you are acquiring the team. So the best answer here is B. This describes MCDA using a multi-criteria decision analysis tool. Criteria are developed and used to rate or score potential resources, for example, choosing between internal and external team resources. Sounds very familiar, like what we looked at a little bit ago. Next question. Your team is currently going through the storming stage of team development. This can be described by one statement. Choose it. So which one of these best describes storming? All right, let's go ahead and try to choose. All right, so we'll use the process of elimination. A, in this phase, team members begin to work together to adjust their work habits and behaviors to support the team. That does not happen in storming. That sounds more like norming. B, team members tend to be independent and not as open in this phase. That could be kind of correct, but independent and not as open sounds more like the very beginning. When it comes to storming, they're not so independent that they are not coming to blows, almost. So B is probably not the answer, but let's move on to C. C, in this phase, team members are interdependent and work through issues smoothly and effectively. That's definitely performing, so it's not that. D, during this phase, team members begin to address the project work, technical decisions, and the project management approach. Now, don't be deceived by the positive sound, as in they begin to address the project work, technical decisions, and project management approach. That is actually what happens in storming, and that's why the boxing gloves come off. So the answer is not B, it is D. B, being independent and not as open, is forming. This is storming in D. And I remember this because I've gotten a question like this wrong on one of those exams. So the answer, yes, it's D. During this phase, the team begins to address the work, technical decisions, and so on. Oh, there's the full sentence. If team members are not collaborative or open to different ideas and perspectives, the environment can become counterproductive. All right, let's move on. Your team is currently going through the performing stage of team development. This can be described by one statement. Choose it. All right, hit the pause button because we've already gone through this. So performing. If you recall in the last question, I told you which one it was. That's a freebie. All right, let's go ahead and let's eliminate what it's not. So in performing, it's definitely not addressing the technical decisions, and it's not C, that's adjourning, moving on from the project. Interdependent and moving along smoothly is definitely performing. Begin to work together is not performing, that's norming. So you got to be careful with those, but that should be the answer. The answer is B. All right, so page 338. Pen box 6, you'll be able to find that this is B. Teams that reach the performance stage function as a well-organized unit. They are interdependent and work through issues smoothly and effectively. Good deal. All right, let's move on to the next question. The project charter has been signed. The project manager and all team members have been trained, and high-level budget and detailed scope have been determined. Project resources have been acquired. What should the project manager do first? All right, so hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's use common sense, right? So it says, all team members have been trained. So they've been trained, it wouldn't be B. And if they've been trained, then of course they've been acquired. All right, so C says enable forums for interaction and feedback. It's not a bad idea. D, do not put any reporting or interfaces in place when dealing with a team. That doesn't even make sense. So that's just a red herring to make you scratch your head. So the best option here, my friends, is actually C. The next process in sequence is manage team. Since the team has been acquired, this enables feedback and interaction. So that's what you actually should do, right? You should put reporting interfaces in place. So that makes sense. The answer is C. All right, let's move on. You are on a predictive project working on a process to influence team behavior, managing conflict and resolving issues. Which process does this describe? All right, hit the pause button if you need more time. So I'll tell you straight up, managing conflict and those things it describes wouldn't be team training. And you're not estimating activity resources. You've already got the resources. And there's no such process as control team. So this is an easy freebie. The best answer is C. This describes the manage team process. All right, let's move on. Two team members are arguing about a technical subject which is causing a major delay. You apply a technique to assist them in searching for solutions that bring some degree of satisfaction to both of them in order to temporarily or partially resolve the conflict. Which conflict resolution technique does this describe? It's a good one. I'll give you time to think about it. All right, so think about the page that you read in PMBOK, right? When it comes to a temporal fix is not collaborate, so we can get rid of that. Temporal or partial, right? So what is the difference between a temporal or partial fix versus conceding? Conceding is smooth or accommodate. So if you know smooth is accommodate, this will tell you it cannot be either because they're the same thing. The best answer is compromise. It's compromise or reconcile. And that's where we do a temporary fix, a band-aid. So this is A. Let's move on. This is on page 345 in PMBOK 6. All right. You're a manager in an organization using a direct approach in a conflict situation. For which reason should the forced direct conflict resolution strategy be used? Is it to force a junior worker to agree? Is it to exert a power position? Is it to resolve an emergency? Is it to enforce a theory X approach? All right. So if you've read this page in the guide, you know there's a difference between a reason versus what is happening. So in this question, you can see what is happening. Yes, it seems like a force technique, but you don't say the reason you should use a force or direct approach is to force someone to agree. No, it's for something of a higher order. So it's not to force the person to agree. It is not to exert a power position, even though that's what you're doing. And it's not to enforce a theory X approach. It's actually to resolve an emergency. That's the reason that the PMBOK 6 gives us. All right, so the best answer here, my friends, is C. Take a look at page 345 in PMBOK 6. All right, let's move on. A project manager is performing resource management on a troubled project. You have identified a problem and its root cause. Certain materials to be used on the project have been damaged due to excess vehicular motion. The project manager should use methodical steps to deal with problem solving. What should the project manager do next after identifying this problem? All right. So this one, I just want to give an alert. It's a tricky one, but you got to think about the sensibility of what is talked about in the PMP 6 about solving problems for resources. If you have a big problem, before you find the root cause, you want to break it down. So part of identifying the problem would be to break it down once you found it before moving on to the next stage. This is talked about in PMP 6, page 352. So why don't we open up PMP 6? Let me grab my copy. PMP 6. PMP 6. Sometimes my PMP guide goes missing. I don't even know where it is sometimes. All right, PMP 6, page 352. And let's read, is it 352? I might have given you a wrong page there, beg your pardon. Let me find it. It's in the tools and techniques, it's page 356. All right, so it says, number one, identify the problem, specify the problem. 2, define the problem. Break it into smaller manageable problems. 3, investigate, collect data. And then analyze is number 4. That's where you find the root cause of the problem. And then you solve, choose the suitable solution, and then check the solution. So the lesson to be learned here, my friends, is part of defining the problem is breaking it into smaller manageable problems. Okay. For those of you that have learned the Dixiv approach, that is one step that we don't talk about. And it's a lesson to be learned. Don't just say identify the root cause immediately. You got to first of all break it down into smaller problems. So the best answer is A. It's break it into smaller manageable problems. And here are the steps. Specify the problem, break it into smaller manageable problems, collect data, then find the root cause of the problem, choose the suitable solution, and then determine if it works. So the lesson, my friends, again, part of your problem understanding in the early stages is not just to state the problem, but you got to break it into smaller manageable problems. And where there is data, collect the data, because that's going to help you to identify the root cause. All right, let's move on. You have had trouble with this particular project team, likely because of their past project experience. They lack hands-on project management team experience. Right now, you're ensuring that the assigned physical resources are available to the project at the right time and in the right place, and are released when no longer needed. Which process does this describe? Is it develop team? Is it estimate activity resources? Is it manage team? Or is it control resources? All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time. This is an easy one because when we talk about physical resources only, you know the one process where we do this, my friends. The one process where we do this is not developing team, because that's for humans. So it wouldn't be A. It wouldn't be estimating activity resources, because we're not making sure that they are available. We are estimating them there. And it's not manage team, because that's about the human. So the best answer here, my friends, is D. It is control resources. All right. I hope you're finding value from these. We just got a few more before we get to the difficult zone. Let's take a look at this. Your firm has been awarded a contract to rebuild out part of the I-995 with a state-of-the-art low-noise asphalt. Your team members are having a technical argument. Which of the following is likely true? Are they in performing where all the arguments happen? Is this storming where some technical disagreements happen? Are they in forming where many of the arguments happen? Are they in norming where arguments happen? All right, well, this is an easy one because we just talked about something similar. Using the process of elimination, arguments could happen anywhere, but they're likely to not happen in performing as they are in storming. Not in forming, not in norming. To say in forming where many of arguments happen is not accurate. A lot of arguments happen in storming, right? And it's not norming where arguments happen. That's a general statement that's not true. So the best answer, my friends, is B. This describes the storming stage. All right, here's the next one. Your firm has been awarded a project to carry out a significant energy initiative. As your project progresses, your team begins functioning as an interdependent team, getting work done and progressing at a good pace. What does this describe? A, they are in performing where the team functions interdependently. B, this is storming where the team functions interdependently. C, they are in forming where the team functions interdependently. Or D, they are in norming where the team functions interdependently. All right, well, this is a freebie again because you know from previous it can't be D, it can't be C, and it can't be B. The best answer here is A. This describes performing. All right, and with that, my friends, we are pretty much done with the easier hybrid type of questions. Now we got to change gears and move on to some of the more challenging ones. So let's jump into resources in our more difficult bank before we get to the spinner of the day, which will be the final one. So as a project manager in the education industry, you are leading the development of an e-learning platform. During the execution phase, you realize that the project team lacks the necessary expertise in certain technical areas required for the project. What should you do next to address this resource gap effectively? What should you do? I'm going to let you think about it for a little bit. Center it squarely on the screen so you can see it properly. All right. All right, so what should you do next to address this gap? Because it says they lack the necessary expertise required for the project. Would you assess the impact of the resource gap on the project's objectives and deliverables, or would you collaborate with human resources department to recruit or assign team members with the required expertise? Would you communicate the resource gap to the stakeholders? Would you update the project management plan to include training or external resources to bridge the expertise gap? So as a project manager, doing C is not very helpful saying, hey, we have a gap. You're the project manager. C is like one of those mother may I kind of questions, not a very good one. And D, update the project management plan. You wouldn't do that immediately. You don't just update the plan without doing some analysis and better understanding what is required and what is at play, what is at stake. Okay. And then B, collaborate with the human resource department to recruit or assign team members with the required expertise. It's not a bad thing, right? But assessing the impact of the gap on the project's objectives and deliverables, that is already a given. You know that the team lacks expertise in technical areas. So the best thing to do is to get those areas sorted, don't you think? So in this case, assessing the impact of the gap is not bad, but it's not as conclusive to address the gap effectively. Okay, so the best option here, my friend, is to work with HR to recruit or assign team members with the required expertise. I got to find people who can actually do this. So the best answer is B. And the logic is that by collaborating with the human resource department to recruit or assign team members with the required expertise, the project manager can ensure the project team has the necessary skills and knowledge to successfully deliver the e-learning platform. Let's go to the next question. All right. You are a project manager in the financial and banking industry leading a project to implement a new banking software system. During the execution phase, you encounter a shortage of financial resources allocated for the project. So think about financial resources, right? Talking about money. What should you do next to manage this resource constraint appropriately? A, assess the impact of the resource constraints on the project scope and deliverables. B, communicate the resource constraint to the project stakeholders and seek their input on addressing it. C, collaborate with the project sponsor and financial department to secure additional funding or reallocate resources. And D, update the project management plan to reflect the revised resource allocation and budget constraints. I'll let you think about it for a bit. All right, so when you take a look at this, my friends, there's going to be some of these options that seem a little bit far-fetched. For example, just updating the plan to reflect revised allocation is far-fetched. It's premature. You wouldn't do D immediately, right? Going from bottom up, collaborate with the project sponsor and financial department to secure additional funding or reallocate resources. B, compared to C, communicate the resource constraint to stakeholders and seek their input on addressing it. That seems a little bit weak. Hey, I've got a resource constraint. I need your help. It's a little bit lame. When you look at C, you got to understand that the project sponsor is the person, that role, that is responsible for the financial resources. So don't be moved by the financial department being there your best bet is still the one that has the project sponsor, right? The project sponsor has the right to get additional funding or even reallocate financial resources. So you got to think about that. Assess the impact of the resource constraint. It's not a bad thing to do, but it's already obvious. It's already obvious because it says, what should you do next to manage this appropriately? So just saying, oh, well, let me see what the impact is. It's not conclusive. You need to solve the problem, right? So in this case, the best way to resolve the problem is not by just telling people, hey, I need more money. It's actually going to the right channel, the right source. And in this case, the right source is your sponsor. So by collaborating with the project sponsor and financial department to secure additional funding or reallocate resources, the project manager can mitigate the impact of the resource constraint and ensure sufficient financial resources for project success. And no, it seems a little bit borderline and tricky, but when you look at option B, like I was saying, it's a little bit weak. Hey, I have a problem. That's weak. You gotta take more decisive action. Try to stem the tide, stop the problem. All right, this is the next one. As a project manager in the construction industry, you are leading a project to build a new bridge. During the execution phase, you realize that the project team is experiencing a shortage of skilled labor due to unforeseen labor strikes in the industry. What should you do next to manage this resource constraint effectively? I'll let you read it. All right, my friends, let's take a look at the options we have here. So, going from the bottom up as usual, update the project plan to reflect the revised resource allocation. You don't just go ahead and change stuff. So I'm guessing you're learning, don't just update the plan, it's not D. C, communicate the resource constraint to the project stakeholders and seek their input on addressing it. Again, it's one of those mother may I responses. It's lame, it's weak. You're a project manager. You solve problems. Of course, working with others, but you're not going there to say, hey, there's a problem. What do you think I should do? No. So you're left with two. You're left with collaborate with subcontractors or labor unions to secure additional skilled labor resources. That is quite decisive. Let's look at A. Assess the impact of the resource constraint on the project schedule and budget. You already know you got a shortage. It says experiencing a shortage of skilled labor due to what? Unforeseen labor strikes. Your best bet is to talk to these unions. Work with them as much as possible. Collaborate. That's the name of the game. All right. So while A sounds nice, it's not the best option. All right. So here, my friends, the best answer is B. By collaborating with subcontractors or labor unions to secure additional skilled labor resources, the project manager can mitigate the impact of the resource constraint and ensure that the necessary workforce is available to meet project milestones and objectives. I hope these questions so far are giving you a good run for your money and your time, because time is money. If it is, I want you to smash that like button, amp this one up so people can find it. A lot of my question sessions, they have helped so many people, but the problem is a lot of folks don't know about these sessions. So hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, support the channel, and share this with your buddies. All right, we got one final question for today. Then this is going to close it out. This is the spinner. The spinner, which has an abominably long amount of data in it. And I always give one of the spinners because back in the day, I would hear from my PMP champs that they got some questions that were abominably long on the exam. So let's jump straight into this one. You are the project manager on an engineering project involving several contractors and team members. The stakeholder management effort has proven to be very significant in the first few days. You have completed the identification of stakeholders. Previously, you had difficulty managing stakeholders because no distinctions were made among them regarding influence or authority. What information do you need to include in the stakeholder register? Now, be careful because you could be distracted with the brash language of managing stakeholders. You know, PMI doesn't use that language, so that's a distractor right there. But what information do you need to include in the stakeholder register? I'll give you time to read it. All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time, my friends. So this is where your understanding of predictive lingo could help because you can just shoot down a bunch of them right away. So starting from the bottom, stakeholder benefits management plan is not even a thing, right? That's bogus. You wouldn't find that in the stakeholder register even if it existed. C, stakeholder classification. That sounds plausible, but let's take a look at B. B, stakeholder engagement plan. You wouldn't find an engagement plan in a stakeholder register, so it can't be B. The register is just the beginning, so you wouldn't have a plan in there, right? Because you're just identifying the stakeholders. And A, change requests for new stakeholders. Definitely not. You wouldn't have change requests. So the best answer, my friends, is C, stakeholder classification. And with that, my friends, we've come to the end of this pretty long session. You know, resources is a beast. You got 6 different processes in there, so it was bound to take us a significant amount of time. But I hope you found value from this. If you have any questions, do put them below. I know there were a lot of curveballs today. And if you're looking for training, coaching, and help for your PMP exam, I want to encourage you to go on down to the website. It's Praizion.com. I've got courses there everywhere from $19 to $49 to $199. You can find all sorts of courses. You can find my PMBOK 7. You can find my PMP basics. You can find my Elite PMP. They're all there on Udemy. You can find them and subscribe to the channel. And also check out the pmradio.org podcast, pmradio.org. You can find my podcast on every available podcast platform. It's called 40 Days to PMP Exam Success. And then you can also find the PMP Exam Radio Show. Those are my 2 podcasts. Collectively, they've got thousands of minutes of content. You know, I'm talking about tens and tens of hours. I think I've probably clocked at least 40 hours of content on these platforms. So pmradio.org, and then the other one is you can find it at study.pmradio.org. Okay, check them out, and they're going to help you as you prepare for your exam. Thank you very much, my friends. I wish you all the best.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to PMP Exam Prep, Pace and Reasoning, Schedule Management. This is where we dive into situational questions and get a good understanding of what to expect on the exam. Now, because schedule is such a beast, I have a number of questions for you today, going into roughly 10, if not more. But we're going to go through them very quickly. So let's jump straight into the first one. You are a project manager on a hybrid project using a predominantly agile approach and in the process of decomposing work to be done. Which of the following is the largest size? Hit the pause button if you need more time. I will reveal the answer shortly. The answer to this is none other than Epic. The highest level in the Agile world is Epic. It may vary in some firms or some circles, but it's generally Epic. So remember the mnemonic. Phil eats fries sometimes on Tuesdays. That is product, epic, feature, story, task, in that order. Product, of course, is the biggest, followed by epic, followed by feature, followed by story and task. Keep that mnemonic in mind. Phil eats fries sometimes on Tuesdays. Let's take a look at the next question. You are planning how and when to deliver a product on an Agile project. Which of the following approaches would you use? Hit the pause button if you need more time. Let's examine the options. A. Use long cycles to undertake work. Review the plans and stick to the plan. B. Use long cycles to monitor work. Review the results and adapt as necessary. C. Use short cycles to undertake work, review the results, and adapt as necessary. D. Use short cycles to plan work, ignore the results, since the plan should be agile. The best answer to this, my friends, first of all, getting rid of anything that talks about long cycles means you are going to strike out two. You're going to strike out A and B. Then you're left with C and D. Taking a look here, we can see that option D negates empiricism. It says ignore the results. We don't do that in the world of Agile. In the world of Agile, results matter. That is what we use to inspect and adapt. So D is incorrect, and the best answer, my friends, is the one that talks about short cycles. This can be found in the Agile Practice Guide on page 91. Next question. You are in the process of establishing how to build a schedule, the policies, procedures, and documentation for planning, developing, managing, executing, and controlling the project schedule. Which results do you expect to receive from this process? Let's review the options. Hit the pause button if you need more time. There are certain things here that are not a result of planning how to build a schedule. And the things that you don't get from planning how to build a schedule are, you don't get the schedule. The project schedule comes later. You don't get the schedule baseline. That comes later. It's not as a result of planning how to build a schedule. You don't get schedule forecast. That comes as a result of controlling the schedule, which happens later. So the best option, my friends, is C, the schedule development approach. You can find this on page 180 of the 6th edition. Let's move on to the next question. While decomposing the project work into tasks, which of the following rules should you observe? It's a rather technical question, so I'll give you time to think about it. Let's examine the options. Is it A, control account should be at a higher level than planning packages? Is that correct? Think about it. That does sound right. Okay. Let's take a look at B though. work packages should be at a higher level than planning packages. We're going to eliminate that because that is not correct. Work packages at the lowest level. C says planning packages and work packages should be at the same level. That is not true. We'll cancel that. And D says activities should be at a higher level than planning packages. That is also not true. So the best answer here is option A. You can find this on page 161 of the PMBOK Guide 6. Let's take a look at just a few more. This is a very big area, it's very robust, and there's a lot of technicalities. So I'm asking you some of these additional questions to make sure that you do not negate the technicalities involved in schedule management, because they may come in handy on a question or two. Which relationship is this? All right. So with this image, it's very straightforward. You always start off from where the arrow originates. If it originates from the left of the box, that's the start. And then you look at where the arrow is going. If the arrow ends up on this side of a box, that is the finish. So this is a start to finish. In other words, A must start before B can finish. So the answer is a start to finish. That is why the answer is C. It's subtle, but that's it. Here's another one of a technical nature. I don't expect you to get things like this, but as a project manager, you should be able to tell what the duration of this project is. It's common sense as a project manager. All right, my friends. So, when you see an image like this, what is on the arrow negates where the arrow is originating from. So this is showing from A to B. However, it's not a finish to start. It says start to start. So you should imagine that it's really more like this. Okay? If it's like that, then you have a situation where you have two overlapping tasks, one of 12, one of 6, like that. So this is actually 12 because it is a start-to-start relationship and they are overlapped. Okay, my friends, now we are done with a few of those technical questions, also exploring the world of Agile. Let's go into our more situational schedule questions. Here's the first one that I showed you as we rounded up our last session. As a project manager in the information technology hardware industry, you are leading an Agile project to develop a new product. During the execution phase, the project team identifies a delay in the procurement of critical components. What should you do next to address this schedule deviation effectively? Is it A, analyze the impact of the delay on the project schedule and assess potential alternatives to mitigate the delay? Is it B, communicate the delay to project stakeholders and seek their input on adjusting the project timeline? Is it C, collaborate with the procurement team to expedite the procurement process and minimize the schedule deviation? Is it D, update the project management plan to reflect the revised timeline considering the delay in component procurement? All right, you hit that pause button if you need more time. Now let's advance to the answer. There's some simple logic you should use when you come across a question of this nature. It's in essence saying you're leading a project, there's a problem, there's a delay. What should you do next? The next thing to do is not to immediately communicate the delay, which is option B. That is not the best thing to do. The best thing to do is to analyze the impact, option A. The reason why it's not C, collaborate with the procurement team to expedite the procurement process and minimize the schedule deviation, is because you don't understand the impact yet. So when you go to the procurement team eventually, you need to have your ducks in a row. And if you don't do a thorough impact analysis, then you don't know what to discuss with the procurement team. And that's why you need to be aware of collaborate with the team. Because collaborate with the team, even if it's on your end, you got to look out for what the question is asking you to collaborate about. Are we collaborating to analyze the impact, or are we collaborating to do something else that should come after we have analyzed the impact? So I want you to keep that in mind, okay? The project manager can make informed decisions after assessing the potential alternatives. Option C is not the best choice because it is premature, and option D is not the best choice because updating the plan should be done afterwards, after the impact has been assessed. All right, moving on to question 8. It reads, you are a project manager in the mechanical engineering industry leading a project to design and manufacture a new industrial machine. During the execution phase, the project team identifies a potential delay in receiving key equipment from a supplier. What should you do next to manage this schedule risk effectively? A. Initiate a risk response plan to address the potential delay and develop a contingency plan. B. Collaborate with the supplier to expedite the delivery of the key equipment and minimize the impact on the project schedule. C. Analyze the critical path and dependencies within the project schedule to assess the potential impact of the delay. And D. Communicate the schedule risk to project stakeholders and seek their input on adjusting the project timeline. When you get a question like this, the first thing you want to do is eliminate the things that are not right. Off the bat, we can see that communicating the schedule risk to stakeholders doesn't make sense. It's a risk. First of all, it's not an issue. Second of all, you've not even analyzed this enough. You know that there could be a delay, but what can that do to your schedule? It said potential delay, right? But how severe is this? What else could it affect? So you first of all need to take a look at this risk and analyze it qualitatively. Maybe in some instances you would do a quantitative risk analysis. So D is not the best option. Let's take a look at C. Analyze the critical path and dependencies within the project schedule to assess the potential impact of the delay. Now that's not a bad thing to take a look at your schedule, because in looking at the critical path, you are answering the question, how could this impact the overall timeline? Will it delay the project end date? So it's a good question to ask. So we're going to keep that in our back pocket. Let's go to option B. Collaborate with the supplier to expedite the delivery of the key equipment and minimize the impact on the project schedule. Well, while that is good, you don't really at this point know the impact on the project schedule. So you've got to take a look at that first. When you understand the impact, then you'd realize, oh, there's actually no impact. Then you may not even need to do anything. So B is a little bit presumptuous. B already thinks, oh, there's going to be an impact and we need to do something about it. But if you read the question very carefully, identifies a potential delay. It didn't say there's a delay happening right now. There is a potential delay. So you got to be proactive. But what should you do next? It's not to immediately say, hey, can you deliver this quicker? You see, you got to think impact first, then you know what to collaborate about. Option A, initiate a risk response to address the potential delay and develop a contingency plan. So this talking about a contingency plan already sounds a little bit down the alley of, I know what the problem is, I know how long this is going to delay us if it happens, but you don't because you've not done your impact analysis. So the best answer, my friends, to this question is option C. By analyzing the critical path and dependencies within the project schedule to assess the potential impact of the delay, the project manager can prioritize tasks, allocate resources accordingly, and proactively manage the schedule risk. Now, what you're seeing is that whole theme of impact analysis, and it is so important. You always want to think, have I done my impact analysis? All right, let's move on to the next question, number 9. As a project manager in the financial and banking industry, you are overseeing the implementation of a new banking system. During the execution phase, the project team identifies that certain tasks are taking longer than planned, potentially causing a schedule delay. What should you do next to address this schedule deviation? I'll give you some time to think. All right, now, my friends, let's take a look at the options here. A, review the project management plan and update it. It's not a bad thing to do, but as you've seen from previous questions, this is premature. So you can immediately get rid of it. B, assess the impact of the schedule delay on the project's critical milestones and deliverables. Okay, what about the non-critical milestones? Now you understand what a milestone is. A milestone is a zero duration event. It's not a task, so don't interchange the words. When you're focused on critical milestones only, you're going to negate the non-critical milestones as well as the critical tasks and non-critical tasks and non-critical deliverables. So B is rather shady. We're going to keep that in our back pocket, but we're going to see if there's something better. Let's take a look at option C. Reallocate resources and adjust task assignments to expedite the completion of delayed tasks. This is rather presumptuous because it has
summarized that the problem is a resource one. And that doesn't necessarily follow. There could be sufficient resources, but something is holding the team up that is outside of their control. See, certain tasks taking longer than planned could mean maybe approvals aren't happening quickly enough. This is in the banking industry where there could be a lot of red tape. We don't know. So it's presumptuous to say it's resources. So we're not going to go with that. Let's take a look at D. Conduct a root cause analysis to identify the factors contributing to the schedule deviation and develop appropriate corrective actions. So this is really an analysis of why is this happening and what impact is it having on the schedule is implicitly woven in to develop appropriate corrective actions. You can only develop corrective actions when you understand what is being impacted. So my friends, taking a look at B versus D, B does not help me find the root cause. It just looks at the impact. It doesn't assess the root cause, and it also doesn't offer any corrective actions. Just taking a look at the impact on the schedule and saying, oh, this is what this could do to the schedule. It'll throw us up by 5 weeks. And remember, it's only looking at critical milestones and deliverables, which is the greater reason why it shouldn't even be on par with option D. It's clearly an inferior option compared to D. But instead of offering solutions, it just says there's a problem, we're 5 weeks late, but it doesn't offer corrective actions. And that's what we should do to address this deviation. We should understand where is it coming from. We should understand what is it hidden, but how can we correct it? So the most conclusive option, my friends, is D. I know some of you struggled with this one, but it's okay. By conducting a root cause analysis to identify the factors contributing to the schedule deviation and developing appropriate corrective action, the project manager can address the underlying issues and take proactive measures to bring the project back on track. All right, my friends, you've done really well, but we have one last thing we always do on this program. What we do on this program is take a look at an abnormally long question that is possibly an option that you might see of this length. You may get questions of 4 lines long, 5 lines long on your exam. So we're going to take a look at one of those right now, and here's your question. And it reads, you are working in a hybrid project environment on a state-of-the-art technology project involving many different entities and stakeholders. While the work is drawing to a close, an important change is requested by a definitive stakeholder after a thorough impact analysis. While this change is needed to solve an urgent issue that could affect business continuity, it will extend the schedule and increase the project cost. Your team members are complaining about this development. What should the project manager do next? A. Mentor the team to understand the importance of being agile and implement changes. B. Coach the team to be more compliant and implement the change. C. Submit a change request. D. Communicate the impact on the budget and schedule to the change board.
I'll give you some more time to think about it. All right, my friends, let's take a look at the options. There are some options that may sound right, but they are inherently wrong. First of all, it says, an important change is requested. So we understand that this change is being requested by a definitive stakeholder, someone that has power, urgency, and legitimacy in the confluence. If you remember what a definitive stakeholder is, we have those three circles, right? Power, urgency, and legitimacy. And right here, where there's a factor of power, urgency, and legitimacy, that's where we have a definitive stakeholder. So this is a rather powerful individual all the way around. They have power, you got to urgently attend to them, and the involvement is legitimate. So we're talking about a very significant individual. So what is the next thing to do? Even though mentoring the team to understand the importance of being agile is important, it is not what you would immediately do next. Why? Because it says implement changes. You don't do that immediately. Mentoring the team is important, but it's not what you're going to jump up and do. And you're also not going to immediately implement the change that is being requested. So we're going to cancel option A. Option B says coach the team to be more compliant. That word is a draconian carrot and stick sounding word that doesn't go down well. Again, it says coach the team and implement the change. Whether you use mentoring or you use coaching or whatever, those are good, but those would be done in developed team on a different timeline. It wouldn't come in the middle of you attending to this request, but at the same time, you wouldn't implement the change because it said an important change is requested. So you wouldn't do that. So let's cancel that. Let's take a look at the last two. C, submit a change request. Who do you typically, as a project manager, submit a change request to? Higher powers, right? Change control board. It could be a portfolio review board, portfolio steering committee, and entities like that. And that sounds sensible because it said, while this change is needed to solve an urgent issue that could affect business continuity. Oh, business continuity? That's huge. But it will extend the schedule and increase project costs. You know, as a project manager, that is not in your jurisdiction to immediately approve and do, which is why A and B don't sound right. Okay? Now, taking a look at option D, communicate the impact on budget and schedule. Only budget and schedule? This is talking about business continuity. There could be a huge impact on the organization. So just letting the change board know, hey, this could affect the budget and the schedule is not a good enough option. It's only half of the story. You need to submit that change request to the change board with everything that normally goes with your change request.
Also remember that this change is not one of those that is within your jurisdiction as a project manager typically. So communicating impact on budget and schedule, it doesn't really do enough. They need that change request. They need to understand the full gamut of things. So D is not a very good option because it negates the impact to the entire business. So a change like this, if not done, will cripple the business. It said it is needed to solve an urgent issue that could affect business continuity. So, my friends, the best answer to this is C. When you have competing options, you always need to ask the question, is this a complete idea or is this weak? And in this case, A and B were good-hearted, but the wrong timing and not legitimate, because you can't just go ahead and do those changes even though they could affect business. You need to get the higher powers involved. Okay, so the best option here is C, my friends. I hope you found value from these, and I hope they made you think, because that's what it's about. It's about getting you to think and getting you to understand how this exam is. The exam is a beast. It has a lot of questions. Many of the questions are choose 2. Some are choose 3. I heard at least 30 could be choose 2 or 3. So I need you to be at highest efficiency, which is why they are difficult questions, as promised. Schedule is a beast, and you can see the questions I gave you are a combination of many. If you're looking for a boot camp to boot you into shape for the exam, where you cover everything needed for the test from the outline, go on down to hpmexam.com. We might have one coming up very soon, depending on when you're watching this. And if you're looking for training materials and help and books and content, go on down to praizion.com, your one-stop shop for project management education. Thank you very much, my friends. I wish you all the very best on your test. Take care and bye for now.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to PMP exam question, anatomy and strategy. I know lots of you are getting ready for your big day on the PMP exam. And one of the best things you can do for yourself is work with as many great, diverse questions as possible. So today we're going into a smattering of questions. We're going to start off in the world of hybrid, and we're going to make our way through. You have approximately 75 seconds, which is a minute and 15 to answer the questions. I will display the questions on the screen. I'll give you a fair amount of time to think about the answer, just on par with how the exam would be. So let's jump straight into the very first question. The product owner and the team were discussing the user stories plan for a hybrid project, which involves both agile and traditional methodologies. During this discussion, the team pointed out that none of the stories had acceptance criteria defined. They recognized that these criteria were needed to define acceptance tests for each user story and deliverable, ensuring that the work meets customer expectations. However, they could not agree on when exactly these acceptance criteria and tests should be defined. Ideally, when should the acceptance tests be defined for a successful hybrid project? A, during the sprint review session. B, before release planning begins. C, during the iteration of sprint. D, in refinement before development. All right, your time is up. Let's take a look at the answer. I'll show you some rationalization that will help. So think about it. Acceptance tests should be defined for a successful project, be it in the world of agile or hybrid, ideally before you begin the work. So let's use the process of elimination here. A, during the sprint review session, that's crazy. That means it's when the customer is checking the deliverable that you're defining the acceptance criteria. That would make sense. B, before release planning begins. Well, think about when release planning could begin. This is way out, probably before you even begin your iterations. So that doesn't make sense. Too early. C, during the iteration or sprint. Think about it. As you're doing the work, that's when you're working on acceptance tests. Doesn't make sense. So the best answer to this, my friends, is D. Okay. The best answer is D. And again, I'm going to put the rationale on the screen. You can hit the pause button and you can go through the detailed rationalization for each question. Okay. So the answer for this first one is D. Let's go to the next question. Question 2. A hybrid project team started working on a new requirement from the customer, which necessitated using a new highly complex technology. The team was unsure if the chosen technology would fulfill the requirements due to its untested nature. They needed to find a way to reduce the uncertainty around the chosen technology and gather more information before fully committing to it. Which of the following techniques will help them gain clarity and reduce risk in this situation? Is it A, review, B, retrospective, C, risk-based spike, D, sprint? All right, time up. If you do need more time, don't hesitate to hit the pause button, but you got to get quicker in reading. Remember, we've already taken a significant amount of time to read the question. So the best answer here, my friends, is C. It's risk-based spike. It says, which of the following techniques will help gain clarity and reduce risk? So the review, that's too late. It does help you, but it helps you in a retroactive way. The retrospective is not bad, but you're trying to understand the situation, reduce uncertainty, and it's not the sprint. The best answer is risk-based spike. Let's take a very quick look at the options given here. So reviews are done to assess work completed. Retrospectives are focused on reflecting on past work. Risk-based spike is the best option. This is a time-boxed investigation that is aimed at reducing uncertainty and exploring potential solutions. Sprint is a time box. And while it is good to have your time box, it's too broad an approach to handle the uncertainty regarding new technology. So the best answer is C. All right, let's go to the next one, number 3. The development team was working on a complex project that required integrating many intricate parts and subsystems. To address this challenge, they decided to commit to integrating the product every few hours during the development process, an adaptation of the agile practice of continuous integration. Considering the complexity of the product, in what way would this practice be most beneficial for the team? A, to increase the team velocity and maximize team capacity. B, to reduce the length of the iteration as short as possible. C, the product would be in near releasable state at any time. D, to gain customer acceptance and the end of the sprint review. All right, your time is just about up. And remember, you always have the option to mute me reading the question so that you can read the question yourself and get used to processing it as you're reading, because you kind of have a head start as I'm reading these questions. But let's jump in to the right answer. So if you take a look at all the options, how would the practice of continuous integration be most beneficial? A, increase team velocity and maximize team capacity. That is so far removed from what we're talking about. You know, what continuous integration is all about is ensuring that as the work is being done, it is being integrated with previous existing PSIs or potentially shippable increments. So it's not A. B, to reduce the length of the iteration. Why would you want to do that? That is not the mindset in the world of Agile. Remember, when we have an iteration of a particular length, it's okay to keep that iteration, that time box. Remember, Agile is all about what you can fit in the box, right? How much scope can you fit in the box? Which scope can you fit in the box? So it's not about a race of time like it is in the world of sometimes predictive. So that's not the best option. D says to gain customer acceptance and the end of the sprint review. That doesn't really make sense. And besides, it's not a given that continuous integration always equates to getting customer acceptance and getting to the end of the sprint review. There's no rush for that. So the best option, my friends, is C. The product would be in a near releasable state at any time. Here are the rationalizations. Again, hit the pause button if you want to go through each one in detail. But the one you want to focus on is continuous integration allows the team to consistently integrate and test components, ensuring that the product is always in a near releasable state. This provides flexibility and ensures that any integration issues are caught early. Let's go to our next one. Question 4. A hybrid project team was planning the deliverables for a 2-week iteration representing a sprint. The Scrum Master, who was also acting as the team facilitator, was helping to reconcile the expectations of the business, represented by the product owner and the team. It was agreed that the team would complete the deliverables before the completion of the time box sprint, and the product owner would not change the requirements related to those deliverables during the sprint. Why is this agreement important in the context of Agile projects? A, to ensure there's reciprocal commitment from both ends. B, to incorporate flexibility as a value in sprint planning. C, to ensure that the agreed goals can always be met. D, so that both the business and the team get what they want. Take your time. All right. Hit the pause button if you need more time, but your time is up. So think about it. Why is the agreement important? D, let's take it from the bottom up. And just so you get into the mindset for the exam, I want you to remember that on your exam, you have tools to highlight and cross out things. So I'm going to use a highlighter to highlight the things that are not the best so that the team and the business can get what they want. This, in and of itself, is not really a good agile approach. It's really more about the customer. It's not about the team getting what they want. Remember, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable product. The Agile Manifesto says that. So D is not even in the spirit of Agile. And that's not why we have the agreement, by the way. C, to ensure that agreed goals can, watch the word, this is where it gets wrong, always be met. You do not have a guarantee in any framework that agreed goals can always be met. There's always an element of doubt. So absolutes like that need to be avoided on the exam. When it says always, never, words like that, you got to look out for that. B, to incorporate flexibility as a value in sprint planning. Now, while flexibility isn't bad, when we are in sprint planning, we're trying to narrow down the multiple options we have in the backlog. So that is not really the theme in sprint planning. Yes, there is a measure of flexibility, but the agreement is not for that. Let's read the question again. I'm going to highlight some aspects. It says, agreed that the team would complete the deliverable before the time box runs out. All right? That actually doesn't sound as flexible when it comes to the time box, right? And it says, and the product owner would not change the requirements. So in some way, you're not really being as flexible anymore in this context. You're locking it down so that once we're airborne and the sprint is on its way, you're not going to have crazy, needless change. That is not to say that change cannot happen in a sprint, but we, as much as possible, we try to discourage needless changes. And that's our commitment to work within the sprint to get those features, requests, stories, whatever they are, done. So it is not B, okay? It doesn't make sense in the context of what we're talking about. The best answer instead, my friends, is A. It is to ensure there is reciprocal commitment. Now, if you were on the exam, you could outright cancel these. You could just cross them out and allow yourself focus on the answer. I want you to understand that what we're doing here is rehearsing for your big day. And I want to teach you how to think. And part of the thinking process is to rapidly read the question and rapidly disqualify the options. So the rate or speed at which I'm tackling these is greatly multiplied. If this was in the exam, I would have been done at least 5 minutes ago. So you got to understand the logic and the rationale, and then you got to be able to repeat it and apply it to your own exam situation. Okay? So that's it for question 4. Let's go to question 5. Over to question 5. And there's the rationale for question 4. Let me get myself out of the shot just so that you can read everything on the screen. All right, let's move on. Question 5. The Agile team was looking for an effective way to communicate the status and progress of the ongoing hybrid project to both internal stakeholders and customers. They wanted a method that was clear, transparent, and easy to understand without requiring lengthy discussions or extensive documentation. What is the best way to achieve this in a hybrid project setup? Is it A, easy to use and understand visual displays and information radiators. B, weekly reporting to a high degree of detail with key performance indicators. C, reviews with the customer at the end of each iteration. Or D, burn down charts and other artifacts from either methodology. And our time is up, my friends. So again, using the process of elimination, you can see which of these options makes the most sense. Weekly reporting to a high degree of detail does not guarantee transparency, right? It does not guarantee easy to understand without requiring lengthy discussions. So a weekly reporting approach sounds like a lengthy discussion. Reviews with the customer at the end of each iteration is not as transparent because they don't have insights until they get to the end of the iteration. And D, burn down charts with other artifacts from either methodology. Not bad, but again, artifacts. What is the nature of those artifacts? They may be bulky, they may take time. So we want something that is transparent and easy. And therefore, the best answer here, my friends, is actually option A. Okay, easy to use, easy to understand visual displays, Kanban boards, things like that. And they are available 24/7. Dashboards, things like that. Now, while burn charts are not bad, remember we're always looking for the best answer. So the most inclusive answer, the best answer is actually A. Burn charts are not bad, but they're often used to show remaining work rather than overall project status, and they may not give the complete picture compared to a Kanban board, dashboards, and things such as that. So when we talk about easy to understand visual displays, that would include any kind of chart in the world of Agile and then more. So that's why that is the best answer. All right, let's go to the next one. Question 6. An Agile team discovered during the first couple of iterations that there was a gap between the expectations of the stakeholders and the deliverables produced by the team. The stakeholders felt that the features were not aligning with their vision, while the team believed they were building the product as intended. Which of the following actions would be most effective in reducing the gap between stakeholder expectations and the team's deliverables? A, ask the product owner to spend more time with the customers. B, involve the stakeholders in product definition, development, and demos. C, increase the number of acceptance tests written for each requirement. D, appoint a business analyst to function as a single point of contact to represent the stakeholders' needs and expectations. All right, our time is up. Now let's examine the options. So if there's a gap between the understanding of the stakeholders' expectations, and what the team delivers, certain things will give you an edge. Let's take a look at the options in detail. The answer is B, to involve stakeholders in production, in the product definition, development, and demos. But why is A not that great? It could help, but it's more effective to directly involve the stakeholders. C, to increase the number of acceptance tests that could improve quality, but it's not a given to address the issue of aligning the overall product direction. And D, appoint a business analyst. A business analyst could help, but without stakeholder involvement, there's still a risk of miscommunication. So when you take a look at these exam questions, there's a gradation of the best, and then good, but not the best, and then somewhere in the middle, and then ultimately bad. You usually have a bad option in the questions, maybe even two, and it always boils down to two, especially on the more difficult questions. All right, let's move on to the next one. Question 7. You are leading a distributed hybrid project team that is struggling to collaborate effectively, and many team members are unclear about the project deliverables. Additionally, there are misunderstandings due to cultural and time zone differences. Which action can you take as a team facilitator to provide some help to the team? A. Get the product owner involved in the solution and vote on the process. B. Schedule daily scrums at a time convenient for all locations. C. Cancel the project since the team is unable to align their work process. D. Reprioritize the features with the product owner and team involvement. All right, my friends, our time is up. I hope you're using the process of elimination to remove those options that are not that great. Let's take a look at the breakdown. The best answer, my friend, is all about the team timing. Team timing is crucial. If the team is not able to work as one, we have a problem. And that's why we got to schedule the daily scrums at a convenient time for all locations. But think about it. If we got the product owner involved in the solution, while it's not their wheelhouse, they can help clarify product requirements. And for that reason, you want to work on your role, your lane, which is solving team collaboration issues. Just remember that on the exam, you will get questions that test you as a leader. And as a leader, it's your job to deal with the collaboration issues, to get in front of conflict, to ensure team alignment, and things such as that. So the best answer, again, is B for that reason. Canceling the project is rather extreme and unrealistic. And reprioritizing features, it could address workload concerns and other issues, but it doesn't address the underlying issues of collaboration. Okay. So daily scrums are a sync point for the team members. It's also a vehicle for daily socialization where behaviors can be observed and trust can be built. So we want to, as much as possible, ensure that the team syncs up. Remember the use of the daily scrum. The daily scrum is not for management, and the PMI, they make it very clear that we should not look at the daily scrum as a status meeting. In fact, that's a recipe for getting questions on the daily scrum wrong. So I want to keep that in mind. Okay. All right. Let's go to our next question. Number 8. One of the users of a product is very knowledgeable and has strong opinions about the technology used in the product. As a result, they often get into conflict with the product team, especially during demos and discussions. Which of the following is the best approach to address this situation and leverage the user's expertise? A. Invite the user to technical brainstorming sessions to generate more ideas. B. Tell the user that technical decisions should be best left with the team. C. Appoint the user as the technical architect for the product. D. Showcase the product to this user to generate early feedback. All right, my friends. So let's take a look at this question with more finesse to the options. Some options are better than others. Taking a look at the answers that we have here. You have A, invite the user to technical brainstorming sessions to generate more ideas. By involving the user in brainstorming sessions, you can make them feel heard while also directing their input into constructive discussions. This helps minimize conflict and allows the team to leverage the user's knowledge effectively. But let's contrast that to D, which I know some folks might have chosen. Showcase the product to this user to generate early feedback. Now, while early feedback is useful, without integrating them into the decision making process, their concerns may still lead to conflicts rather than productive discussions. B, tell the user that technical decisions should be left with the team. This approach may escalate conflict and alienate the user. And C, appoint the user as technical architect. Giving the user this role could undermine the authority of the actual technical team. So it's important to remember that in the world of Agile, there's still governance. But here you have an option of bringing someone in early to generate ideas. And, in the world of the PMI, our general approach is to welcome people in as early as possible to get feedback. And we can take that feedback or those ideas and we can use them to generate value, facilitate the project even better. If you wait until you're showcasing the product at the sprint review, all of those ideas that could have been generated will not be in the product. So you're bringing the person in reactively. Take a look at it. Number one, they're a user of the product. And one of the things we do in the world of the PMI is to do brainstorming sessions, we do brainwriting, we do focus groups, facilitated workshops. And who is in the workshops? Think about that. It's not just the team, right? It's the users, it's the customer. And bringing them into that is, in the world of PMI, just business as usual. This is even a very vanilla flavored question because it does not tell you this is in the world of Agile or this is in the world of predictive. It just is a project and you got to take it at hybrid face value. So think about it. They often get into conflict with the product team when? During demos. Hello, you are already doing that. Demos and discussions. So D, showcase the product to this user to generate early feedback. That is already being done. It's during the demo, right? It's during the sprint review. So it says which of the following is the best approach to address the situation and leverage the expertise. So if you chose option D, it's controversial, especially given the fact that we know this has not yielded a whole lot of progress and there are arguments and disagreements. So the best option, my friend, is option D in this case. One more time, let's take a look at the rationalization. Okay. All right. We're almost at the midpoint of this review. Welcome back, my friends. Over the past number of minutes, we've been taking a look at a lot of questions for the PMP exam. If you are looking for training for the PMP exam, you can join my class on Udemy right now. Just go on down to tinyurl.com/elite PMP. If you're studying for the CAPM exam, you can also join me on Udemy. The program comes with in-depth reviews of the Project Management Body of Knowledge Guide, 7th edition, 6th edition, Agile, business analysis. We go pretty hard in business analysis on the Elite CAPM if you're taking the CAPM exam. But again, if PMP is your jam and you're looking for a very interesting and knowledgeable instructor, go to Elite PMP and sign up for training. And when you join, reach out and let me know you're on the program, and I'll give you whatever guidance and support you need. As part of that course, we also have lessons learned from students who are acing the test and giving feedback. All right. Question 9. Senior management of an organization was keenly following a product development activity and wanted updates. They requested the team provide a summary of the progress made during each iteration in the form of a sprint completion report. What is the best way for the team to handle this request without compromising the agile value of minimizing documentation? A. Inform management that agile methods rely on minimal documentation, hence it is not possible to provide such reports. B. The team facilitator or scrum master should help the team create appropriate indicators to make progress visible. C. Invite management to attend the sprint review meetings to see the product demo. D. Send a copy of the burn down chart to the senior management over email. All right, my friends, let's take a look at what answer is best. The best answer for this is for the team facilitator or scrum master to help create appropriate indicators. Creating indicators like visual dashboards, which can be shared with management, strikes a balance between providing transparency and maintaining Agile's focus on minimal documentation. Telling management, I can't help you, that's not Agile. It comes across as dismissive, could get you into more trouble, actually, and it doesn't address management's need for visibility. Anytime you get a question of management asking you for something, or some team member in distress, or some customer or stakeholder in distress, your job on the PMP exam is to solve that problem, not push back and say, we don't do that. You got to come to some form of an agreement, some compromise, some joint understanding. So the best answer to this, my friends, is B. All right. We're going to take one final question, and this is question 10. Let's go to question 10. An agile team requires the services of a technical expert who can only be available on a part-time basis. The team is concerned that the part-time availability might impede their progress and raise this issue to the team facilitator. What is the best course of action for the team facilitator in response to this concern? A. Request the manager of the technical expert to make a full-time commitment. B. Escalate the matter to senior management and flag it as a risk. C. Meet with a technical expert along with the team to establish a working arrangement. D. Advise the team to address the issue on their own. All right, time is up, and let's take a look at the big reveal, the best answer. So taking a look at this, A, it's not full-time. They can only be available on a part-time basis. So A is redundant. It's just the same thing, right? Trying to do something different when you know this is not possible. It's a waste of an option. And you get many questions like that on the PMP exam where they tell you this cannot be done, right? Can only be available on a part-time basis. You see that? Let's go ahead and highlight it because this is very important. So if you get a question that says something like can only be available on a part-time basis, well, you can't choose option A because that doesn't make sense. You already know A is not going to work. C, meet with a technical expert is the best answer. B, escalate the matter is a mother may I kind of thing. We don't do that when we can find a solution ourselves. And D, advising the team to address the issue doesn't make sense. You're the team facilitator. So your job is to get common ground, consensus, and get people talking together. Be a bridge builder, be a servant leader. So the best answer, my friends, in this question is option C. Meet with a technical expert along with the team to establish a working agreement. By meeting with the technical expert and the team, a feasible working arrangement can be established that allows the team to make the best use of the expert's part-time availability, mitigating the risk and setting clear expectations. So, my friends, over the past number of minutes, about 30 minutes, going on 40, we've been taking a look at various questions on the PMP exam, but we've been going in deep. I've been giving you lots of time so that you really think about your choice and allowing you to learn. Now we're moving into what I call the money spinner questions. Because the money spinner questions are those where I give you a very small amount of time and I ask you for the answer pretty fast. So you actually don't have a whole lot of time on these questions like you did on the more difficult ones. In my mind, these are questions you should be able to answer quite easily. Okay. But nonetheless, it's a very good run through of some of the basic things that we often forget. So let's jump in to this next set of questions. I'm going to give you 10 and they're going to be all over the place and it's going to go very quick. All right. Here we go. Here's your first question. You're working with a servant leader to create a document that shares the project vision, high-level information, and authorizes the project. Which of the following should you create? All right, your time is up. The best answer is B. That's the project charter. The project charter is created during the first process of project integration management, and that is the best answer. Okay, let's go to the next question. Next question. You are a project manager on a hybrid project using a predominantly agile approach and in the process of eliciting requirements. Which of the following outputs would you most likely derive? All right, your time is up, and the best answer and most sensible answer is a product backlog. Option A. Option A is the most sensible option. A product roadmap. This is something that should have been done prior. Burn charts show progress. So that doesn't come in here. Remember, what you're doing is you're drawing out the requirements. And it wouldn't be a requirements management plan because that's not an output of collecting the requirements or eliciting the requirements. The requirements management plan is an output of planning how to manage scope. Let's go to our next question. You are shortening the schedule by paying extra fees to expedite delivery of a special mechanical part to complete the project. Which scheduling technique is this? All right, your time is up. The best answer is A. It's crashing. Paying to expedite delivery to activities on the critical path. That's crashing. Let's go to our next question. Your project metrics are as follows. Budget at completion is 50,000. Earned value is 10,000. Actual cost is 30,000. EAC is 60,000. What is the cost performance index? All right. Your time is up. By eyeballing this, you should be able to understand that CPI is not in dollars. So what I would have expected you to do is immediately disqualify A and B. And CPI, can it really be 30? You know what 30 means for CPI? That means you are getting $30 worth of work done for $1. That can't even be realistic. So just by eyeballing it and using common sense, you should be able to deduce that the best answer is D. But if you are going to apply the metrics, earned value divided by actual cost, that will give you 0.33. So there are many ways around these questions on the exam. Here's your next question. Your project metrics are as follows: PV 40,000, EV 10,000, actual cost 30,000, EAC 60,000. What is the schedule variance? All right, your time is up. So taking a look at these, there's some you can disqualify. You can disqualify those that are suspicious, such as C and D. They have no dollar signs. Now, taking a look at the actual values, you should apply the formula schedule variance is equal to earned value minus planned value. And that will give you $10,000 minus $40,000, which will give you minus $30,000. Okay. Let's take a look at some rapid fire. Are these metrics good, bad, or something else? SPI 0.5. CV $5. SV minus $50. CPI 1.01. SPI 3.09. And CPI 0.65. Let's take a look at the answers. An SPI of 0.5 means you are behind schedule. CV $5 is not bad. That's actually under budget, so that's good. SV minus $50 is bad. You're behind schedule. CPI 1.01, that's good. You're under budget. SPI 3.09, that's suspicious. That means you're getting work done at 300% schedule-wise. It's concerning. Now, you are ahead of schedule, but you are suspiciously ahead of schedule. CPI 0.65, that is over budget and not ideal. Over the past number of minutes, my friends, we've been taking a look at questions for the PMP exam. Welcome back, my friends. We are now moving into a few more minor questions that I told you at the midpoint. I feel you should be able to tackle these. So let's jump into another of such questions, and we'll round up shortly. Here it is. You have been awarded a short project to install several demountable partitions for a huge company move. Parts of the installment were found to be defective, and change requests from the customer were approved for rework. During quality control, you ensure these changes are indeed in the revised deliverable. What is the derived output of these actions known as? All right, this should be an easy one if you have been in the world of the PMI long enough. And we throw in the PMI jargon every now and again just to test your loyalty to the process and the PMI lingo. The best answer to this is C. This is a verified deliverable. A goal of the control quality process is to determine the correctness of the deliverables. Now, while the PMI is not going to give you a verbatim question laden with processes and outputs, they do appear from time to time. So it is good for you to know thy process. Let's move on to the next one. Your firm has been awarded a project to design ways to harness a clean energy source. Midway in the project, there's a huge spike in labor cost, as project engineers have demanded more pay. Why is it likely that the engineers could still leave the project? Is it A, salary, a hygiene factor, if increase doesn't necessarily motivate? B, salary is a key part of life and a Herzberg's motivator of teams. C, the work is too challenging and this is a Herzberg demotivator for the team. D, money is a hygiene factor which demotivates the team. All right. So let's stop the clock and check the answer to this one. The best answer, my friends, is not salary is a key part of life and a motivator. That is a false statement. So right off the bat, I am going to cancel B because it's false. C, the work is too challenging. Well, challenging work can actually be a motivator. So that's not true. D, money is a hygiene factor, which demotivates the team. No, salary is a hygiene factor. And if it's not available, could demotivate the team. So it got everything skewed in B, C, and D. The best option is a salary is a hygiene factor if increase doesn't necessarily motivate. We're almost done for the day. Just hang in there. We're going to take a look at a question from Risk. In your project, some equipment is to be shipped from another country by sea. The sea route is likely to encounter a storm during the shipment period, which could cause a delay of about 10 days. You identify that not having the equipment on site as scheduled could delay your project by about 2 months. It is therefore necessary to plan an alternate solution. You arrange with a local company that has the same equipment to lease it pending the time your own equipment reaches your site in case of shipment delays. This is an example of which risk management process. And I know it's a little bit of a long one, but let's take a look at the best answer. So think about it. Where are you right now and what are you doing? It says you arrange with a local company. See that? What are you doing when you are arranging with a local company? You're not in planning. You're boots on the ground doing stuff. So, using the process of elimination, you're not developing a risk management plan. Nope. And you are not merely monitoring. No, sounds like you're doing more than just looking. You're doing something, you're taking action. And this has nothing to do with EMV. It's not the expected monetary value. There's nothing like that in the question. So the best answer, project managers, is B. You've implemented a risk response. You've taken action. You've arranged with the company, hey, if this happens, to make sure that we got a cushion, something to fall back on, you've implemented your response plan, right? So you doing that, you've gotten the equipment. Let's not even get into the minutia, whether it's mitigate or whether it's transfer or whether it's accept. That's not the point. The point is we are taking action right now. Okay. Now, if you wanted to look a little bit below the surface and say, but Phil, what exactly are we doing? Well, think about it. It says you identify that not having the equipment on site as scheduled could delay your project. So, what are you doing? You are not avoiding the risk. You're not transferring the risk, right? Because you're leasing the equipment. They're not operating the equipment for you. So, it's not transfer. All you're doing is getting a backup. And that could still fail, but at least the risk is mitigated. Okay? My friends, we have almost gotten to the end. But this session wouldn't be complete without at least one more robust question on stakeholders. Okay? So, you are involved in the process of communicating and working with stakeholders to meet their needs or expectations. address issues as they occur, and foster appropriate stakeholder engagement in project activities throughout the project lifecycle. Despite your best efforts, the project stakeholders complain about unclear work assignments or work progress. What should you do next? Choose the two best options. Now, on your PMP exam, you're going to get some of those that say two best. So, what do you think? All right. Well, I hope this one was easy enough. So it says, despite your best efforts, project stakeholders complain about unclear work assignments or work progress. Two things. They don't understand what has been assigned to them. And secondly, the progress of work is unclear. The antidote to that, Kanban board. Transparency shows who is doing what, and a daily stand up to walk the board and see what work is where actually helps you understand work progress. In addition to other things, it's like a buy one, get one free. So the best options are C and D. Take a look at A, an additional daily end scrum. It doesn't even make sense. An additional daily, do you mean daily scrum? No, that doesn't make sense. And it's against the grain. Why not just talk about this in the daily scrum? Why do you need a second one, right? So this is not efficient in the world of Agile. And then use the sprint planning ceremony to discuss and resolve. That doesn't even make sense because sprint planning is way at the beginning of the sprint. So I would advise to get really good with the Agile terminology. When you get good with the Agile terminology, the events, and you understand what exactly is happening, it becomes a lot easier for you to eliminate these bogus options because there's a whole lot of bogus options in this session of questions. And the PMI does similar on the exam. You have things that are bogus, things that they don't even make sense. You ask the question, why did they even put this here? Okay. So, my friends, I hope you have enjoyed this session. Again, for those of you who are getting ready for the PMP exam and you might be looking for assistance, for help, for clarity, and of course, you want a training program that is actually fun, like a training program that will not bore you out of your mind, you need to go to my program on Udemy. My program on Udemy, you can find it at tinyurl.com/elite PMP. Let's go there. Let me show you one more time. tinyurl.com/elite PMP. And if you're taking the CAPM exam and you just happen to be watching, you want to go to the site tinyurl.com/elite CAPM. All right, my name's Phil, and I've been your host, your trainer, your colleague, your friend, taking you through the journey. There's one more thing I'd like to do before we finish. So I talked about question anatomy. We've gone through question anatomy, right? And now we're going to go through strategy, because when you take a look at question anatomy, what you generally have, using one of these questions as an example, you have the story which tells you a lot about what is going on. And then you have ideally a red herring, or you have gold, right? The gold could be the key that unlocks. The red herring is something to throw you off. The gold could be something to unlock the answer or to lock in the answer such that anything else is wrong. And then you have the grand question. I'll just say the GQ. The grand question is, what should the project manager do next, or when should this be defined, and things like that. A lot of the questions I gave you today was styled in the what should you do, or what does this mean, or things like that. So I mixed them up quite a lot. But regardless the question you get, there is an approach. I want to go over the approach to answering questions with you real quick. The approach, I featured this on the channel quite a lot, and I just call this the dig sieve approach. DIGCIV. Whenever you get a question, don't be hasty in grabbing at any old option. You got to think like this. You got to define the problem. Every question has a problem and a solution, but you want to define what the problem is. So let's make this bigger so that you can see what I'm writing on the screen. So whenever you get a question, always define the problem. Then you identify the root cause. Then you generate alternatives that make sense. Then you choose the best alternative. And you need to have a very good eye to see why certain options are bad. In fact, when you generate the alternatives in your head, there's going to be some that just will not come up. And they're there in the question as option B or C or something else. Well, you got to choose the best one. Okay. And then think about it like if this was in the real world, if I did implement this, would it solve the problem? Like the question that said, tell the stakeholders we can't do that. Does that solve the problem? Really? It doesn't. And then the last step is you got to verify that your solution actually worked. So in the real world, there's that extra few steps, but for your exam, you always should define what is the problem here, right? You should always ask, do I understand the problem in this question? That's define. Then identify what is causing the problem. Like someone says, you're running late. The schedule is delayed. What should you do? A, fast track. B, crash. C, analyze. Crashing and fast tracking are tempting, but you still don't know what the problem is. You're running late, but what is the problem? Will crashing solve it? It's not a given. Will fast tracking solve it? It's not a given, but you need to analyze. And when you analyze, then you know what's causing it. So the analysis, you want to put that in the mix. Generating alternatives and choosing the best. Those four, pretty much your exam success is going to rise and fall on how well you do those four. Okay. So my friends, if this is your first encounter on the Praizion channel, I want you to smash the like button and subscribe. And I want you to take a look at the plethora of thousands of videos that we have on here. We have generally a video for everything from lean, the 7 ways, the ACP exam, if you're interested in that, Agile Manifesto, values, principles, Scrum, Kanban, TDD, ATDD, BDD, all sorts of stuff on this channel. So if this has been of help to you, smash that like button, check out the channel, join me on LinkedIn. If you are on LinkedIn, you can always just follow the post that I put out on LinkedIn. I put a ton of content out there, not only on YouTube, but also on other social media. So I encourage you to do that. There's my information. Okay. Take a look on LinkedIn. You find me, follow. I do a lot of lives on LinkedIn. So if you're looking for that engagement and that accountability, you will be able to get a whole lot of accountability. I would also advise check out the Project Leadership Institute channel. We actually have a channel for people who are now PMPs, and it's called Project Leadership Institute. So if you go to the Project Leadership Institute channel on YouTube, tons of videos about interviews and succeeding after your PMP exam. All right. I hope you found this to be useful. If you have any questions, feel free to put your questions there. below, and I will answer as soon as possible. If you're watching on Instagram or LinkedIn, again, questions are always welcome. Thank you very much, and I'll talk to you very soon. Bye for now. Welcome to PMP Exam Questions Confidence Booster. This is designed specifically to build your confidence as you get ready for your PMP exam. I know some of you are in the early stages. Maybe you've just attended a 35-hour course and you want to see how much stuff you've retained and how you can get into the rhythm of the questions. So we'll take a look at questions. I'll give you a few seconds after I read them. Let's jump straight into the people domain first. People domain questions. Karen is a project manager on a large-scale health implementation project. One of her team members expresses concerns about unclear responsibilities. Which is the best course of action? A. Coach the team member in confidence to take the role. B. Hold a meeting to clarify roles and document them. C. Hold a team meeting to identify other team members with this problem. D. Ensure Maslow's pyramid and hierarchical structure is inherent in rewards and recognition mechanisms. All right, well, let's take a look at the options. And if you need more time, feel free to hit the pause button as I will reveal the answer. So using the process of elimination, there's certain things we do, like on the exam, you cancel the options that are not that great. A, coach the team member in confidence to take on the role. Now, whether that says coach them in private or whether this says give them coaching in how to be confident, this does not address the issue. The issue is unclear responsibilities. C, hold a team meeting to identify other team members with this problem is not solving the problem and is redundant. And D, ensure Maslow's pyramid and hierarchical structure is inherent and rewards and recognition mechanisms. That could be all well and good, but still this individual could end up being confused. So the best answer is B. Hold a meeting to clarify roles and document them. So when you clarify and document roles, ensuring that all team members understand their responsibility, you are promoting efficiency and reducing confusion. Let's go to the next one. Two team members, Sarah, the data analyst, and Michael, the product lead, repeatedly clash. Their heated exchange starts to veer into personal territory. With raised voices and pointed language, you sense the tension rising and a potential for the disagreement to derail the meeting's momentum and worse, damage team morale. What should you do first? A, schedule a private meeting to understand the issues they are facing. B, let them resolve it themselves to foster independence. C, issue a formal warning and document the behavior. D, immediately request the human resource department to intervene and mediate immediately. All right, my friends, let's take a look at the options. Again, on the exam, you are expected to use the tools that you have when they make sense. And one of the tools that I advocate is the strikeout tool, just as I'm demonstrating now. So the first thing you would do is take a look at the options. A, schedule a private meeting to understand the issues they are facing. That doesn't sound like a bad option, but let's check the others. B, let them resolve it themselves to foster independence. So it says the heated exchange starts to veer into personal territory. So this is becoming problematic. This is likely to end up damaging team morale. as you can see in the last sentence. So you need to get in front of the conflict. Doing nothing is not the best course of action. Taking a look at C, issue a formal warning and document the behavior. That still does not help the matter. And D, requesting HR to intervene and mediate immediately. That's why they hired you, right? Because if you are the project manager on this project, which you should assume that you are based on the ambiguity of the question, then your job is to get in front of this conflict and to understand, hey, what's going on? So the best answer, my friends, is A. I hope this is helping you boost your confidence and give you some hope as you prepare for the exam. Again, it's all about reading the question and then analyzing what is the best thing to do. And we are in the people domain. Number 3, you are the project manager on a large-scale infrastructure implementation project. The project sponsor is unavailable for critical decisions. What is the best approach to maintain project momentum? A, pause the project until the sponsor is available. B, make decisions within the delegated authority limits. C, escalate the issue to senior management. D, consult the project team for a democratic decision. All right, so let's take a look at the options. Again, using the strikeout tool for the process of elimination. What is the main problem here? It says the project sponsor is not available for critical decisions. Using the process of elimination. A, pause the project. We're talking about the entire project, putting on pause? No, that's not a good idea. Let's see if there's something more sensible. B, make decisions within the delegated authority limits. So critical decisions need to be made. What do you have the authority to do within the governance specifications? Go to the point where you are allowed. Beyond that, you got to do something else. So B is not a bad thing to do, right? Because it's within your delegated authority. But let's take a look at C. C, escalate the issue to senior management. Now, it says project sponsor is unavailable, but you are the project manager. You can make some decisions within your delegated authority. To blanketly say escalate the issue is like a mother may I. It's like I don't have the authority. It's like being a crybaby in some way. And this is not how you are expected to think as a PMP. You can make some decisions within your delegated authority limits, even critical decisions. So don't let the fact that it says critical decisions throw you off. This is where you put on your leader hat. And in the absence of the project sponsor, if it is within your delegated authority, you make decisions. But the best thing to do is not to immediately escalate the issue. And D, consult the project team for a democratic decision. Again, you are the project manager. This is what you are meant to do. Make decisions within your delegated authority limits. So the best answer here is B. Everything else isn't bad, but it still boils down, when you chose D, still boils down to you being the PM. Remember, the PMI tell us that the one thing you cannot delegate is integration, right? And integration has to do with leadership, it has to do with directing, it has to do with monitoring and controlling. So on the PMP exam, the options that say escalate or ask for permission, they are usually red herrings. So let this be a wake up for those of you who have not encountered such. Okay? So the answer is B, making decisions within delegated authority. It ensures continuity and demonstrates effective leadership and responsibility. Number 4, a key stakeholder expresses dissatisfaction with the project's progress. At a review meeting, how should you handle this situation? A, justify the project team's efforts and challenge the stakeholders' view. B, acknowledge their concerns and revise the project plan to accommodate. C, arrange a one-on-one meeting to discuss and address their concerns in detail. D, suggest they communicate only through formal channels. Okay. Taking a look at the options and using the process of elimination. So it says dissatisfaction with progress. Justifying the project team's efforts and challenging the stakeholders' view sounds combative. This is not the best way to go, so we will cancel that. B, acknowledge their concerns. That's good. But it says revise the project plan to accommodate. Well, acknowledging their concerns is good, but you don't just revise a project management plan without further context and understanding. So B is not the best answer either. D, suggest they communicate only through formal channels. That is rigid and that is anti-PMI right off the bat. So it seems like we're left with C, arrange a one-on-one meeting to discuss and address their concerns in detail. And that would be the best option. Okay, let's move on. Number 5, you notice a decrease in team morale after announcing a project extension. What is the most effective way to boost morale? A, offer incentives for early completion of tasks. B, organize team building activities. C, increase the frequency of performance reviews. D, implement mandatory overtime. So when you think about Herzberg's hygiene factor, what comes to mind here? What is the motivator that will boost morale, and what is the hygiene factor? The hygiene factor is incentives. The real motivator could be other things, such as those activities to boost their morale that show worth, relevance, and importance. So when you think about Herzberg's two-factor theory, it becomes very evident that the monetary rewards and incentives are the hygiene factors. If you really want to boost morale, there should be something more long-lasting and intrinsic and meaning. So, using the process of elimination, offering incentives is not necessarily the best way to boost morale. If you take away incentives, it could demotivate, but increasing them under most circumstances does not. So you're left with B, C, and D. Increasing the frequency of performance reviews is not likely to do that. And D, mandatory overtime, sounds like more drudgery. Definitely not. So when you really boil it down, the best options you had were A and B. A is an illusion. It could work for some people depending on the circumstances, but the best option with the information that we have is to organize team building activities. This is where we boost the team's morale. Remember, it said team morale. This is not the morale of one singular individual. This is as a team. So if you're looking at the team as one organism, the best way is option B. All right, let's move on to the next one. So there's the rationale for option B. Let's go to number 6. A project team member from a different cultural background is misunderstood often by the team. What should you do to improve communication? A, provide cultural sensitivity training to the team. B, assign someone to translate for the team member. C, ignore the issue as it might resolve on its own. D, reassign the team member to another project. Give you some time to think about it. All right. Let's take a look at the options. So, the best answer here, my friends, is A. Provide cultural sensitivity training to the team. It's one of the more obvious ones. The other options, assigning someone to translate, does not mean that the team will understand this individual's cultural background. And it doesn't seem to be a language issue. And that's why the question stresses cultural background, right? So cultural sensitivity training could definitely help. B, assigning someone to translate, not necessarily. C, ignoring the issue. And again, you have to ask the question, how does this solve the problem? C clearly does not. Assigning them to a different project clearly does not. It just takes away one team member. So when you look at assigning someone to translate, how feasible does that sound? How many times have you seen that happen in the real world? Is that a sensible solution? And in instances where the solution sounds bogus and not realistic, I mean, to translate everything that people say in between themselves in a team, it just doesn't make sense. And that's why the best option here is A, provide cultural sensitivity training to the team. All right, let's go to number 7. During a critical phase, you observe that the communication among team members has significantly reduced. What should you implement first? A, a stricter policy on communication. B, scheduled daily stand-up meetings. C, an open door policy for team concerns. D, performance appraisals focusing on communication skills. All right, well, let's take a look at the options. So, a stricter policy on communication sounds rather draconian. It's not necessarily going to go down well with the team. Remember, we're talking about team morale, team growth, the ability for the team to communicate transparently. B, schedule daily stand-up meetings is not a bad option. That will definitely help the team to share information in a more streamlined and regular manner. C, an open door policy for team concerns is not going to help the communication among team members. And D, performance appraisals is not going to help communication among team members because that's our major issue. So the best option, my friends, is B. I hope these questions are helping you. Remember, this series in particular is designed to boost your confidence. For those of you that have been for training, you're trying to get into the swing of things. A lot of these are softball questions put in the context of the relevant domain to help you get back into the swing of things. All right. So I hope this helps you and serves as a kind of pick-me-up quiz so that you can leverage how you feel about these questions and go on to the more difficult questions, the more very technical questions. All right. So if you're enjoying it, smash the like button. Let's move on to the next one. Number 8. A project team member is consistently missing deadlines. What is the best immediate action? A, assign another team member to share their workload. B, discuss the issue with the team member to identify causes and solutions. C, report the behavior to higher management for disciplinary action. D, decrease their task assignments and responsibilities. All right, my friends, I hope you're getting quicker at this. The best answer here is B. Assigning another team member, which was A, does not help. Reporting the behavior to higher management for disciplinary action could get a more rebellious team member and someone whose heart isn't in the project anymore. And D, decreasing their task assignments and responsibilities is not necessarily going to help. They are consistently missing deadlines, so you need to identify cause and solutions, and that's why B is the best answer. Discussing the issue directly can help identify whether they are personal issues or resource constraints and allow for constructive feedback. Number 9, you receive feedback that meetings are too frequent and not productive. What is the most appropriate action? A, increase the length of each meeting to cover more topics. B, decrease the frequency and improve the agenda setting. C, discontinue meetings and switch to email updates. And D, ignore the feedback as meetings are mandatory. All right. So, taking a look at the options, increasing the length of the meeting, A, doesn't make sense, does it? The meetings are not productive. Why do you want to make them longer? B, decrease the frequency and improve the agenda setting. Doesn't sound like a bad idea. If there's an agenda, at least people know what to expect and they're likely to be more productive. C, discontinue meetings and switch to email updates. That does not solve the issue. The issue is meetings are too frequent, so make them less frequent and make them more productive. How do you do that? Option B, decrease the frequency and improve the agenda setting. D, ignore feedback is not helpful. This is burying your head in the sand and ignoring concerns. All right. Okay, so the answer to that is B. Let's go to number 10. The project is running smoothly and you have a high-performing project assistant. How best to motivate and retain this assistant? A, recommend them for a higher position in the organization. B, offer a salary increase and bonus incentives. C, provide opportunities for professional development and training. D, increase their workload to match their skills. All right. This again is drawing on your understanding of the whole Maslow-Herzberg idea. So you have A, higher positions, but do higher positions mean happiness, right? Not necessarily. And then B is another form of a hygiene factor, offer a salary increase and bonus incentives. Again, this is something that is a hygiene factor. Taking it away could be bad, but making it more is not necessarily going to motivate. So this is really testing you on the concept of motivation. The best answer to this is C. It's to provide opportunities. Increasing their workload to match their skills is not necessarily going to improve their motivation. Might depend on the individual, but the best answer is C. Offering professional development opportunities helps in retaining skilled employees by investing in their growth and satisfaction. Okay, we're almost at the point where we will take a break, but let's jump into a few more. John is a project manager at a large engineering firm working on a major infrastructure project. During a team meeting, two key engineers have a heated argument about the design approach. The conflict is escalating and causing disruption. What should the project manager do first? A, immediately refer to the team charter to understand how best to resolve conflict. B, ask both engineers to explain their perspectives and find common ground. C, use emotional intelligence to understand the source of the conflict and use a compromise strategy to make everyone agree. D, mentor both engineers from the project on anger management to eliminate the conflict. All right, so when you get long questions like this on the exam, of course, you have to read them first, but then you use the process of elimination to take out the useless options. So mentoring them on anger management is not your place. You're not an anger management expert. All right. C, use emotional intelligence to understand the source of the conflict is good, but it strictly says compromise strategy. Recommending a compromise strategy, which is compromise or reconcile, which is where someone concedes to the will of the other, is not the best option in this case. So we're left with A and B. Now, realistically speaking, the project manager should understand how conflict is meant to be resolved. Referring to the team charter to understand how best to resolve such conflict is not realistic. It sounds rather goofy as well. Asking the engineers to explain their perspective should actually come first before looking at how to resolve conflict of whatever nature it is. So the best option is B. Ask both engineers to explain their perspectives and find common ground. Understanding the root cause of the conflict and finding a resolution that satisfies both parties is key here. Next question. Jen is a project leader on a small hybrid project to develop a new drug. One of the team members constantly interrupts and undermines others during meetings, leading to frustration and reduced productivity among team members. What is the best course of action for the project manager now? Is it A, coach the team member to respect other people's points of view without directly mentioning the incident? B, reprimand the team member during the next meeting in the spirit of transparency on the team? C, address the behavior privately with the team member and set clear expectations? D, replace the team member with someone more cooperative? I'll give you some time to think about that. All right, well, let's take a look at what the possible answer could be. So, what is the problem here? One of the team members constantly interrupts and undermines. So, do you coach the team member to respect other people's point of view without mentioning the incident directly? That's not being transparent and not being honest. B, reprimand the team member during the next meeting. That doesn't make much sense in the spirit of keeping things confidential and not berating people in public. It's just poor leadership to do that, even though some people do. So we'll cancel A and B. Going over to the next one. C, address the behavior privately. That's key with the team member and set clear expectations. C is a more worthwhile option. And D, replace the team member with someone more cooperative. That again is not a solution to the problem at hand. So, over the past number of minutes, my friends, we've been taking a look at confidence booster questions. The idea of these questions are to help elevate those of you who are taking the exam, about to take the exam, or gearing up to get your mojo back. Because when you go for a live class and you don't work on questions immediately, you tend to lose steam and forget. So I put these together to be somewhat softball questions with a little bit of thinking, but not so much technical heavy thinking. Again, these are from the people domain. Remember that? So the main goal for our study today is to get you into the groove, more into the groove. And then in my other videos, my 200 question video, my 250 question video, those will give you a lot more difficult, tough, technical kind of questions. Okay? So I hope this is helping you. If it is helping you, do smash the like button. Our goal is to get to 15 questions for today, and then we'll be done and dusted. So let's go to the next one. Okay. So this is question 13. And let's read it together. Jimmy is a project manager on a small agile project using Scrum to develop a software application. The team is diverse, with varying levels of experience and cultural backgrounds. He notices that some team members feel left out of decision-making processes. What should the project manager do first to support diversity and inclusion? Is it A, assign tasks based solely on seniority to ensure older team members feel respected? B, increase the involvement of junior team members in decision making? C, continue with the current process to avoid disrupting the workflow? Or D, hold a workshop on cultural sensitivity and inclusive decision making? I'll give you some time to think about it. All right, my friends. Well, let's rationalize. So, if this is an ongoing issue in a team, how best should one handle it? Should one handle it by just making more people speak during meetings and demanding that they speak, or almost as it were, force them to speak? Or is it better to expose them to the logic and the rationale behind decision making and cultural sensitivity? Because it says the team is diverse with varying levels of experience and cultural backgrounds. So, this is something that should be addressed at the team level. So, taking a look at the options, assigning tasks based on seniority, no, you're not going to help inclusion because the junior employees are going to feel not valued and not respected. B, increase the involvement of junior team members in decision making. Now, that's not bad, but how? By making them speak, by ensuring that they give more. Well, while that sounds good and well meaning, you got to get down to the root. And this doesn't tackle the root. Continuing with the current process does not address the issue. So you're left with D, holding a workshop on cultural sensitivity and inclusive decision making. And this is going to get the team talking, is going to get the synergies going, and it is going to end up being of value to the entire team. So the best answer here, my friends, is D. Holding a workshop on cultural sensitivity and inclusive decision making helps foster an environment where all team members feel valued and included, improving overall team collaboration and morale. Let's go to the next one. Number 14. Maria is leading a cross-functional project team at a tech startup. She wants to inspire, motivate, and influence her team to achieve their project goals despite tight deadlines and high pressure. What is the best action for the project manager to take? Is it A, implement a strict rule for extended work hours? Is it B, focus solely on meeting deadlines and occasionally on team morale? C, set clear achievable goals and recognize team achievements regularly? D, set challenging stretch goals for the team to grow and expand to greater heights? Give you some time to think about it. All right, my friends. So let's take a look. Maria wants to inspire, motivate, and influence a team. So, again, implementing strict rules for work hours, It's not the best way to inspire, motivate, and influence the team. Focusing solely on meeting deadlines and occasionally on team morale, it does not help. It might help a little bit, but not to the degree that we would like. C, set clear achievable goals and recognize team achievements regularly. Recognition goes a long way when it comes to motivating and inspiring and influencing. So C is not bad. D, set challenging stretch goals for the team to grow and expand to greater heights. So challenging stretch goals. Stretch goals are not bad, but let's read a little bit more. She wants to inspire, motivate, and influence a team to achieve their project goals despite tight deadlines. So when we talk about stretch goals really stretch the individual to the ends of their prowess and ability. And stretch goals don't happen overnight. So while D sounds like a good idea, they may not be achievable within the tight deadline that we're looking at. And besides, we are focusing more on project goals, not stretch goals. So the best answer here is C, set clearly achievable goals and recognize team achievements. When you do this, it helps inspire and motivate the team, maintaining high morale and productivity. Let's take a look at number 15 and then we'll take a break at that point. Tom is managing a marketing campaign project and notices that one of his team members consistently underperforms and misses key performance indicators, KPIs. What is the first step the project manager should take to address this issue? A, discuss the performance issues privately with a team member to understand the root cause. B, conduct a survey to understand challenges everyone is facing causing the underperformance. C, ignore the issue and be confident that the team member improves on their own or through peer pressure. D, immediately replace the team member with a higher performer. I'll give you some time to think about this. All right. So what we're seeing here is a team member that is missing KPIs. It's not the entire team, it's just one team member. And you can see that from the underlines here. One of his team members. So this isn't something we are going to do publicly, right? So A is not a bad option. Discuss the performance issues. B, conducting a survey to understand challenges other people are facing is not a bad thing, but it's not going to solve the problem and it's not the first thing we do. C, ignore the issue. It's not going to help ignoring the issue. We got to address the issue, right? And that's in the spirit of PMI with transparency and leadership. And D, immediately replace the team member with a higher performer. That still leaves the initial team member in a lurch and it doesn't solve the problem. Okay, we're not just going to go pull someone else in. We are going to likely want to help that team member. So the best option is A, discuss the performance issues privately with the team member to understand the root cause. That is the best course of action.
I will give you 10 to 20 seconds to answer each question. Hit the pause button for more time. Let's go. 1. You have just received a request to initiate a new project. Within the project, what is the first document you should create to formally authorize the project and appoint a project manager? A. Needs assessment. B. Project charter. C. Business case. D. Benefits register. Answer B. Project charter. Rationale: the project charter is the key document to officially authorize the project and appoint a project manager. Keywords are within the project. None of the other options is created within the project. 2. As part of initiating a project, you are identifying key stakeholders. Which document should be developed to capture information about individuals, groups, or organizations that may impact or be impacted by the project? A. Stakeholder log. B. Project scope statement. C. Project management plan. D. Risk register. Answer: A. Stakeholder log. Rationale: the stakeholder register is used to identify, assess, and document project stakeholders. The name stakeholder log is intentional here to ensure understanding and not rote memorization. 3. You are about to kick off a new project. What document outlines the high-level project goals, benefits, and assumptions and is created to justify the project before it starts? A. Project charter. B. Risk register. C. Business case. D. Benefits register. Answer: C. Business case. Rationale: the business case justifies the project by detailing its goals, benefits, and assumptions. 4. Upper management has approved your project initiation. What document should you create next to plan how the entire project will be executed, monitored, and controlled? A. Project charter. B. Project management plan. C. Stakeholder engagement plan. D. Project schedule. Answer: B. Project management plan. Rationale: the project management plan is crucial in planning the overall execution, monitoring, and control of the project. As part of planning for scope management, you are collecting requirements from stakeholders. Which document should be created next to define and describe the project's excluded and included scope in detail? A. Scope management plan. B. Requirements matrix. C. Project scope statement. D. Work breakdown structure. Answer: C. Project scope statement. Rationale: the project scope statement details the project scope, including deliverables, acceptance criteria, and constraints. 7. You have identified all the work needed to meet project requirements. What document should be created next to provide a visual representation of the project's hierarchy and decomposition of work? A. Work breakdown structure. B. Scope management plan. C. Project management plan. D. Work breakdown structure dictionary. Answer: A. Work breakdown structure. Rationale: the work breakdown structure, WBS, visually represents the project's hierarchy and breaks down work into manageable components. 8. The customer has inspected the deliverable, and you now need to ensure that it aligns with the project's requirements. What option should be the artifact next to formally accept or reject the deliverable? A. Project Charter. B. Quality Management Plan. C. Project Scope Statement. D. Accepted deliverables. Answer: D. Accepted deliverables. Rationale: accepted deliverables document formal acceptance or rejection of project deliverables by the customer. 9. You are managing a project scope and need to monitor performance to prevent scope creep. What document should be updated and reviewed regularly to track and manage changes to project scope? A. Scope Management Plan. B. Work Breakdown Structure. C. Scope Baseline. D. Project Plan. Answer: C. Scope Baseline. Rationale: the scope baseline includes the approved project scope, schedule, and cost and is used as a reference to manage scope changes. 10. Planning how to develop the schedule is your current task. What document should be created next to list all the tasks required to complete the project? A. Schedule Management Plan. B. Activity List. C. Project Schedule. D. Milestone List. Answer: B. Activity List. Rationale: the activity list identifies and lists all the tasks needed to complete the project. 11. You have arranged the tasks in order and decided how long each will take. What document should be developed next to present the planned start and finish dates for each activity? A. Activity Attributes. B. Project Schedule Network Diagrams. C. Activity Duration Estimates. D. Project Schedule. Answer: D. Project Schedule. Rationale: the project schedule presents planned start and finish dates for each project activity. Per the question, all the preceding processes are complete. 12. After creating the project schedule, you need to establish a baseline to measure performance against. What document represents the approved version of the project schedule and is used for comparison? A. Schedule Management Plan. B. Project Schedule. C. Project Schedule Network Diagrams. D. Schedule Baseline. Answer: D. Schedule Baseline. Rationale: the schedule baseline is the approved version of the project schedule and serves as a basis for performance measurement. 13. You are planning how to manage project costs. What document should be developed next to estimate the cost of each task in the project? A. Estimate Management Plan. B. Cost Estimates. C. Basis of Estimates. D. Budget at Completion. Answer B. Cost estimates. Rationale: cost estimates provide an approximation of the costs associated with each task in the project. Check out our PMP exam prep course at hpmexam.com. PMP Exam Immersion is a half-day bootcamp with lifetime access to a solid PMP exam training program that will get you in shipshape for the PMP exam. You also get access to the Life After the PMP exam program to get you to that next level, so check it out. hpmexam.com. Okay, let's move on to the next question. 14. You have estimated the cost of each task, and now you need to add up all task costs to establish a total budget for the project. What document should be created next? A. Cost management plan. B. Cost estimates. C. FEB, financial estimated baseline. D. Budget at completion. Answer D. Budget at completion. Rationale: budget at completion represents the total budget for the entire project. FEB, financial estimated baseline, is not a real term. Beware of bogus terminology or out-of-place terms on the exam. 15. Planning how to manage quality on the project is your current focus. What document should be developed now to outline how audits will be conducted and how quality will be measured and verified throughout the project? A. Quality report. B. Quality metrics. C. Quality audits. D. Quality management plan. Answer D. Quality management plan. Rationale: the quality management plan outlines how quality will be planned, executed, and controlled throughout the project. 16. You are checking the process as work progresses to ensure that it aligns with the project's quality standards. What document should be developed next to document the results of these quality checks? A. Quality metrics. B. Quality audits. C. Quality reports. D. Accepted deliverables. Answer C. Quality reports. Rationale: quality reports document the results of quality control activities and provide insights into the project's adherence to quality standards. 17. You have finished planning how to acquire and manage resources for your project. What document should be developed next to identify the type and quantity of resources needed? A. Resource management plan. B. Resource requirements. C. Human resource management plan. D. Resource calendar. Answer B. Resource requirements. Rationale: resource requirements identify the type and quantity of resources needed for the project. 18. You are creating an organization chart with rewards and recognition in mind. What document should be created next to plan how to acquire the team and physical resources required? A. Resource management plan. B. Resource requirements. C. Physical resource management plan. D. Team charter. Answer: a resource management plan. Rationale: the resource management plan details how the physical resources and the project team will be acquired, developed, and managed. 19. Your project team is now established, and you need to provide leadership and build a cohesive team. What document should be developed next to outline how team members should behave, as well as acceptable and non-acceptable behaviors? A. Team charter. B. Resource management plan. C. Human resource plan. D. Team performance assessment. Answer: A. Team charter. Rationale: the team charter outlines how team development and leadership activities will be conducted to foster a cohesive team. 20. With the team in place and in constant training, you are now focused on managing team performance and addressing any issues. What document should be created next to monitor and ensure the alignment of team performance with the project plan? A. Team charter. B. Resource management plan. C. Risk plan. D. Team performance assessment. Answer: D. Team performance assessment. Rationale: team performance assessment monitors and ensures the alignment of team performance with the project plan. 21. You are planning what, when, and why to communicate with project stakeholders. What document should be developed to provide a detailed roadmap for project communications? A. Communications management plan. B. Stakeholder register. C. Project charter. D. Project management plan. Answer: A. Communications management plan. Rationale: the communications management plan provides a detailed roadmap for project communications. 22. You have distributed necessary information through hard copy and in meetings, but stakeholders are displeased. What document should be created to document project misunderstandings, misalignments, and problems to ensure alignment with the plan? A. Stakeholder register. B. Communications management plan. C. Issue log. D. Conflict management plan. Answer: C. Issue log. Rationale: the issue log documents and tracks issues related to project communications, helping ensure alignment with the communication plan. There is no such thing as a conflict management plan. 23. You are planning how to manage risks on your project. What document should be developed to guide how to identify, analyze, and plan responses for potential risks? A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Issue log. D. Lessons learned. Answer: A. Risk management plan. Rationale: the risk management plan outlines how risk management activities will be conducted throughout the project. The key phrase is guide how to. 24. You have identified potential risks and need to categorize and score them. What should be done next to assess and prioritize risks based on their probability and impact. A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Qualitative risk analysis. D. Quantitative risk analysis. Answer: C. Qualitative risk analysis. Rationale: qualitative risk analysis assesses, categorizes, scores, and prioritizes risks based on their probability and impact, providing insights for further risk management activities. Quantitative deals more with absolute values of cost or schedule, for example, but categorization is not performed here. 25. You are planning to analyze risks from a monetary perspective. What process should be worked upon next to numerically evaluate and prioritize risks based on their potential impact on project objectives? A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Qualitative risk analysis. D. Quantitative risk analysis. Answer: D. Quantitative risk analysis. Rationale: quantitative risk analysis evaluates and prioritizes risks numerically from a monetary perspective based on their potential impact. 26. After analyzing risks quantitatively, you are planning how to respond to identified risks. What document should be developed next to outline specific actions to address and mitigate potential risks? A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Risk response plan. D. Issue log. Answer: C. Risk response plan. Rationale: the risk response plan outlines specific actions to address and mitigate potential risks identified in the project. In most instances, this is just a specific part of the risk register, but you need to know the specific term because it calls out the aspect of focus. Check out our PMP exam prep course at hpmexam.com. PMP Exam Immersion is a half-day bootcamp with lifetime access to a solid PMP exam training program that will get you in shipshape for the PMP exam. You also get access to the Life After the PMP exam program to get you to that next level, so check it out. hpmexam.com. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. 28. You are identifying project influencers and end users. What document should be developed next to plan how to keep stakeholders interested and engaged throughout the project? A. Stakeholder register. B. Stakeholder engagement plan. C. Power, interest grid. D. Lessons learned. Answer: B. Stakeholder engagement plan. Rationale: the stakeholder engagement plan outlines how to keep stakeholders interested and engaged throughout the project. 29. With the stakeholder engagement plan in place, which process would keep them engaged? A. Risk register. B. Sprint retrospective. C. Sprint audit. D. Sprint review. Answer: D. Sprint review. Rationale, sensible option because all the others do not involve the stakeholder directly. 30. You are deciding whether to make or buy whatever is needed for the project. What document should be developed next to specify the product or service requirements and the criteria for selecting a seller? A. Procurement Management Plan. B. Procurement Statement of Work. C. Request for change. D. Source Selection Evaluation. Answer B. Procurement Statement of Work. Rationale: the procurement statement of work specifies product or service requirements and criteria for selecting a seller. The source selection criteria on its own does not contain enough product detail compared to the procurement statement of work. 31. You have selected a seller and are ready to award a contract. What best document should be created next to formally document the agreement between the buyer and seller? A. Memorandum of Understanding, MOU. B. Procurement Statement of Work. C. Request for Proposal. D. Contract. Answer D. Contract. Rationale: the contract formalizes the agreement between the buyer and seller, outlining terms, conditions, and expectations. This is the best option. 32. You have awarded a contract, and now you need to monitor and manage it. What document should be developed and submitted next to ensure that benefits and deliverables are realized as agreed upon in the contract? A. Procurement Management Plan. B. Procurement Statement of Work. C. Contract. D. Procurement Performance Review. Answer D. Procurement Performance Review. Rationale: Procurement Performance Review ensures that benefits and deliverables are realized as agreed upon in the contract. The other options have already been developed. 33. You are identifying project deliverables. What document should be created next to provide a detailed description of the products, services, or results that will be produced by the project? A. Deliverables Register. B. Work Breakdown Structure. C. Lessons Learned. D. Project Scope Statement. Answer D. Project Scope Statement. Rationale: the project scope statement provides a detailed description of the project deliverables. Keyword being description. 34. The project is nearing completion, and you need to capture lessons learned for future projects. What document should be developed next to document insights gained from the project, both positive and negative? A. Deliverables Register. B. Work Breakdown Structure. C. Lessons Learned. D. Final Report. Answer C. Lessons Learned. Rationale: lessons learned document insights gained from the project, providing valuable knowledge for future projects. 35. Your project involves quality audits to ensure compliance with quality standards. What document should be created next to formally document the results of the quality audits? A. Quality management plan. B. Quality metrics. C. Quality audits. D. Quality reports. Answer: D. Quality reports. Rationale: quality reports formally document the results of quality audits conducted to ensure compliance with quality standards. 36. You are reviewing the results of quality audits and need to verify that the deliverables meet the specified requirements. What should be an outcome next to formally confirm that the deliverables satisfy the project requirements? A. Quality metrics. B. Quality audits. C. Verified deliverables. D. Accepted deliverables. Answer: C. Verified deliverables. Rationale: verified deliverables confirm that the deliverables meet the specified requirements before formal acceptance. This just means that the internal quality team has found the deliverable good to go to the customer for their own review in the validate scope process. 37. With deliverables verified, what output should be generated next to formally accept or reject the project deliverables by the customer? A. Quality metrics. B. Quality audits. C. Verified deliverables. D. Accepted deliverables. Answer: D. Accepted deliverables. Rationale: accepted deliverables formalize the customer's acceptance or rejection of the project deliverables. This is just paperwork justifying acceptance of the deliverable. 38. The project is complete, and you need to transition the final product, service, or result to the customer. Which of the following would you expect to document the transition process and ensure a smooth handover? A. Final product report. B. Final product transition plan. C. Lessons learned repository. D. Project closure report. Answer: B. Final product transition plan. Rationale: the final product transition plan documents the process of transitioning the final product, service, or result to the customer. On the PMP exam, be ready to see never-before-read language. You must rely on the process of elimination and logic in several questions. 39. You have completed the project, and now you need to update documents based on project performance. What document should be developed next to capture the final status of the project and summarize its performance? A. Lessons learned. B. Final product transition plan. C. Lessons learned register. D. Final report. Answer: D. Final report. Rationale: the final report captures the final status of the project and summarizes its performance for future reference. 40. The project is closed, and you need to capture insights for future projects. What document should be developed over time to document experiences, best practices, and challenges encountered during the project? A. Final report. B. Final product transition plan. C. Lessons learned. D. Project closure report. Answer: C. Lessons learned. Rationale. Lessons learned should be documented over time and document experiences, best practices, and challenges encountered during the project, providing valuable insights for future projects. 41. You are planning how to manage changes on the project and need to formally document and track proposed changes. What document should be created next to capture details of requested changes? A. Project management plan updates. B. Change requests. C. Issue log. D. Change management plan. Answer: B. Change requests. Rationale: change requests formally document details of requested changes for evaluation and decision-making. Check out our PMP exam prep course at hpmexam.com. PMP Exam Immersion is a half-day bootcamp with lifetime access to a solid PMP exam training program that will get you in shipshape for the PMP exam. You also get access to the Life After the PMP exam program to get you to that next level, so check it out. hpmexam.com. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. 42. You are monitoring project performance and need to ensure that all work aligns with the approved project plan. What document should be referenced to compare actual project performance against the planned performance? A. Cost baseline. B. Project management plan. C. Schedule baseline. D. Scope baseline. Answer: B. Project management plan. Rationale: the project management plan is referenced to compare actual project performance against the planned performance during monitoring and controlling. It contains all documents listed. 43. You have received change requests and need to decide whether to approve or reject them. What document should be developed next to formalize the decision on whether to implement the requested changes? A. Change management plan updates. B. Change requests. C. Approved change requests. D. Change log. Answer: C. Approved change requests. Rationale: approved change requests formalize the decision to implement requested changes and serve as a basis for updating project documents. 44. You are managing and tracking project issues. What document should be updated next to capture and document details about project problems, including their status and resolution? A. Project management plan updates. B. Change requests. C. Issue log. D. The assumption log. Answer: C. Issue log. Rationale: the issue log is regularly updated to capture and document details about project problems or issues, including their status and resolution. 45. As the project progresses, you are tracking assumptions made during planning. What document should be updated next to capture and document assumptions, providing a reference for ongoing decision-making? A. Action item log. B. Change requests. C. Issue log. D. Assumptions log. Answer: D. The assumptions log. Rationale: the assumptions log is updated to capture and document assumptions made during planning, providing a reference for ongoing decision-making. 46. Changes have been identified, and you are assessing their potential impact on the project. What document should be consulted to understand the project's baseline and evaluate the effect of changes on scope, schedule, and cost? A. Change requests. B. Risk register and work performance reports. C. Project management plan. D. Scope baseline. Answer: C. Project management plan. Rationale: the project management plan outlines the project baseline and is consulted to evaluate the impact of changes on scope, schedule, and cost. 47. You are monitoring project risks and need to identify any new risks that may arise. What document should be updated regularly to capture and document emerging risks throughout the project? A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Issue log. D. Lessons learned. Answer: B. Risk register. Rationale: the risk register is updated regularly to capture and document emerging risks throughout the project. 48. Your project involves managing and controlling changes. What document should be updated regularly to capture high-level tracking information of all proposed changes, their evaluation, and the decision on whether to implement them? A. Change requests. B. Approved change requests. C. Issue log. D. Change log.
The answer is D. Changelog. The rationale: change logs are used to capture information regarding all proposed changes documented in change requests.
49. You are monitoring project risks and need to identify any new risks that may arise. What document should be updated regularly to capture and document emerging risks throughout the project? A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Issue log. D. Risk analysis. Answer: B. Risk register. Rationale: the risk register is updated regularly to capture and document emerging risks throughout the project. 50. Your project involves procurement activities, and you need to ensure that the procurement processes are being executed as planned. What document should be referenced to verify that procurement activities align with the procurement management plan? A. Procurement statement of work. B. Procurement management plan. C. Contract. D. Source selection criteria. Answer B. Procurement Management Plan. Rationale: the Procurement Management Plan is referenced to verify that procurement activities align with the planned approach for procurement. Thanks for joining us today. Remember to hit like and subscribe. Check out our PMP exam prep course at hpmexam.com. PMP Exam Immersion is a half-day bootcamp with lifetime access to a solid PMP exam training program that will get you in shipshape for the PMP exam. You also get access to the Life After the PMP exam program to get you to that next level, so check it out. hpmexam.com.
All right, we've come to the end of today's video, my friend. I hope you found it helpful. Memory joggers, remember this is just beginner to intermediate. On the exam, you'll have more advanced questions that may be verbose, a lot more information in them, and you'll have to sift through just to stay focused on what exactly they're asking for. Remember, it's all going to be what should the project manager do next? If you're looking for training and coaching, as I've said, go on down to hpmexam.com because you can join a study group that studies on the regular every weekend, going through the 35 tasks for the PMP exam. This will keep you focused. You will have help, coaching, mentoring, and great support to get certified. Go on down to hpmexam.com, and when you get certified, you'll be able to take my course at no additional cost, which is called Life After the PMP exam. Over 10 hours of content to beef up your understanding and knowledge beyond the PMP so that when you're certified, you'll know what to do in the real world. I look forward to talking to you. Take care. Bye for now.
The Power of Three Part 2, PMP Exam Tune-Up. Welcome. Let's jump straight into it. The way it works, I show you a question and I give you three options. The purpose is to find our gaps and to tune up for the exam. I'll let you read the question, hit the pause button to read and have more time. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, is assess the problem. The question says, a stakeholder tells you, this is verbal, what you should do first is, of course, go through logging it into an issue log, not a change log. You wouldn't raise a change order. You wouldn't log it in a change log. So the best option in what you've been given is to assess the problem. Next question. As project certainty increases, so does. Okay, time up. If you need more time again, hit that pause button. The answer to this question is, as project certainty increases, so does the need to be predictive. There's no need to use a complex approach. We don't want our approach to be complex. We want to use an approach to address certainty, right? Even if the question said, as project certainty decreases, so does, the answer wouldn't be C. You wouldn't want to use a complex approach. You'd want to use an approach to deal with complexity. And as project certainty increases, the need to be agile decreases. The need to be predictive increases. Okay, I hope that makes sense. As you get more certain, you can be more predictive. All right, let's move on. Your project delivery approach is one time. What does this describe? 3, 2, 1. The answer is iterative. Adaptive is not one-time delivery. That's agile. Change-driven is agile as well. It's not one-time delivery. It's multiple deliveries. So the best answer is iterative. Next question. I'll let you read it. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this is incremental. This is an example of an incremental delivery. It is well spelled out in the Agile Practice Guide. Would recommend you open it up, take a look. This example is right from there. Next question. What is a sprint? The answer is time box. A sprint is not a deadline. And it's not the earliest time a phase can finish. In fact, we don't use the word phase in the world of Agile. So the best answer, my friends, is time box. Next question. Teams complete features in the form of if you need more time, remember to hit that pause button. All right. 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, is stories. Teams complete features in the form of stories, not tasks, not work pages, not work packages. Next one. You are the project manager on a small hybrid software project. You're experiencing a schedule delay. What should you do first? 3, 2, and 1. The answer is corrective action based on causes. You don't know the cause of the delay, so you cannot prescriptively say crash or fast track. Next question. You're working on a project with a low degree of change and a high delivery frequency. Which approach should you use? Think about this. Hit the pause button for more time. The answer is incremental. Incremental has a low degree of change and a high frequency of delivery. Go to page 18, 19 in the Agile Practice Guide, clarify that. For those of you who are struggling so terribly with your PMP exam, I want you to know there's help. Go on down to hpmexam.com. On most Sundays, we have a 4-hour immersion session. We cover people, process, business extremely rapidly. It will help some of you. hpmexam.com. Here's your next question. As project uncertainty increases, so does what? The answer is the need to use a different approach. As project uncertainty increases, so does the need to use a different approach. Think about it. Project uncertainty, moving away from the simple zone, right? You need to use a different approach from whatever you're using. The best option would be C. Can you argue it and say, well, the need to be agile? You could be more agile, but you may not be entirely all the way to the far right of that Stacy model, or all the way to the far right of the continuum that the PMI has presented. So what I was looking for, the best thing I was looking for is C. Could you argue that A is a plausible answer as well? You could argue it, but I just wanted to call your attention to the fact that not everything has to be agile. It could be hybrid. So you may need to use a different approach from whatever you are using. Definitely, it's not the need to be predictive, right? So the best option is C. A would be the next best. All right, here's your next question. Before committing to user stories, the team should consider the story size and what? 3, 2, and 1. The answer is capacity. You should consider capacity, not velocity. Your velocity is contingent on your capacity after all, right? So the thing to consider when you're taking on a story is, am I available? Is the team available? How available is the team? Next question. Perform frequent incorporation of work into the whole, no matter the product, and then retest to determine that the entire product still works as intended. This is called what? The answer is continuous integration. Not continuous testing, not continuous deployment, but continuous integration. Take a look at page 56 in your Agile Practice Guide. Make sure you know what continuous integration is. So incorporation of the work into the whole is what the integration piece is largely. Next one. In Agile, time box research or experiments are known as what? Again, remember to hit the pause button if you need more time. 3, 2, 1. The answer? Spikes. Next question. Your project delivery approach has a goal for customer value. What does this describe? Hit the pause button. The answer is adaptive. Remember, adaptive is also known as agile, also known as change-driven. This focus on value is one of the hallmarks of Agile. Next question. Per the Agile Manifesto, business people and developers are expected to work together. What? Okay. The answer is daily. Business people and developers should work together daily throughout the project. Next question. You are the project manager on a predictive manufacturing project. You're experiencing a cost overrun. What should you do first? Hit the pause button. The answer? Investigate the overage. You wouldn't apply management reserve without knowing what the problem is. You wouldn't apply a contingency plan without knowing what a problem is. So your first line of action should be always to look into it, investigate. Next question. As project uncertainty increases, so does what? Okay. Hit the pause button if you need it. The answer? The need to use a different approach. Same thing as what you saw previously. It wouldn't be the need to use Scrum. That's prescriptive. It wouldn't be the need to be predictive, obviously, because uncertainty is increasing. You would need to use a different approach. You may need to blend in more Agile, but the key thing is you're using a different approach. All right. Again, for those of you just coming, my friends, don't forget hpmexam.com. On Sundays, we have the 4-hour immersion boot camp. You're going to get access to a mock exam of 180 questions to boot you into shape. You're going to get access to a 590 plus page book that has quizzes for every task of people, process, business. It's very rapid and it helps people who are struggling on the test. Here's your next question. Per the Agile Manifesto, value responding to change over what? The answer is following a plan. Responding to change over following a plan. Per the Agile Manifesto, build projects around what? 3, 2, and 1. The answer, motivated individuals. Not small teams. Yes, we could have small teams, but we will build projects around individuals who are motivated. You could have a small team that is unmotivated. You could have a smart team that is unmotivated. Next question. You're working on a project with a low degree of change and a low delivery frequency. Which approach should you use? The answer? Predictive. Low degree of change, low frequency of delivery. You got to remember page 19, page 18 in the Agile Practice Guide is very important for your PMP exam. Next question. In this life cycle, you provide finished deliverables that the customer may be able to use immediately. This is known as what? The answer? Incremental. You got to know this stuff in your Agile Practice Guide, my friends. Chapter 3, APG. Next question. On an Agile project, who should be responsible for managing the work? The answer? The team. not the project manager, not the product owner, it's a team. Next question. As project certainty increases, so does what? 3, 2, and 1. The answer to this, my friends, is probability of completion. It wouldn't be risk of rework. That would decrease. And it wouldn't be cost of completion because you're more certain. So instead, the best answer would be the probability of you getting the project completed. Next question. In flow-based Agile, the team pulls features from the backlog. Hit the pause button if you need it. The answer? Based on its capacity to start work. It's not based on cadence in flow-based, and every 2 weeks is the same as cadence. So the answer is A. Next question. In Agile, when an important person requests a scope increase in the middle of the iteration, what should you do as the project manager? 3, 2, 1. The answer is not to refuse it. That's not moving the process or the problem forward or the request forward. It wouldn't be to add it in because remember, we forbid as much as possible any change, as much as possible, I said. So in the middle of the iteration, someone wants a scope increase, you wouldn't just add it in. Remember, all of these things mess up your velocity, 1, 2. All of these things need to be weighed by that accountable person who is really the product owner. So as a project manager, because by the way, on your exam, the PMI a lot of times would use project manager as a catch-all for anything. Facilitator, servant leader, scrum master, you see them say project manager instead. So what you would do here is, of course, defer to the product owner. So the best answer that alludes to that in some way is C. You defer to the Scrum team because the product owner is on the Scrum team. Okay, that one is a bit of a tricky one. So the answer is defer to the Scrum team. All right, let's go to our next question. We're getting down to the wire here. As a general guideline, demonstrate whatever the team has as a working product at least once every what? The answer? 2 weeks. Next question. Kanban and Agile are similar in that they are both subsets of what? 3, 2, and 1. The answer is lean. This is explained in the Agile Practice Guide. Next question. Which of the following are characteristics of Agile approaches? Choose all that apply. The answer is all of them. Reprioritization, regularly updated plans, and frequent delivery. Next question. A more traditional approach with the bulk of planning occurring up front, then executing a single pass, a sequential process. Which development approach does this describe? Hit the pause button if you need it. The answer? Predictive. Next question. Your project delivery approach has a goal for speed. What does this describe? The answer is incremental. Incremental delivery is all about the speed. Remember page 18 and 19 in the Agile Practice Guide, that table. Make sure you read that table on page 18, I believe it is. Next, in this life cycle, the project manager takes advantage of things that are known and proven. This is known as what? The answer? Plan-driven, also known as predictive. Next question. In this life cycle, you allow feedback on partially completed or unfinished work to improve and modify that work. This is known as 3, 2, and 1. The answer is iterative. Iterative is exactly what this describes in the Agile Practice Guide. Next question. You decide to leverage both aspects of iterative and incremental characteristics. Which life cycle does this describe? 3, 2, and 1. The answer, my friends, is Agile. Next question. You're working on a project with a high degree of change and a low delivery frequency. Which approach should you use? The best answer, iterative. High degree of change, low delivery frequency. I hope you found these to be helpful, my friends. Again, go on down to hpmexam.com, sign up for the half-day boot camp. This is a tune-up for 4 hours that gets you into the right mindset for people, process, business. Very rapid. It covers all aspects of the exam, processes, process groups, knowledge areas, agile, hybrid, predictive. And I show you the interchangeable language that you should be familiar with, because PMI uses a lot of interchangeable language on the exam. And then you've got mock exams and quizzes that will boot you into shape to get you really ready for the exam. All right. I hope you enjoy this. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Don't forget to hit the bell icon so that you'll know next time I have one of these available. And look around the channel. There's thousands of videos out here, my friends, on different aspects of project management. Okay. Thank you very much. You take care and bye for now. Hello, my friends. Welcome to our next set of questions. We've been on this journey for a while. Those of you who've been following, we got to question 100. Today is question 101 to question 125. Take some time to think about the answers. These are more definition kind of questions than overtly difficult situational. So I honestly expect you to get in the high 80s, 90s in this. If there are any definitions you don't know, then it's an opportunity for you to open the book, check it out, make sure you close the gaps, all right? I'm giving you about 15 seconds before the next question, so if you need more time, just hit the pause button, close the gaps, and move on, all right? I hope you find value from this, and I'll see you at the end.
Question 101. What is the purpose of having a fallback plan in your project as a project manager in the pharmaceutical industry? A. To provide a plan B in case of unexpected circumstances. B. To reduce risk and improve project efficiency. C. To ensure that the project is completed on time. D. To increase the budget for the project. Answer: A. Rationale: a fallback plan is an alternative set of actions and tasks available in the event that the primary plan needs to be abandoned because of issues, risks, or other causes. The purpose of having a fallback plan is to reduce risk and improve project efficiency. Question 102. What is the significance of an estimate at completion, EAC, in your construction project? A. It is the expected cost of completing all work. B. It is the actual cost of the work to date. C. It is the expected summed up cost on the project for a time period. D. It is the estimated cost to finish all the remaining project work. Answer: A. Rationale: the estimate at completion, EAC, is the expected total cost of completing all work expressed as the sum of the actual cost to date and the estimate to complete. Question 103. What is the meaning of free float in your oil and gas project? A. The amount of time that a scheduled activity can be delayed without delaying the early start date of any successor. B. The amount of time that a scheduled activity can be delayed without delaying the late start date of any successor. C. the amount of time that a scheduled activity can be delayed without obeying a cost constraint. D. The amount of time that a scheduled activity can be delayed without affecting the early start date of any predecessor. Answer: A. Rationale: free float is the amount of time that a scheduled activity can be delayed without delaying the early start date of any successor or violating a schedule constraint. Question 104. In your IT project, what is the significance of a funding limit reconciliation? A. It is the process of comparing the planned expenditure of project funds against any limits on the commitment of funds for the project. B. It is the process of comparing the project's planned expenditure of project funds against the budget for the project. C. It is the process of comparing the planned expenditure of project funds against the actual cost for all scheduled activities. D. It is the process of comparing the planned expenditure of project funds against the earned value or the cost performance index for the project. Answer: A. Rationale: funding limit reconciliation is the process of comparing the planned expenditure of project funds against any limits on the commitment of funds for the project to identify any variances between the funding limits and the planned expenditures. Question 105. During an inspection of the work product in a construction project, which of the following is the main objective? A. To determine the level of effort required to complete the work product. B. To determine whether the work product conforms to documented standards. C. To determine the level of risk associated with the work product. D. To determine the budget for the work product. Answer: B. Rationale: the main objective of an inspection is to determine whether the work product conforms to documented standards. Question 106. In an oil and gas project, what is the purpose of conducting interviews with stakeholders? A. To determine the level of effort required to complete the project. B. To determine the level of risk associated with the project along with the earned value metrics. C. To elicit information from stakeholders about their expectations and attitudes about the project. D. To determine the budget for the project and the earned value for the current period. Answer: C. Rationale: the purpose of conducting interviews in an oil and gas project is to elicit information from stakeholders about their expectations and attitudes about the project. The other options are incorrect. Question 107. In a healthcare project, what is an issue? A. A current situation that may have an impact on the project objectives. B. A current condition that may have an impact on the budget for the project. C. A current situation that may have an impact on the level of effort required to complete the project. D. A current condition that may have an impact on the level of risk associated with the project. Answer: A. Rationale: an issue in a healthcare project is a current condition or situation that may have an impact on the project objectives. This is the best and most inclusive answer that covers many different facets. Question 108. In a gaming project, what is the purpose of maintaining an issue log? A. To track the level of effort required to complete the project. B. To track the budget for the project. C. To record and monitor information about issues that may impact the project objectives. D. To track the level of risk associated with the project. Answer: C. Rationale: the purpose of maintaining an issue log in a gaming project is to record and monitor information about issues that may impact the project objectives. Question 109. What is inspection? A. A technique used to test a project component. B. Examination of a work product to determine whether it conforms to documented standards. C. A method used to plan and measure work performance. D. A tool used to manage project scope and objectives. Answer: B. Examination of a work product to determine whether it conforms to documented standards. Rationale: inspection refers to the examination of a work product to determine if it meets the documented standards. It is a quality control process that ensures the deliverables produced by the project team meet the expected quality standards. Question 110. You are a project manager in the IT industry working on a software development project. What is inspection? A. A technique used for dividing and subdividing the project scope and project deliverables into smaller, more manageable parts. B. Examination of a work product to determine whether it conforms to documented standards. C. A method used to estimate the minimum project duration and determine the amount of schedule flexibility on the logical network paths within the schedule model. D. The expected total cost of completing all work expressed as the sum of the actual cost to date and the estimate to complete. Answer: B. Rationale: inspection is a process where the work product is examined to determine if it conforms to the documented standards. It is a quality assurance technique used to ensure that the deliverables meet the specified requirements. Question 111. Your software development project team is conducting inspections on the code they have written. What is the main objective of inspection? A. To identify and fix all defects in the work product before it is delivered to the customer. B. To determine the amount of time required to complete the project. C. To assess the project's progress and performance. D. To evaluate the budget for the project. Answer: A. Rationale: the main objective of inspection is to identify and fix all defects in the work product before it is delivered to the customer. This helps to ensure that the deliverables meet the specified requirements and reduces the risk of rework and customer dissatisfaction. Question 112. You are a project manager in the healthcare industry. What is an interview? A. Examination of a work product to determine whether it conforms to documented standards. B. A formal or informal approach to elicit information from stakeholders by talking to them directly. C. A tool used to determine the benefits provided by a project against its costs. D. A document where information about issues is recorded and monitored. Answer: B. Rationale: an interview is a formal or informal approach to elicit information from stakeholders by talking to them directly. It is a useful tool for gathering information, clarifying expectations, and building relationships with stakeholders. Question 113. Your team is conducting interviews with stakeholders to gather information about their needs and expectations for the project. What is the main purpose of conducting interviews in a project? A. To examine the work product to determine if it meets the standards. B. To gather information about the stakeholders' needs and expectations for the project. C. To determine the amount of time required to complete the project. D. To identify and fix all defects in the work product. Answer: B. Rationale: the main purpose of conducting interviews in a project is to gather information about the stakeholders' needs and expectations for the project. This helps to ensure that the deliverables meet the stakeholders' requirements and reduces the risk of misunderstandings and customer dissatisfaction. Question 114. You are a project manager in the gaming industry working on a game development project. What is an issue? A. A current condition or situation that may have an impact on the project objectives. B. A project document where information about issues is recorded and monitored. C. A tool used to determine the benefits provided by a project against its costs. D. Examination of a work product to determine whether it conforms to documented standards. Answer: A. Rationale: an issue is a current condition or situation that may have an impact on the project objectives. Question 115. What is the purpose of an issue log in a project? A. To keep track of risks and opportunities. B. To record and monitor information about issues that may have an impact on the project objectives. C. To keep track of all project deliverables. D. To keep track of project costs and budgets. Answer: B. Rationale: an issue log is a project document where information about issues that may have an impact on the project objectives is recorded and monitored. The purpose of an issue log is to keep track of the current conditions or situations that may affect the project and help the project manager to make informed decisions. Question 116. What should a project manager do if they encounter a new issue on the project? A. Ignore the issue and hope it goes away. B. Assign the issue to a team member to handle. C. Add the issue to the issue log and develop a plan for resolving it. D. Wait for the next project review to address the issue. Answer: C. Rationale: when a project manager encounters a new issue, it is important to add the issue to the issue log and develop a plan for resolving it. This helps to ensure that the issue is tracked and managed, and that the impact on the project is minimized. Ignoring the issue or waiting for the next project review is not an effective solution and may result in the issue becoming a bigger problem. Question 117. How should a project manager use the issue log to manage issues on the project? A. Only review the issue log at the end of the project. B. Assign issues to team members without any follow-up. C. Regularly review and update the issue log, and develop a plan for resolving each issue. D. Wait for team members to report issues and then add them to the issue log. Answer: C. Rationale: a project manager should regularly review and update the issue log, and develop a plan for resolving each issue. This helps to ensure that the issues are tracked and managed effectively, and that the impact on the project is minimized. Waiting for team members to report issues or only reviewing the issue log at the end of the project is not an effective solution and may result in issues becoming bigger problems. Question 118. What is the purpose of an issue log in a project? A. To track the status of the project risks. B. To document problems and concerns that arise during the project. C. To track the progress of the project work. D. To document the project budget and schedule. Answer: B. Rationale: an issue log is used to document problems and concerns that arise during the project and to track their resolution. This helps the project manager to ensure that important issues are not overlooked and that the project remains on track. Question 119. What should a project manager do when a new issue arises during the project? A. Ignore the issue. B. Add the issue to the issue log. C. Assign the issue to the team members. D. Create a risk management plan for the issue. Answer: B. Rationale: when a new issue arises during the project, the project manager should add the issue to the issue log. This allows the project manager to track the issue and ensure that it is properly addressed. Question 120. What information should be included in an issue log? A. The names of the team members responsible for resolving the issue. B. The status of the issue. C. The date the issue was raised. D. All of the above. Answer: D. Rationale: an issue log should include all relevant information about the issue, including the names of the team members responsible for resolving the issue, the status of the issue, and the date the issue was raised. This information helps the project manager to keep track of the issue and ensure that it is resolved in a timely manner. Question 121. What is the benefit of using an issue log in a project? A. It helps the project manager to identify potential problems and risks early on. B. It allows the project manager to track the progress of the project work. C. It ensures that important issues are not overlooked. D. All of the above. Answer: D. Rationale: an issue log provides several benefits to a project, including helping the project manager to identify potential problems and risks early on, tracking the progress of the project work, and ensuring that important issues are not overlooked. By using an issue log, the project manager can ensure that the project remains on track and that any issues are resolved in a timely manner. Question 122. How can a project manager ensure that the project schedule is effectively communicated to the team and stakeholders? A. Use a Gantt chart. B. Use a mind map. C. Use a flowchart. D. Use a network diagram. Answer: A. Use a Gantt chart. Rationale: A Gantt chart is a visual representation of the project schedule that can be easily understood by the project team and stakeholders. It displays the start and finish dates of each project activity and the duration of each activity as a horizontal bar. This makes it easier to see the overall project timeline and understand how each activity fits into the schedule. Question 123. What is the purpose of using grades in a project? A. To determine the budget for the project. B. To determine the rank of team members. C. To distinguish items that have the same functional use but do not share the same requirements for quality. D. To determine the schedule for the project. Answer, C. To distinguish items that have the same functional use but do not share the same requirements for quality. Rationale, grades are used to distinguish items that have the same functional use but do not share the same requirements for quality. For example, in a construction project, different grades of materials may be used for different parts of the building depending on the quality and durability requirements of each area. By using grades, the project team can ensure that the right materials are used in the right place to meet the project requirements. Question 124. What is the purpose of an issue log in a project? A. To track project risks. B. To track project opportunities. C. To record information about issues and monitor them. D. To record information about project scope. Answer, C. To record information about issues and monitor them. Rationale, an issue log is a project document where information about issues is recorded and monitored. Issues are current conditions or situations that may have an impact on the project objectives. By recording issues in an issue log, the project manager can keep track of them and ensure that they are addressed in a timely and effective manner. This helps to minimize the impact of issues on the project and keep the project on track. Question 125. What is the purpose of ground rules in a project? A. To determine the budget for the project. B. To establish expectations regarding acceptable behavior by project team members. C. To determine the schedule for the project. D. To determine the rank of team members. Answer, B. To establish expectations regarding acceptable behavior by project team members. Rationale, ground rules are expectations regarding acceptable behavior by project team members. They help to create a positive and productive work environment by setting clear expectations for how team members should interact and communicate with each other. By establishing ground rules, the project manager can help to ensure that everyone is working towards a common goal and that conflicts are minimized.
Well, you made it. Thanks for joining me on this run. I hope you found value from it. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. And make sure that you're in the know when we have videos coming out next. Go on down to the website praizion.com and take a look at our training schedule. It will be a pleasure to have you in one of our classes. So do take a look, and I look forward to talking to you soon or hearing the great news of your passing the exam. Bye for now.
I will give you 10 to 20 seconds to answer each question. Hit the pause button for more time. Let's go. 1. You have just received a request to initiate a new project. Within the project, what is the first document you should create to formally authorize the project and appoint a project manager? A. Needs assessment. B. Project charter. C. Business case. D. Benefits register. Answer B. Project Charter. Rationale: the project charter is the key document to officially authorize the project and appoint a project manager. Keywords are within the project. None of the other options is created within the project. 2. As part of initiating a project, you are identifying key stakeholders. Which document should be developed to capture information about individuals, groups, or organizations that may impact or be impacted by the project? A. Stakeholder log. B. Project scope statement. C. Project management plan. D. Risk register. Answer A. Stakeholder log. Rationale: the stakeholder register is used to identify, assess, and document project stakeholders. The name stakeholder log is intentional here to ensure understanding and not rote memorization. 3. You are about to kick off a new project. What document outlines the high-level project goals, benefits, and assumptions and is created to justify the project before it starts? A. Project charter. B. Risk register. C. Business case. D. Benefits register. Answer C. Business case. Rationale: the business case justifies the project by detailing its goals, benefits, and assumptions. 4. Upper management has approved your project initiation. What document should you create next to plan how the entire project will be executed, monitored, and controlled? A. Project charter. B. Project management plan. C. Stakeholder engagement plan. D. Project schedule. Answer B. Project management plan. Rationale: the project management plan is crucial in planning the overall execution, monitoring, and control of the project. As part of planning for scope management, you are collecting requirements from stakeholders. Which document should be created next to define and describe the project's excluded and included scope in detail? A. Scope management plan. B. Requirements matrix. C. Project scope statement. D. Work breakdown structure. Answer C. Project scope statement. Rationale: the project scope statement details the project scope, including deliverables, acceptance criteria, and constraints. 7. You have identified all the work needed to meet project requirements. What document should be created next to provide a visual representation of the project's hierarchy and decomposition of work? A. Work breakdown structure. B. Scope management plan. C. Project management plan. D. Work breakdown structure dictionary. Answer A. Work breakdown structure. Rationale: the work breakdown structure, WBS, visually represents the project's hierarchy and breaks down work into manageable components. 8. The customer has inspected the deliverable, and you now need to ensure that it aligns with the project's requirements. What option should be the artifact next to formally accept or reject the deliverable? A. Project Charter. B. Quality Management Plan. C. Project Scope Statement. D. Accepted deliverables. Answer: D. Accepted deliverables. Rationale: accepted deliverables document formal acceptance or rejection of project deliverables by the customer. 9. You are managing a project scope and need to monitor performance to prevent scope creep. What document should be updated and reviewed regularly to track and manage changes to project scope? A. Scope Management Plan. B. Work Breakdown Structure. C. Scope Baseline. D. Project Plan. Answer: C. Scope Baseline. Rationale: the scope baseline includes the approved project scope, schedule, and cost and is used as a reference to manage scope changes. 10. Planning how to develop the schedule is your current task. What document should be created next to list all the tasks required to complete the project? A. Schedule Management Plan. B. Activity List. C. Project Schedule. D. Milestone List. Answer: B. Activity List. Rationale: the activity list identifies and lists all the tasks needed to complete the project. 11. You have arranged the tasks in order and decided how long each will take. What document should be developed next to present the planned start and finish dates for each activity? A. Activity Attributes. B. Project Schedule Network Diagrams. C. Activity Duration Estimates. D. Project Schedule. Answer: D. Project Schedule. Rationale: the project schedule presents planned start and finish dates for each project activity. Per the question, all the preceding processes are complete. 12. After creating the project schedule, you need to establish a baseline to measure performance against. What document represents the approved version of the project schedule and is used for comparison? A. Schedule Management Plan. B. Project Schedule. C. Project Schedule Network Diagrams. D. Schedule Baseline. Answer: D. Schedule Baseline. Rationale: the schedule baseline is the approved version of the project schedule and serves as a basis for performance measurement. 13. You are planning how to manage project costs. What document should be developed next to estimate the cost of each task in the project? A. Estimate Management Plan. B. Cost Estimates. C. Basis of Estimates. D. Budget at Completion. Answer B. Cost estimates. Rationale: cost estimates provide an approximation of the costs associated with each task in the project. Check out our PMP exam prep course at hpmexam.com. PMP Exam Immersion is a half-day bootcamp with lifetime access to a solid PMP exam training program that will get you in shipshape for the PMP exam. You also get access to the Life After the PMP exam program to get you to that next level, so check it out. hpmexam.com. Okay, let's move on to the next question. 14. You have estimated the cost of each task, and now you need to add up all task costs to establish a total budget for the project. What document should be created next? A. Cost management plan. B. Cost estimates. C. FEB, financial estimated baseline. D. Budget at completion. Answer D. Budget at completion. Rationale: budget at completion represents the total budget for the entire project. FEB, financial estimated baseline, is not a real term. Beware of bogus terminology or out-of-place terms on the exam. 15. Planning how to manage quality on the project is your current focus. What document should be developed now to outline how audits will be conducted and how quality will be measured and verified throughout the project? A. Quality report. B. Quality metrics. C. Quality audits. D. Quality management plan. Answer D. Quality management plan. Rationale: the quality management plan outlines how quality will be planned, executed, and controlled throughout the project. 16. You are checking the process as work progresses to ensure that it aligns with the project's quality standards. What document should be developed next to document the results of these quality checks? A. Quality metrics. B. Quality audits. C. Quality reports. D. Accepted deliverables. Answer C. Quality reports. Rationale: quality reports document the results of quality control activities and provide insights into the project's adherence to quality standards. 17. You have finished planning how to acquire and manage resources for your project. What document should be developed next to identify the type and quantity of resources needed? A. Resource management plan. B. Resource requirements. C. Human resource management plan. D. Resource calendar. Answer B. Resource requirements. Rationale: resource requirements identify the type and quantity of resources needed for the project. 18. You are creating an organization chart with rewards and recognition in mind. What document should be created next to plan how to acquire the team and physical resources required? A. Resource management plan. B. Resource requirements. C. Physical resource management plan. D. Team charter. Answer: a resource management plan. Rationale: the resource management plan details how the physical resources and the project team will be acquired, developed, and managed. 19. Your project team is now established, and you need to provide leadership and build a cohesive team. What document should be developed next to outline how team members should behave, as well as acceptable and non-acceptable behaviors? A. Team charter. B. Resource management plan. C. Human resource plan. D. Team performance assessment. Answer: A. Team charter. Rationale: the team charter outlines how team development and leadership activities will be conducted to foster a cohesive team. 20. With the team in place and in constant training, you are now focused on managing team performance and addressing any issues. What document should be created next to monitor and ensure the alignment of team performance with the project plan? A. Team charter. B. Resource management plan. C. Risk plan. D. Team performance assessment. Answer: D. Team performance assessment. Rationale: team performance assessment monitors and ensures the alignment of team performance with the project plan. 21. You are planning what, when, and why to communicate with project stakeholders. What document should be developed to provide a detailed roadmap for project communications? A. Communications management plan. B. Stakeholder register. C. Project charter. D. Project management plan. Answer: A. Communications management plan. Rationale: the communications management plan provides a detailed roadmap for project communications. 22. You have distributed necessary information through hard copy and in meetings, but stakeholders are displeased. What document should be created to document project misunderstandings, misalignments, and problems to ensure alignment with the plan? A. Stakeholder register. B. Communications management plan. C. Issue log. D. Conflict management plan. Answer: C. Issue log. Rationale: the issue log documents and tracks issues related to project communications, helping ensure alignment with the communication plan. There is no such thing as a conflict management plan. 23. You are planning how to manage risks on your project. What document should be developed to guide how to identify, analyze, and plan responses for potential risks? A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Issue log. D. Lessons learned. Answer: A. Risk management plan. Rationale: the risk management plan outlines how risk management activities will be conducted throughout the project. The key phrase is guide how to. 24. You have identified potential risks and need to categorize and score them. What should be done next to assess and prioritize risks based on their probability and impact. A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Qualitative risk analysis. D. Quantitative risk analysis. Answer: C. Qualitative risk analysis. Rationale: qualitative risk analysis assesses, categorizes, scores, and prioritizes risks based on their probability and impact, providing insights for further risk management activities. Quantitative deals more with absolute values of cost or schedule, for example, but categorization is not performed here. 25. You are planning to analyze risks from a monetary perspective. What process should be worked upon next to numerically evaluate and prioritize risks based on their potential impact on project objectives? A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Qualitative risk analysis. D. Quantitative risk analysis. Answer: D. Quantitative risk analysis. Rationale: quantitative risk analysis evaluates and prioritizes risks numerically from a monetary perspective based on their potential impact. 26. After analyzing risks quantitatively, you are planning how to respond to identified risks. What document should be developed next to outline specific actions to address and mitigate potential risks? A. Risk management plan. B. Risk register. C. Risk response plan. D. Issue log. Answer: C. Risk response plan. Rationale: the risk response plan outlines specific actions to address and mitigate potential risks identified in the project. In most instances, this is just a specific part of the risk register, but you need to know the specific term because it calls out the aspect of focus. Check out our PMP exam prep course at hpmexam.com. PMP Exam Immersion is a half-day bootcamp with lifetime access to a solid PMP exam training program that will get you in shipshape for the PMP exam. You also get access to the Life After the PMP exam program to get you to that next level, so check it out. hpmexam.com. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. 28. You are identifying project influencers and end users. What document should be developed next to plan how to keep stakeholders interested and engaged throughout the project? A. Stakeholder register. B. Stakeholder engagement plan. C. Power, interest grid. D. Lessons learned. Answer: B. Stakeholder engagement plan. Rationale: the stakeholder engagement plan outlines how to keep stakeholders interested and engaged throughout the project. 29. With the stakeholder engagement plan in place, which process would keep them engaged? A. Risk register. B. Sprint retrospective. C. Sprint audit. D. Sprint review. Answer: D. Sprint review. Rationale, sensible option because all the others do not involve the stakeholder directly. 30. You are deciding whether to make or buy whatever is needed for the project. What document should be developed next to specify the product or service requirements and the criteria for selecting a seller? A. Procurement Management Plan. B. Procurement Statement of Work. C. Request for change. D. Source Selection Evaluation. Answer B. Procurement Statement of Work. Rationale: the procurement statement of work specifies product or service requirements and criteria for selecting a seller. The source selection criteria on its own does not contain enough product detail compared to the procurement statement of work. 31. You have selected a seller and are ready to award a contract. What best document should be created next to formally document the agreement between the buyer and seller? A. Memorandum of Understanding, MOU. B. Procurement Statement of Work. C. Request for Proposal. D. Contract. Answer D. Contract. Rationale: the contract formalizes the agreement between the buyer and seller, outlining terms, conditions, and expectations. This is the best option. 32. You have awarded a contract, and now you need to monitor and manage it. What document should be developed and submitted next to ensure that benefits and deliverables are realized as agreed upon in the contract? A. Procurement Management Plan. B. Procurement Statement of Work. C. Contract. D. Procurement Performance Review. Answer D. Procurement Performance Review. Rationale: Procurement Performance Review ensures that benefits and deliverables are realized as agreed upon in the contract. The other options have already been developed. 33. You are identifying project deliverables. What document should be created next to provide a detailed description of the products, services, or results that will be produced by the project? A. Deliverables Register. B. Work Breakdown Structure. C. Lessons Learned. D. Project Scope Statement. Answer D. Project Scope Statement. Rationale: the project scope statement provides a detailed description of the project deliverables. Keyword being description. 34. The project is nearing completion, and you need to capture lessons learned for future projects. What document should be developed next to document insights gained from the project, both positive and negative? A. Deliverables Register. B. Work Breakdown Structure. C. Lessons Learned. D. Final Report. Answer C. Lessons Learned. Rationale: lessons learned document insights gained from the project, providing valuable knowledge for future projects. 35. Your project involves quality audits to ensure compliance with quality standards. What document should be created next to formally document the results of the quality audits? A. Quality management plan. B. Quality metrics. C. Quality audits. D. Quality reports. Answer: D. Quality reports. Rationale: quality reports formally document the results of quality audits conducted to ensure compliance with quality standards. 36. You are reviewing the results of quality audits and need to verify that the deliverables meet the specified requirements. What should be an outcome next to formally confirm that the deliverables satisfy the project requirements? A. Quality metrics. B. Quality audits. C. Verified deliverables. D. Accepted deliverables. Answer: C. Verified deliverables. Rationale: verified deliverables confirm that the deliverables meet the specified requirements before formal acceptance. This just means that the internal quality team has found the deliverable good to go to the customer for their own review in the validate scope process. 37. With deliverables verified, what output should be generated next to formally accept or reject the project deliverables by the customer? A. Quality metrics. B. Quality audits. C. Verified deliverables. D. Accepted deliverables. Answer: D. Accepted deliverables. Rationale: accepted deliverables formalize the customer's acceptance or rejection of the project deliverables. This is just paperwork justifying acceptance of the deliverable. 38. The project is complete, and you need to transition the final product, service, or result to the customer. Which of the following would you expect to document the transition process and ensure a smooth handover? A. Final product report. B. Final product transition plan. C. Lessons learned repository. D. Project closure report. Answer: B. Final product transition plan. Rationale: the final product transition plan documents the process of transitioning the final product, service, or result to the customer. On the PMP exam, be ready to see never-before-read language. You must rely on the process of elimination and logic in several questions. 39. You have completed the project, and now you need to update documents based on project performance. What document should be developed next to capture the final status of the project and summarize its performance? A. Lessons learned. B. Final product transition plan. C. Lessons learned register. D. Final report. Answer: D. Final report. Rationale: the final report captures the final status of the project and summarizes its performance for future reference. 40. The project is closed, and you need to capture insights for future projects. What document should be developed over time to document experiences, best practices, and challenges encountered during the project? A. Final report. B. Final product transition plan. C. Lessons learned. D. Project closure report. Answer: C. Lessons learned. Rationale. Lessons learned should be documented over time and document experiences, best practices, and challenges encountered during the project, providing valuable insights for future projects. 41. You are planning how to manage changes on the project and need to formally document and track proposed changes. What document should be created next to capture details of requested changes? A. Project management plan updates. B. Change requests. C. Issue log. D. Change management plan. Answer: B. Change requests. Rationale: change requests formally document details of requested changes for evaluation and decision-making. Check out our PMP exam prep course at hpmexam.com. PMP Exam Immersion is a half-day bootcamp with lifetime access to a solid PMP exam training program that will get you in shipshape for the PMP exam. You also get access to the Life After the PMP exam program to get you to that next level, so check it out. hpmexam.com. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. 42. You are monitoring project performance and need to ensure that all work aligns with the approved project plan. What document should be referenced to compare actual project performance against the planned performance? A. Cost baseline. B. Project management plan. C. Schedule baseline. D. Scope baseline. Answer: B. Project management plan. Rationale: the project management plan is referenced to compare actual project performance against the planned performance during monitoring and controlling. It contains all documents listed. 43. You have received change requests and need to decide whether to approve or reject them. What document should be developed next to formalize the decision on whether to implement the requested changes? A. Change management plan updates. B. Change requests. C. Approved change requests. D. Change log. Answer: C. Approved change requests. Rationale: approved change requests formalize the decision to implement requested changes and serve as a basis for updating project documents. 44. You are managing and tracking project issues. What document should be updated next to capture and document details about project problems, including their status and resolution? A. Project management plan updates. B. Change requests. C. Issue log. D. The assumption log. Answer: C. Issue log. Rationale: the issue log is regularly updated to capture and document details about project problems or issues, including their status and resolution.